Chapter 201 Ignore. Before leaving, your brother specifically said that we don't need to care about this matter. Whether they join the academy is the business of the education committee, and we can't interfere. You don't need to worry, the academy is so big, you may not be able to see it. If they really dare to come and cause trouble, let them come and go. There is no need to show mercy when they are not in the fighting spirit field. A faint light flashed in Douluo's eyes. Okay then. Ning Rongrong curled her lips. Wait, you said my brother went to hunt spirit rings? Did he break through level 80? If I remember correctly, it seems to be more than level 70. How could he break through level 80 so quickly? I don't know either. You know, he has countless secrets. If we want to investigate, we probably don't have to do anything else. Douluo is very generous. There are so many things. If we have to investigate every time, we will be exhausted. It's not right to live like this. Being happy is the most important thing. Although it was just a reception room, the furnishings and decorations in the room were just like those in a hotel outside. Except for Daimyo Bai, the others seemed like country folks coming to the city for the first time. After a while of fooling around, everyone went to sleep. Flender tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. He wanted the children to get the best training in this well-equipped Royal Academy, and he also wanted Yu Xiaogang to reunite with Lu Erlong. He was worried but couldn't think of a good way to kill two birds with one stone. Dean, what are you doing? Qin Ming brought breakfast and saw Flender's dark circles, which was a bit strange. Soul Saint, even staying up all night for several consecutive nights should not be a problem. What is troubling him with such obvious dark circles? Nothing, eat quickly. I'll go see the education committee you mentioned later. On the way, Ma Hongjun walked to Qin Ming and asked in a low voice. Senior, I want to ask you something. Qin Ming had a filter for everyone in Shrek, and he didn't realize he was there, so he told Ma Hongjun what he wanted to know. Caog, who learned of Ning Rongrong's identity, fell into a long silence, and there was indescribable fear. The little princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect, with 2 major titles behind her. No, if she stays here, what if she lets the people of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect? I heard that the other party's brother is not only the captain of the team, but also the young master of the Seven Treasures Sect. If you want to deal with him, you don't need to do it yourself. If you leak a little, countless people will come to trouble him. Teacher, we can't stay here. That woman. At this time, he didn't consider that not daring to cause trouble is the school motto of mediocrity. In a hurry, he didn't care about much, and hurriedly pulled Flanders. Explain clearly. Before Ma Hongjun was dying, he had asked several times when he was treating him. In the end, it was just some mistakes in words, and Flanders didn't think there was anything wrong. It's just a fight between children, it's over. But now, since he hasn't officially met the education committee yet, Flanders waved to Qin Ming. Xiao Ming, what kind of people are the young master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Sect and Ning Rongrong? Qin Ming was also surprised by what Ma Hongjun said. He had never expected such twists and turns. Reminiscence. I don't know much about Ning Rongrong. Ning Yuan, I have little contact with him except for daily training. However, most people have a good opinion of him. He is humble, generous, and gentle. He should not deliberately target Junior Hongjun. Flanders didn't think so. The more such people, the more likely they would kill people once they took action. What's more, it is a terrifying thing to make everyone around him praise him. Xiaogang, Xiaogang. Wait a minute. Flanders quickly finished his words after catching up with Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang paused and glanced at Ma Hongjun. He is really not good at doing things, but more at making things worse. It doesn't matter. As long as the children can win the second team's quota and bring glory to the Tiandu Empire, they have no room to do anything. This is the Tiandu Empire Royal Academy, not the inner hall of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Even the young master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect cannot ignore the existence of the royal family. The words were full of confidence and high spirits. Yu Xiaogang pointed out the world. What's more, this may be a good thing for the children. The strength of the state of mind is also extremely important. Xiaogang, you also came from that kind of place. Don't you know the style of the big sect? I'm afraid that it won't be a state of mind tempering but a death. Thinking of his previous experience with the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, Yu Xiaogang's face darkened. What Flanders said also made sense. If the other party really wanted to take action, the school committee would not offend the behemoth of the Seven Treasures glazed sect because of a few talented students. Although Xiao San's father is a titled Douluo, he may not be able to take care of all aspects. The mentality of the mistress. Since I received after touching the blue-silver grass of the three girls, although Tang San looked normal, Yu Xiaogang had cultivated him for more than 6 years, and they had been together day and night, so there might be some problems. Thanks to his daily comfort, no big problems had occurred. Leaving might be a good choice, but the conditions of Tiandu Royal Academy were so good, and he just left like that. After thinking it over again and again, he decided. Let's talk to the teaching committee first. They all spoke in a low voice, and Tang San didn't hear anything, but he vaguely felt that something was wrong. Dai Mubai and Oscar didn't pay any attention at all. Qin Ming led a group of people into the lobby, and the 3 teaching committees had been waiting for a long time. Hello, 3 seniors, we. After a simple self-introduction, Meng Shenji was very interested in Tang San, who was praised by Yu Xiaogang. Who is Tang San? Tang San walked out confidently, neither humble nor arrogant. The junior is Tang San. At first glance, his appearance was a bit ordinary and unremarkable. But this is nothing to a soul master. No matter how good-looking or ugly you are, strength is the most important. Even if you are a 3-inch tall man with pockmarks on your face and moles on your head, if you are a title, no, even if you are just a soul king, there will be people who will actively stick to you. But there should be no soul master who looks like this. The eyes are good, but I don't know how strong he is. Meng Shenji intends to test it and release the pressure of a soul Douluo. At the beginning, Tang San was at ease, and he easily reached level 30. After level 40, Tang San's face changed slightly. Finally, he stayed at around level 55. Meng Shenji was a little disappointed, but this can also be regarded as a little genius. The original Tang San not only completely integrated the soul bone here, but also connected the meridians. However, this time, he could only stand there and sweat. If he fought with a real soul king, it would not be like this, but this simple soul power pressure, said to be at the level of a soul king, but in fact it is not at all. Can the spiritual power of soul Douluo be compared with that of a soul king? Since you are here, please feel free to stay. Tiandu Academy has always been. After some polite words, the reaction of the 3 teaching committee members was not as happy as Yu Xiaogang imagined. But it is normal to think about it. There is a soul king in this Tiandu team. Compared with Shrek and his friends, they are really nothing. Although they have some age advantages, they may not be able to break through to Soul King at the same age. Xiao Wu. 203 Chapter 202 Asking for Trouble. 203. In short, the 2 sides chatted very harmoniously. The teaching committee members had already arranged the positions of Shrek and his party in their conversations, put down the teacups, and said that you can leave. 3 seniors, I have something else I want to ask you. Yu Xiaogang stood up and directly mentioned the grievances between his side and Ning Rongrong. Of course, the process was naturally blurred by the spring and autumn style. Excuse me, 3 seniors, this Ning Rongrong and the young master of Kai Bao. What kind of person is he? If he is really not suitable, we should run away as soon as possible. Zhao Wuji scratched his head, thinking that Yu Xiaogang's direct statement would embarrass others. It doesn't matter if he says it's good or bad. If it gets out, Kai Bao Liulai sect will definitely cause trouble. This is the master? You can rest assured about this matter. Yulin is not such a petty person. So far, he has never had a quarrel with any student in the academy. As for Ning Rongrong, it's just some quarrels, which should be nothing. You can rest assured. After the Shrek people left the hall, the 3 teaching committee members reacted differently. Jilin said unhappily. I don't think this Yu Xiaogang has any good intentions at all. Be patient. Bai Baisan comforted him and turned to look at Meng Shenji. Since Yu Xiaogang chose to bring it up here, maybe they have a big grudge with Ning Rongrong. Should we communicate with Ning Yulin? Meng Shenji replied with another question. How many people in this team do you think can be used by the Empire? The 2 were silent. The young master of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect and the jewel in the crown of the current master, the granddaughter of the titled Douluo and the only descendant of the bloodline, Juxin Haitang, Shimo and Shimo are also from the Soul Master clan. The identities of the remaining 3 girls are also very mysterious. If I guess correctly, they should be related to the Zhou family of the Xingluo Empire. The purpose of the academy is to cultivate talents for the empire. After speaking, Meng Shenji did not speak again. After walking out of the lobby, Bai Baishan and Zhilan looked at each other and decided not to interfere in this matter. Half a month after Shrek joined Tiandu Academy, Ning Yulan appeared after replenishing his soul ring. It didn't take much time. He collected information about soul beasts himself, and the other 4 people also helped to keep an eye on soul beasts when they hunted soul beasts. The target was accurate. Find the location and start to fight. He also shared the 9 treasures glazed pagoda, which had only 1 soul ring after being covered, with Zhou Suifeng. What was surprising was that in Zhou Suifeng's pagoda, the glazed moon soul flower that was sealed for the experiment of sealing martial souls was still there and was not covered. As for Ning Yulan's soul skills, the effect is almost the same as before, but the strength is greatly improved. The new 6th soul skill is quite interesting. The target selected by Ning Yulan is Baiao, is a rare soul beast with spiritual attributes as the main attribute. He wanted to use the 6th soul skill to improve his spiritual attributes. But there was an unexpected effect. Yin and Yang rotate. The energy generated by the 5 elements is transformed into Yin and Yang attributes. Through the ability of Yin and Yang balance, any energy, terrain, and even spirit in a chaotic state can be forcibly balanced. The addition of Yin attribute can enhance the mental power of teammates and increase the diversity of attacks. The addition of Yang attribute can improve the status of teammates in all directions. But this soul skill has a prerequisite for use. It must be used after the first 5 soul rings are fully deployed to achieve the state of 5 elements generating each other, or, in the state of the martial soul field, the 5-color divine light is condensed and the state of 5 elements fusion is achieved. If the 6th soul ring is used alone, it will have no effect except for speeding up Ning Yulan's own soul power mobilization. After the improvement of several high-year soul rings, his current level has also broken through level 80. But the other 4 are now almost level 90, and he is only level 88. The ability of the 8th soul ring is not strong, but not weak. Stimulate the resonance of all the elements around, expand the field covering the battlefield, all the elements in the field are constantly circulating and transforming, forming the 5 elements reincarnation. Each element has a specific role and effect. Ning Yulan can guide the elements to amplify teammates or directly suppress the enemy according to the needs of the battle. It feels like all the abilities except the 6th soul ring are compressed into this soul ring. It's just so. The day after Ning Yulan came back, Shrek and his party left Tiandu Royal Academy. Don't get me wrong, Ning Yulan didn't interfere at all. It was their own decision. Yu Xiaogang wanted to borrow the chicken to lay eggs, so that Tang San and others could shine in this Soul Master competition to vindicate themselves. But the candidates for this team, whether it is the first or second team, have been discussed before, and the 3 teaching committee members have given full authority to Ning Yulan. And the results of Ning Yulan's training also made them very satisfied. According to the rules left by Ning Yulan, if Shrek wants to get a place, it needs to challenge the official team members, whether it is the first or second team. Team 1, they couldn't beat the Soul King. Team 2, according to Yu Xiaogang's observation, they were only a few levels higher than Shrek and the others, so they could fight. So they chose to challenge Team 2. Individual battles were okay, with some winning and some losing. Tang San, Dai Mubai and Lan Yi won in the individual challenge. Team battles, they lost miserably. Ning Yulan's training was not as simple as letting them run. The connection of soul skills between each other, the cover of teammates, when to rush forward as MT, when to pay attention to retreat, etc. Ning Yulan even trained them in the multi-in-one fusion skills. Before Ning Yulan came back, they challenged Team 2 3 times in total, and lost all 3 battles when the 3 girls were slacking off. Except Dai Mubai, none of them had soul power higher than level 35. And the people in Team 2, under Ning Yulan's training, the lowest level was level 38. If the 3 girls were not serious, Tang San and the others could not beat them at all. The first time was a narrow defeat, but the second and third times were not as long as the first time. The opponent's attack and defense were seamlessly connected, and the fighter's capture was excellent. The Shrek 7 monsters were not in harmony with each other, and there were many flaws. Yu Xiaogang saw it and remembered it in his heart, and silently made a plan. Xiaogang! Flanders couldn't help but shout. He wanted to leave directly after failing the first challenge, but Yu Xiaogang insisted on staying. What about now? Looking at this situation, unless they have a serious illness or die suddenly and can't play, the Shrek children will not be qualified for the competition for the time being. If they continue to stay here, they can only wait for the next Soul Master competition. The latter is the best choice. By then, everyone will be more mature in terms of physical development and martial spirit, and their strength will definitely be a world apart from now. But Yu Xiaogang can't wait. He has wasted 20 years and finally met a Tang San. He wants to spit out the breath in his heart and let those who once looked down on him take a good look. Although his martial spirit cultivation is not as good as Yu Xiaogang's, he was able to train such an outstanding disciple. This competition must be participated in, even if he is eliminated in the middle, it doesn't matter, Tang San must show up and show his achievements. But if he doesn't stay here? Where can he go? Bibi Dong. 204 Chapter 203 Let's go. 204. Borrowing the quota of the academy to compete, after graduation, the students can stay or leave at will, and the academy cannot interfere. This condition is nothing. But most academies will not agree. They have trained their own selected contestants for a long time. How could they give the quota to the suddenly appearing, unknown Shrek? Only the 2 royal academies are special. Each of them has 2 quotas for the competition, one of which is a recommendation quota. He sighed. Let me think about it. Waving his hand and walking away, Yu Xiaogang didn't say anything. After driving away Flanders, he returned to the courtyard assigned to him and sat by the window to ponder alone. Perhaps there was still a way to let the children overcome the level difference and defeat the opponent directly. Unfortunately, his mind was a mess and he couldn't make a clear clue. At the same time, Tang San, who lost all 3 games, was also a little angry. He stared at the 3 women walking away with a gloomy face. Lanny, if she could attract the firepower of 1 or 2 people on the other side, with the endurance of Lan Shan's treatment, Lan Yi assisted him in controlling, Dai Mubai attacked, Ma Hongjun harassed in the air, it was not that there was no fight. But after 3 games, every time the game started, Lan Yi was focused and sent out of the competition venue at the first time. This seems normal. As people from Tiandu Royal Academy, Team 2 must have obtained a lot of information from Team 1. Tianji's horse racing, it is better to break 1 finger than to hurt 10 fingers, Tang San naturally understands it, this seems reasonable, but inexplicably feels that many places are not right. But think about it carefully, it seems nothing. Everyone is a classmate who came from Shrek together. Even if there is something hidden, what is Shrek plotting? The next day, Yu Xiaogang got up early. After a night of thinking, he figured out some things. It would be more beneficial to continue staying in Tiandu Royal Academy. Even if this attack really cannot participate in the competition, it is not impossible to participate in the next session. 5 years are enough for him to train a championship team. Compared to the elimination of this session, the champion is obviously more famous. Wash. He was going to have breakfast. He was going to watch the training of the 2 teams and maybe find some ways to improve the children's strength. Xiaogang, Xiaogang! Why are you yelling so loudly so early in the morning? Looking at Flanders who had come in, Yu Xiaogang was a little surprised. Where had he been so tired? Flanders looked mysterious and took Yu Xiaogang, who was about to go out, to sit down again. He took out the notice in his arms. Look, what is this? It was the recruitment notice of the Blue Tyrant High-Level Soul Master Academy. He said proudly. Yesterday, Lao Zhao and I went to the city to drink. When we saw this thing, we went to learn about it. This Blue Tyrant Academy is really unique. It refuses noble students and specializes in recruiting civilian Soul Masters. I heard that it has 2 good records in the Soul Master competition. I went to try it. Guess what? After thinking about it, he secretly went to find Lu Erlong in advance. 20 years have passed, and Erlong Mei's hair has not changed, still as hot and scorching as ever. Shaking her head, she pretended to wait for Yu Xiaogang's answer. Looking down at the notice in front of her, Yu Xiaogang frowned slightly, then looked up and said. What was the result? The Dean of Blue Tyrant Academy agreed to my conditions and let the children compete with Blue Tyrant Academy's quota, but the condition is. He made up a lot of nonsense, which sounded harsh but not impossible. Anyway, as long as Yu Xiaogang went there and met Lu Erlong, no matter what the conditions were, it would not be a problem. With a surge of emotions, he did not consider the possibility that Flanders lied to him, and made a prompt decision. Instead of wasting 5 years in this Royal Academy, it is better to go to this Blue Tyrant Academy. The premise is everything you said is true. It should be true. I think the Dean of Blue Tyrant Academy is very friendly, and he doesn't seem like the kind who would deliberately torment people. This matter concerns the future of the children. It is necessary to let them say their opinions. The two went to find Tang San and his group. Ma Hongjun is easy to find. He practices, sleeps in his room, and basks in the sun in the yard. He is there at these 3 points. He was found not far away. Dai Mubai was surrounded by a group of girls. Tang San was in the woods, and Oscar was in the cafeteria. The 3 girls were in the library. Everyone gathered, and Flanders told the story again. Yu Xiaogang added the last sentence. Whether to leave or stay, you can also tell me your thoughts. I think that except for a limited number of people in this academy, all of them are good for nothings. There is no point in staying here. Dai Mubai was the first to express his opinion. Tang San looked at Flanders and asked Yu Xiaogang. What is the teacher's advice? My advice is that it is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Of course, this is just a suggestion. I agree with what the teacher said. The head of a chicken and the tail of a phoenix are useless. Everyone, I agree with the teacher's idea, and you. Ma Hongjun wanted to leave from the beginning. The 3 girls rarely spoke. If they didn't express their opinions on this matter, it would be too deliberate. Whether it's Tiandu Academy or other academies, it doesn't matter to us. As long as we can participate in the competition, it's fine. Hearing this, Tang San relaxed his doubts a little. So obsessed with the competition, the previous battle with the second team should not be fake. Oscar hesitated. Dean, Master, we are leaving like this, and Senior Qin Ming people finally helped you find such a good opportunity, and just patted their butts and left. If it gets out, how can others survive in this academy? Flanders' face stagnated and sighed. I will explain this matter to the 3 education committee members, and Qin Ming will never be involved. He only thought about reuniting Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaogang, and ignored Qin Ming's existence. That's also a good kid, and it would be a pity if he was implicated. Let's go together. Yu Xiaogang also spoke up. Although he had never taught Qin Ming, he had a good impression of him. So, Qin Ming also left. Qin Ming, why is it so? We are leaving for these little guys. You are doing well here, why are you leaving with us? The dean misunderstood. Qin Ming explained, to be honest with the teachers, I am actually useless here. I can't help with the training of the first or second team. The other students have already had their own coaches. It just so happens that you are leaving, so I will go with you. Alas, you kid, you really are. The people of Shrek really have bad intentions, just leave, and take Qin Ming with you. Bai Beishan was a little angry. These Shrek people were simply ungrateful. Meng Shenji didn't care. Everyone has their own ambitions and can stay or leave at will. We don't need to force anything. Let them go. The Shrek people left. Compared with the past, this time they left very peacefully without any conflict, at least on the surface. Under Flanders' design, Lu Erlong finally met Yu Xiaogang. Xiaogang, you are finally back. Erlong. How could Yu Xiaogang not understand this and turned around to escape? Unfortunately, he only had the 29th level of soul power and could not break free from Flanders' obstruction. He was caught by Lu Erlong and hugged tightly. Pushing his glasses, Flanders smiled like an ant, but looking at the plump Lu Erlong, only he knew how much bitterness he felt in his heart. Let's go, there's nothing to see. Disperse the others. Xiao Wu. A Yin. 205 Chapter 204 Getting Ready. 205. Day after day. Year after year. There is no year. The flow of people in Tiandu City is getting bigger and bigger, full of civilians and soul masters, all of whom come to watch the preliminaries of the upcoming Soul Master competition. Xue Luoquan was assigned the responsibility of managing public security during the Soul Master competition, and he was a little excited. This means that the old guy finally began to pay attention to him. Your Highness, think about it, if there is any problem during this period. I'm afraid you will have no chance of becoming the crown prince. Zhao Gao is still stirring up trouble. A basin of cold water poured over his head, Xue Luoquan felt cold all over, gnashing his teeth. During the Soul Master competition, the city was full of good and bad people. It was okay to take advantage of the situation to steal, but I was afraid that there would be murders of participants in the preliminaries. Old thing, you want to harm me. If the problem is too big, in order to calm the anger of many Soul Master colleges, there must be a person in charge who needs to take responsibility. A person next to him exchanged glances with Zhao Gao. Your Highness, I have a humble opinion. You can take the initiative to find a helper, Prince Swexing, or the Platinum Bishop Saras of the Spirit Hall. Xue Luoquan's eyes flickered. Xingluo Empire. Weiss, according to the report from the spies on the Tiandu side, Tiandu College is suspected to have a Soul Master of the Nether Spirit Cat. Your son understands. There are still a few days before the opening ceremony of the preliminaries, but the merchants in Tiandu City are already busy. But they are also happy to do so. There are more people and more money to be made. Most of the Soul Masters do not bargain. Some houses have also been rented out. Behind the city gate, colorful people slowly approached the city gate from far away. After many twists and turns, it is finally now. It is time for us to officially go on stage. Tianrui, wearing the uniform of Blazing Academy, looked up at the three big characters of Tiandu City, with a look of emotion. What are you looking at? The masked Lanling King, no, Feng Xiaotian, stood beside and looked up along Tianrui's line of sight, but found nothing. On the way to Tiandu City, Tianrui calculated the itinerary and met up with the people from Tianshui, and the two sides set out together. Feng Xiaotian also appeared at the meeting point as if he smelled something. The three families came together. I didn't see anything. Feng Xiaotian is a good friend. He is lucky. He is a real genius with full soul power. His personality is not bad, if he is not so flattering. Why, were you chased away by Huo Wu again? This sentence silenced Feng Xiaotian. Although he could not see his expression clearly because of his mask, he was probably not very happy. It happens all the time. It was not the first time. He was not worried at all. He would go again in 2 hours. Glancing at him, Tianrui said nothing. He did not intend to give any advice on Feng Xiaoshan's pursuit of Huo Wu. His relationship with Feng Xiaotian was not that good yet. Enter the city and disperse. Each academy has its own base in Tiandu City. After Tianrui confirmed the location of Shuo Academy, he caught up with Shui Binger and confirmed the location of Tianshui Villa. Then, he went to meet up with others. In Kaibao Tower, Tianrui, Zhou Suifeng, Ning Yulan and Tang Yin gathered in the real world. You go up to perform, I will skip it. Zhou Suifeng propped himself on the table, casually picking up a piece of fruit, bored. He was too lazy to perform at the Soul Master competition, and 4 people were enough to become famous. Fame in the Soul Master competition, and then go to the Sea God Island to use the God-given Soul Ring to replenish the 9th Soul Ring. Shrek, Tang San, are there any changes? Tianrui looked at Zhou Suifeng. Everything is normal. Lan Ba changed his name to Shrek, and 4 substitutes joined the team. The only problem was Tang San, who did not recognize the slave clan and did not sell hidden weapons. He did not go to the auction house. The Catwoman was still bought back by Ning Fengzi. Hao Shenzong borrowed the name of Zixing Academy and sent 3 people. Including me. Tang Yin gave the result of his busy work for a while. Facing Hao Shenzong, Zixing Academy did not dare to neglect it at all, especially after hearing that Hao Shenzong only sent 3 people instead of occupying all the places. They were even more overjoyed. This time the competition is stable, conservatively estimated the plan is also to qualify in the preliminaries. If they win the championship, the Dean of Purple Star Academy dare not imagine what the scene will be if the title of champion falls on their own academy. Although in the eyes of discerning people, it is all the credit of the Haoshan sect, but that is a minority after all. Most people only know that the champion of this session is Purple Star Academy. Tang Yin shook his head and deleted the face of the Dean of Purple Star who was smiling like an old chrysanthemum from his mind. Ning Yulan has nothing to say. He will not appear in the preliminaries. 1 team is sent in. Tianrui also looks lazy. The preliminaries are not a problem for them. However, he also has an idea. As for Shrek, it all depends on them. If they can still qualify, they are capable. Shrek at this time. Dai Mu Bai, level 41, 2 yellow and 2 purple. Oscar, level 34, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Tang San, level 35, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Ma Heng-jun, level 33, 2 yellow and 1 purple. After he stopped going to the brothel, his martial spirit strength decreased, and his training speed became faster. Lan Yi, Lan Yi and Lan Shan, all 3 mimics, showed level 36. The spirit ring ratio was naturally the same. 4 substitutes, Jingling and Huang Yuan, level 35, Tai Long, level 37, and Zhang Zhu, level 35. In terms of level alone, Shrek and his team are definitely at the bottom among all the contestants. But Yu Xiaogang has great confidence in them. Although it is unlikely to compete for the championship, they can definitely win the preliminaries with the results of such a long training period. Unfortunately, Qin Ming didn't know how Ning Yulan trained the 2 teams, otherwise, if he learned from them, he might be able to improve the strength of the team. He suspected that Qin Ming knew it, but was unwilling to say it, but there was no evidence. Flanders asked him about it, but there was no useful information. Xiao San, the opening ceremony will be here soon. Don't feel any pressure on the field. Just do your best. Seeing Tang San finished his training, Yu Xiaogang approached and patted him on the shoulder. Teacher, don't worry. I will do my best. Teacher has high hopes for me. I must not let him down. Tang San secretly made up his mind that if he was not an opponent just by his martial spirit strength, he might need to bang bang bang. Fireworks burst, and countless people crowded into the Tianda Great Fighting Spirit Field, which was transformed into a preliminaries venue. It was just the opening ceremony, but many people were still shouting passionately, shouting the names of the colleges they had already chosen. The Fighting Spirit Field cooperated with the royal family, and countless odds had already been opened outside the field. How could they miss such a good time to make money? The college teams were fighting as usual, and the high-spirited young boys and girls were also driven by the cheering atmosphere, and their hearts were surging. Zhou Suifeng sat in the special viewing seat and roughly counted, there were more than 50 teams. There are so many high-level Soul Master Academies in the Tiandu Empire. 206 Chapter 205 Chaotic Battle. 206. Think about it, if the Tiandu Empire doesn't even have this many Soul Master Academies, it doesn't need to be called an empire. Zhu Zuyun sat on his left, and the 2 of them behaved well. Zhou Suifeng didn't like the excitement of being in public like in a movie theater, thinking that others didn't know. On the right were Zhu Zuqing and Zhu Zuyu. Ning Yulan and Duguyan were also there. This special viewing seat was still due to Ning Yulan's dual identity as the young master of Kai Bao and the captain of the Tiandu team. Why do you always look at him? Duguyan secretly looked at Zhou Suifeng, which made Ning Yulan very curious, and asked directly. Who is the real boss among the 3 sisters? It turned out that she was curious about this matter. Ning Yulan replied in a low voice. Duguyan widened her eyes after learning the answer. There is such a thing? Wait a minute, you are not the same, are you? It is said that birds of a feather flock together. Good friends and good brothers should have the same preferences in some places. I see that you seem to care about Lingling very much, right? What are you thinking about? You have random thoughts every day. We will hold the wedding after the Soul Master competition is over. It is not that there is no idea. Compared with Duguyan, Ye Lingling is not bad looking, with a good figure and a different temperament. But if you want to take her into your room, you have to spend some effort if you don't want to force her, which is a waste of time for Ning Yulan. Besides, there is no profit in Ye Lingling. After the long speeches of Ning Fengzi and Sarasan Shuiyat, the opening ceremony ended. Then there was a competition. The first game was between Kanghui College and Zixing College, the college that Tang Yin borrowed the name of. The other 2 Clear Sky Hammers he selected for the competition were level 43 and level 42, both of which were close to the age limit. At first, it was decided to select a team composed entirely of Clear Sky Hammers to show the comeback of the Clear Sky sect. But during the selection process, Tang Yin found that the effects of everyone's soul skills were similar. If the team was composed entirely of Clear Sky Hammers, it would be a hindrance in an occasion like the ring. He simply selected only a few representative figures. What's more, with him around, who could better represent the efforts of the Clear Sky sect? There were actually 2 Clear Sky sect disciples in the audience, who were substitutes. As you can imagine, this battle was very short. Tang Yin did not make a move. With the help of the Purple Star Academy, the 2 easily defeated the people from the Kanghui Academy. However, this was obviously not enough to prove the efforts of the Clear Sky sect. Only some old people remembered the name of the Clear Sky sect. The young people, some of them even didn't know the name of the Clear Sky Hammer Spirit. After all, the Clear Sky sect retreated to the Tiandu Empire and closed the mountain for nearly a decade. The second game was indescribable, an exhibition match. The third game was an old rival, Shrek vs Tiandu Team 2. A new substitute was added to the game, and Douluo I got the fourth spirit ring, which caused some trouble for Team 2, but the result did not change. Team 2 still won. Others had no changes in spirit skills except for the improvement of spirit power level. But someone noticed Tang San's existence. Tang Yuehua and the Third Elder. In addition to young people proving fresh blood, the Clear Sky sect also needs some old guys to stand up. Among the elders, the Third Elder is a relatively smooth one. Originally, it was decided to be Tang Xiao, but considering his relationship with Tang Hao, if Tang Hao thought that the Clear Sky sect's comeback was to support him, he would toss out some new moths, which would be difficult to solve at that time. Tang Yun had mentioned Tang San's name at the sect meeting before. Although Tang Yuehua had not attended the meeting, Tang Xiao still told her that Tang Hao had a son named Tang San, with a blue-silver grass spirit. At this moment, the two were sitting in the spectator's seat. Third Elder, could he be Brother Hao's child, Tang San? Tang Yuehua was a little excited. At this age, with a blue-silver grass spirit, if I'm not mistaken, it should be him. As he said that, the Third Elder glanced at Tang Yuehua. Even if it's him, Yuehua, what do you want to do? Yes, even if it's really Tang San, what can she do? The excitement slowly subsided. She couldn't even appear in front of Tang San now, so as not to attract the attention of the Spirit Hall. Let the Spirit Hall discover Tang San's existence, and then catch him to threaten Tang Hao. The first day of the preliminaries ended just like this. The audience dispersed with a sense of satisfaction, and each had a heated discussion. The atmosphere in Shrek was somewhat depressed. After all, they were defeated in the first match, which was a serious blow to their morale. They had rehearsed in advance and prepared corresponding tactics for the situation of Tiandu Team 2. But Shrek has tactics, and Team 2 can also adapt to the situation. What's more, Tang San and others had lost to Team 2 3 times before. Team 2 has experience. Why, you are no good after only losing one match. You still dare to call yourself the Shrek 7 Devils? Monster among monsters. Yu Xiaogang appeared at the right time with a cold attitude. Their slogan for the competition was, Monster among monsters, monsters that don't follow the ordinary path. They didn't have the confidence to shout anything now, champions without opponents. In this case, I suggest you just give up all the next games, anyway, you can't stand up. Flanders, let's go to the organizing committee of the competition and tell them that Shrek Academy gives up. Young people can't stand stimulation the most, except for some young and mature perverts. Tang San got up first. Teacher, we are not discouraged, we are just reflecting on the problems in the battle. Yes, Master, you are wrong. How can we be defeated because of a mere defeat? Oscar did not play, but listening to Yu Xiaogang's words, he always felt something was wrong. Lan Yi and the other two did not play either. The four substitutes, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun, played. Ma Hongjun has the lowest soul power level, but he can establish air superiority, which is a good choice for consuming and restraining opponents. Although his flames do not have as strong adhesion as before, the new soul ring after breaking through level 30 has strengthened his flames, which is a small improvement. Under the repeated encouragement of Yu Xiaogang and Tang San, everyone rekindled their fighting spirit, regrouped, and It seemed that there was no opponent in front of them. Okay, you continue to train, I will study and see if there is any plan to improve strength. Nodding with satisfaction, Yu Xiaogang walked away with his hands behind his back, and Lu Erlong followed closely. Flanders tried not to look at this scene, turned his back to the two of them, and continued to cheer for Tang San and the others. Come on, little monsters. When you win, I'll give each of you a big prize. Come on. He. After that, he walked in another direction. All the teachers left, and Tang San took over Yu Xiaogang's stick. We can't put all our hopes on the teachers. Let's discuss whether there are other ways to increase our chances of winning. Everyone, please feel free to speak your mind. 207 Chapter 206 The competition is in full swing. 207. One night passed quickly. The second day. The hot atmosphere was much higher than the first day. Yesterday's opening ceremony was just a small appetizer, and today was the real battle. The audience was particularly enthusiastic. They spent money to come in and place bets. Watching the young boys and girls dancing on the field, they had the illusion that they were the bosses and the sole masters on the stage were workers. The strange sense of pleasure made people extremely addicted. The real battle began, and the gap between the old and new academies gradually emerged. Most of the winners were the former, and there were winners among the latter, but they were still a minority. However, this was only the first round, and it was still a long way to go before the final result. Shrek's luck improved, and he encountered a second-rate academy. With the protagonist's halo that had not completely disappeared, he fought back and won the game in one go. The first defeat was swept away, and the spirits were high. Yu Xiaogong's Pua words yesterday were still ringing in my ears. Except for Tang San, everyone felt that their blood was normal, and the master was worthy of being a master. The Four Elements Academy, a veteran strong team, all won very smoothly. Many people bet on them, but only won a little. The person who opened the market also knew the strength of the Four Elements Academy, so naturally they would not open too high odds. Sister, brother-in-law didn't come to see your game, it couldn't be. The Tian Shui team, the winning position. Shui Yuer looked up and scanned the surroundings, but didn't find Tian Rui's figure, and winked at Shui Binger. Oh, Yuer, what are you talking about? Everyone knows that Tian Rui from Blazing Academy likes our captain very much. He will be very nervous if he doesn't see him for 3 days at most or 1 day at least. He didn't come to see the game, so he must have been delayed by something, right, Captain? Others teased Shui Binger, and Shui Binger was helpless. That's enough. I know where he is, no need for you to remind him. She speculated that Tian Rui should be at the Thunder Academy. The fact was just as she thought, Tian Rui was at the Thunder Academy, watching the performance of Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianxin. It was no different from what she remembered. What? Want to start with them? Ning Yulin came in, Tian Rui didn't say anything, and after watching the Thunder Academy win and leave, he also walked out of the audience. Ning Yulin shrugged, thinking about the feasibility of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect annexing the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex after Tian Rui took action. He joined the people of Shuo and walked out of the fighting arena. Outside the door, he saw the figures of Tian Shui and others, took a few quick steps, and met Shui Binger. Why are you here? You should have a good rest after the fight. The opponent is not strong, we didn't consume much. Shui Binger shook her head gently after tugging the hair by her ears. The reason why she was here was of course to wait for Tian Rui deliberately. She knew that Tian Rui should not be in a good mood watching the Thunder Academy game. The two walked away talking to themselves, leaving only the two teams staring at each other. I say, Yu Huowu said strangely, after the game, instead of going back to recuperate and study the next opponent, you are waiting here to bask in the sun. Aren't you too idle? Shui Wu said helplessly. We also want to go back directly, but it's useless for just a few of us to go back. Shui Binger is not only the captain, but also the tactical core of the Tian Shui team. Tisk. Huowu was shocked. Sister Huowu? You haven't. A voice came from behind. Huowu's face was pale, and she hurriedly grabbed Huo Wushuan. Let's go, time waits for no one, let's go back and review today's tactics. The two walked on the noisy and crowded streets. Tian Rui patted Shui Binger's hand. Don't worry, I'm not the kind of impatient little punk who can only rush around. Just 2 little dragons, don't make me angry. After the preliminaries, I'll go with you to pay tribute to your uncle and aunt. Okay. From the end of the game until dusk, when the lights came on. Without any clear goal, the two of them just took a simple walk. Tian Rui felt unprecedented peace in his heart. Being able to walk on the road with his beloved without any purpose was something he had dreamed of in his previous life. It's a pity that he could only imagine it in his dreams in his previous life. He was busy all day for 3 meals and 2 nights. Who can accompany you to walk on the road for no reason? While walking, he suddenly raised his hand to grab behind his head and caught half a walnut kernel. Looking back, Tang Yin's twisted expression of envy and jealousy was staring at this side viciously. Thinking for a moment, he gently lifted Shui Binger. Let me introduce you to a new friend. New friend? Nodding, he led the person to the restaurant next door. Going upstairs, on the terrace, he sat down opposite Tang Yin. Tian Rui introduced him. This is Tang Yin, from the Haoshan sect. Our relationship just treat us as half-brothers. Shui Binger. Hello. Waving his hand, Tang Yin called the waiter and signaled Shui Binger to order whatever she wanted, since there was a big dog to take care of the bill. Tianrui raised his eyebrows. Is this also the property of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect? Here? No, no, no. The whole street is full of it. They knew that the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect was rich enough to rival a country, but in fact, the four of them had no clear idea of how much money they had. Maybe Ning Yulin himself didn't know how much wealth his family had. Shui Bing'er was also a little shocked, and didn't know how the guy next to her became a close friend with the dignified Seven Treasures young sect master. Tianrui ordered some things Shui Bing'er liked and asked casually. What are you doing here? Glancing at him, Tang Yin's voice was sinister. What am I doing here? You guys, you have beautiful girls in your arms, but I can only watch a few people swinging sledgehammers. Can't I just go out and relax? Shui Bing'er's eyes flickered. You guys? Who told you to have your eyes on the top of your head? You don't like any ordinary girls. Before the ordered items were served, Tianrui picked up the orange on the table. A tiny flash of lightning flashed, and the orange peel and white silk fell off automatically and naturally into Shui Bing'er's mouth. Shui Bing'er also habitually opened her lips slightly, waiting for the orange juice to explode in her mouth, and then she realized that there was a friend she met for the first time opposite her. Her face was a little unnatural, and she pretended to be calm. Pick up the juice. Tang Yin ignored this sentence. By the way, you've had that thing for such a long time, and there's no movement. Tianrui asked again, asking about the Shura sword. Speaking of business, Tang Yin became serious. Don't worry now, you can open it at any time anyway. Just wrap it with the Killing God domain and you can open it directly. But the reward is still too low, let's wait and see. The previous levels have all been completed by Tang Chen. As long as the conditions of the last level are completed, you can immediately inherit the Shura God position. Directly inheriting the God position looks good, but the reward is too pitiful. Tang Yin still wants to use the God test to increase the age of another wave of soul rings. Although he doesn't know what the rules of the God rings after becoming a God are, the basic principle should be correct. The higher the age of the soul ring before becoming a God, the stronger the energy, and the easier it should be to transform the God ring. 208 Chapter 207, in full swing. 208. After getting the Shura sword, Tang Yin would take it out and mutter a few words from time to time. He didn't know if the guy above heard it or not, but there was no movement. Fearing that the sword would take over, he hadn't used the Killing God domain since he said goodbye to Tang Chen. Don't talk about me. Tang Yin looked at Shui Bing'er and asked, Miss Shui Bing'er, could it be that you already have the ultimate ice attribute? Originally, Shui Bing'er seemed to be 43 or 42nd level during the competition, but now it feels like she has just broken through level 40. Tang Yin was a little surprised. Excuse me. Shui Bing'er nodded and smiled gracefully. In fact, she didn't know the so-called ultimate attribute very well, but after taking the super invincible shining version of Xian Shui pill, her essence and marrow were cleansed, her meridians were opened up, and her martial soul aptitude was improved a little. After breaking through level 30, the speed of cultivation was strangely slow, which made her a little anxious. Tianrui found out and explained it to her. That was the first time she heard about the ultimate attribute. In this era, some large families and sects with a long history may have explanations and records of the ultimate attributes, which ordinary soul masters don't know at all. Until the Shrek era 10,000 years later, the power of the ultimate was not known to everyone. For soul masters with ultimate attributes, the cultivation speed will drop significantly from level 30 to level 70. Soul masters instinctively, in order to better exert the power of the ultimate attribute and to bear the ultimate cost, will involuntarily repeatedly condense soul power and improve the quality of soul power. Although their level cultivation is slow, compared with soul masters of the same level, their strength is stronger, their soul power is purer, and they have more resilience. After having the 7th soul ring and the martial soul true body, the benefits of these high-quality soul powers will appear, and the level will be quickly improved. She transformed into the ultimate ice attribute, and was able to break through level 40 before the competition, thanks to the pure life energy of the gold of life. Otherwise, she might still be hovering at level 34 or 35. After the Soul Master competition is over, before going to the Sea God Island, Tianrui plans to explore the depths of the frozen forest again to see if he can find the 10,000 years ice marrow. Find Ning Yulin together, with that guy's current martial soul ability, he should be very good at sensing natural treasures. The only problem is that he might run into the Ice Emperor. The Snow Emperor is not necessarily, she might be looking for a place to survive the next heavenly tribulation. Or, she has already transformed into an egg. The rules and restrictions of this universe are really strict enough. The pure ice and snow elves born from the energy of heaven and earth are also judged as soul beasts. Shouldn't they be independent? Or, is there something fishy? Ultimate attribute, extreme posture. The future is smooth. Tang Yin sighed. Smiling without saying anything, Shui Bing'er felt that Tang Yin was weird and didn't know how to talk to him. The food they ordered was delivered, and after the meal, both parties said goodbye. After sending Shui Bing'er back to Tian Shui Villa, Tian Rui returned to Shuo's territory. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Lanling Wang, no, the white-haired Feng Xiaotian in a black and green uniform. It's already this time, and we should all go to bed soon, but this guy hasn't left yet? I say, Feng Xiaotian, what time is it? Do you think the championship is already in your pocket at the Kamikaze Academy, so there is no need for daily training? Seeing Tian Rui coming back, Hua Washuan breathed a sigh of relief. Feng Xiaotian is really a difficult guy, and his strength is just a little stronger than his. He can't be driven away. It won't be a short time to tell the winner. It's good that Tian Rui is here, and he can suppress Feng Xiaotian with one hand. Brother Tian, you are joking. Of course there is training. I am not worried that Sister Hua Wu may be under pressure, so I came to see if there is anything I can do to help. I see. Since Brother Feng is so generous, we should be polite. Tian Rui laughed and used his soul power to spread the sound to the backyard. Hua Wu, come out. Hua Wu, who had been planning to sleep, had to put on her clothes again and return to the front yard in anger. Tian Rui patted Feng Xiaoshan's shoulder and sealed his soul power. Feng Xiaoshan's face froze and his mood changed drastically. He can actually seal my soul power? Doesn't it mean that the soul power level difference between me and him is more than 30 levels? Is this possible? Brother Feng came all the way here to help you relieve the pressure of the competition. We can't refuse his kindness. Treat him well and make sure that Brother Feng feels at home and goes back satisfied. Hua Wu understood, just because Feng Xiaotian had been tossing around so hard Hua Lian couldn't do his daily training properly, and he was very angry. Then, treat him well. With his soul power sealed, Feng Xiaotian only had some punches and kicks, but they were far from enough to deal with Hua Wu. It was inhumane. After venting, Hua Wu felt refreshed, took a bath, and fell asleep beautifully. Tian Rui carried the unconscious Feng Xiaotian back to the kamikaze team. On the way, he was treated a little. The first soul ring of the golden feathered red phoenix, the sacred fire, can change the characteristics of the flame and release healing light, so some flesh wounds are no problem at all. It's important to know yourself, Feng Xiaotian, you despise yourself so much, you don't even consider yourself a human being, and you still want Hua Wu to look up to you? You can't do this even if you dream. That's all I have to say. I hope you will think about it carefully. Also, during the competition, if you dare to disrupt our Shuo's daily training again, I will make your Kamikaze Academy completely stop in the preliminaries. Without knocking on the door, he threw the person directly from the door into the yard. Feng Xiaotian landed, and the soul seal was unlocked at the same time. He did not alarm anyone and returned to his room in silence. The competition was in full swing. All the 4 element academies were fighting and singing, but in the eyes of the audience, they were not as attractive as the Purple Star Academy. The dark horse that broke out of the upset was always in the limelight. Yu Xiaogang finally noticed that there were people from the Haoshan sect in this competition. He wanted to let Tang San contact these people, but considering Tang Hao's thoughts, he gave up the idea. However, he couldn't resist Tang San's own thoughts. The competition was so noisy, and Tang San was not blind. He would not fail to see the similarity between his other martial soul and these people. Teacher, who are they? Why is my other martial soul so similar to theirs? He was eager to know the news about his father. Xiao Saner, if I'm not mistaken, they should be from the Haoshan sect. The Haoshan sect was known as the world's #1 sect before you were born. Your other martial soul is the representative martial soul of the Haoshan sect, and is named the Haoshan Hammer, the world's #1 weapon martial soul. It's just. Yu Xiaogang briefly described the information he knew, understood, and speculated, and comforted him. Your father has not taken the initiative to express his position. I advise you not to contact them first. After all, we don't know what the current attitude of the Haoshan sect towards your father is. Xiao Wu. Tang Wu Tong. 209 Chapter 208 in progress. 209. Tang San, who learned part of the truth, also speculated. He returned to his room in a daze and was not in the mood to continue training. In a trance, he overlapped the current Tang Hao with his past life as an outer sect disciple. They were all for the contribution to the sect, but by mistake, they caused the sect to suffer. The difference is that in his previous life, he only broke the sect's rules, but now Tang Hao seems to have caused the sect to suffer great losses. Father, where are you? 2 days later. After the game, Zixing Academy returned to his accommodation, and someone came to greet him. Master, there is a letter. Tang Yin raised his eyebrows, raised his hand to take it, and read 10 lines at a glance. Haha, interesting, Tang San actually took the initiative to come to the door. The content of the letter is not important, just asking someone to go out for a meeting, vague, and make his identity mysterious. You rest first, I'll go out for a while. By the way, pay attention to your diet these days to see if there is any poison. If Tang San wants to get news about Tang Hao, he may use some means, and poisoning is obviously the easiest way. After a short rest, Tang Yin appeared at the agreed place at the agreed time. But Tang San never showed up. However, Tang Yin could sense his location and he was observing secretly. This man's momentum is as steady as a mountain, which makes me feel a little trembling. I'm afraid that the ability he showed on the field is not his true strength. Teacher is right, maybe I shouldn't take the initiative to contact them. Tang San was in a heavy mood. People in a weak position don't have to think about getting any useful information. After hesitating again and again, he gave up the meeting and left directly. Tisk, you are quite cautious. Tang Yin spat, looking unhappy. He wanted to see if Tang San would react like the original if he knew the whole story. First, I will atone for my father. Second, my father is innocent. Third, it's all your fault. Tang San is so cautious now, which is a bit surprising. If you don't want to come out, don't come out. Let's see how long you can endure. After a drink, enjoying the leisure time, pay the bill and leave. The game continues day by day. In the early stage, Shrek emerged as a dark horse, only 1 or 2 points weaker than the Purple Star Academy represented by the Haoshan sect. But as the number of games increased, their pressure became greater and greater. After elimination, the remaining teams all had considerable strength, but some were strong and some were weak. Shrek was only in the middle of the pack. In the most dangerous game, Tang San relied on Ghost Shadow and Mysterious Jade Hand to resist the opponent's strong attacking Spirit Master and won the victory with difficulty. Yu Xiaogang had no choice but to let 1 or 2 of the 3 women play, which almost stopped the decline. At the same time, it also brought another wave of popularity to Shrek. Flanders finally came up with the idea of advertising. In just a few days, he took over Lan Ba. Oh no, Shrek Academy's operating funds for several years. The uniforms worn by everyone have different advertisements every day. On this day, they met Kanghui Academy. Although there was no Xinian, Kanghui's people still used the multi-in-one fusion skill that inspired Yu Xiaogang, the 7 Azura illusion. Tang San was directly trapped. The pressure of this short game, the lack of hidden weapon materials, the news of Haoshan sect, the whereabouts of his father, etc., without using the purple extreme demon eyes that had never been seen before, could not break through the mental suppression imposed by the 7 opponents. There was no grudge. This time Kanghui's people just wanted to win the game and save soul power to deal with the subsequent battles. There was no deliberate torture. But this move practiced under the guidance of Xinian, the hypnotic content itself formed was a variety of cruel and terrifying environments, intended to break through the target's mental defense line, make itself collapse, and win without fighting. The refracted glass-colored light, in the colorful mist, suddenly shot out several blue-silver grass. The 7 Kanghui people were tied up tightly and fell to the ground to become a caterpillar cricket pupa. The blue-silver grass quickly devoured their soul power, and the 7 Shura's illusion collapsed without attack. Shrek won a great victory. Tang San came back to his senses, completely unaware of what had happened. Seeing the figures of the 7 opponents, he glanced at Lan Yi's back and buttocks with a slightly gloomy look. In the illusion, he returned to the Tang sect, but he was not the outer sect genius who successfully stole the secret book and researched the lost hidden weapon. Instead, he leaked a flaw in his first action and was directly caught by the elders. He suffered many tortures and even became a poisoner who specialized in drug testing. Since it can be solved so easily, why not take action earlier? No, what am I thinking? I am trapped, so they are naturally. Are they really trapped like me? This scene is about Lan Yi and Lan Shan. Lan Yi and Dai Mubai have a conflict of position. Yu Xiaogang did not let her appear based on some inexplicable mood. Observing the status of the two carefully, Tang San frowned tightly. Lan Yi is fine, with her fine control ability, her mental resistance should be high. But Lan Shan, a support system, was not affected at all? Could it be that she is born with a lack of emotions? The Shrek team slowly withdrew, and Tang San's doubts and the little influence brought by the Seven Asura's illusion were quietly buried in his heart. He returned to Shrek and rested for a while. Yu Xiaogang came over with great interest. Xiao San, I thought of it. The actions of Kanghui Academy gave him great inspiration. But the martial spirits of those 7 people are all gemstones, with similar properties. To apply them to Shrek, some research is needed. He wanted Tang San to try it with the 3 girls first. They are all blue-silver grass martial spirits. Although the attached spirit rings are different, the martial spirits of the 3 girls may have mutations, but the basis is all blue-silver grass, so it should be no difference. However, Tang San raised a question. Teacher, do you think there seems to be something wrong with Lan Yi and the other 3? After a pause, Yu Xiaogang's emotions were interrupted and he asked curiously. Why do you say that? Tang San expressed his doubts. Lan Yi is fine, but Lan Shan, after the spirit skills of Kanghui Academy failed, her symptoms were milder than all of us, or in other words, she was not affected at all. What you said is indeed a bit problematic. Young people of your age rarely have such a strong will. Yu Xiaogang pondered, and suddenly his eyes flashed. If she is not born with strong mental power, then she has a spirit bone, and it is a head spirit bone that increases mental power. Tang San suddenly realized that he had forgotten the existence of such a thing as spirit bones, and couldn't help but wonder. Teacher, does soul bone have such a great benefit to soul masters? Of course. Soul bones are extremely rare treasures that all soul masters dream of in the soul master world. The appearance of each soul bone is accompanied by bloody storms. Let's put it this way, if you now have a soul bone that is extremely suitable for you, even if it is only for the limbs, it will improve your strength by at least 30%. Unfortunately. Xiao Wu. 210 Chapter 209 Talk. 210. What a pity, Yu Xiaogang didn't say. Tang San was fascinated by it, if he also had a soul bone. Teacher, how are soul bones born? Well, there are 2 more mainstream theories in the soul master world. Yu Xiaogang talked freely, recalling the information he had read in the spirit hall. One is absolute luck, and the other is that the soul beast suffered extremely painful torture before death, and death became a relief for the soul beast. In this case, there is a certain probability that soul bones will be born. At the moment, he did not know the information that 100,000-year soul beasts produce soul bones 100%. Today's 100,000-year soul beasts are still in a situation where they are hard to come by, which is very high-end. Then has the teacher seen other people use soul bones? Tang San was a little curious. He said it's so high-end, but has he seen it? Yes, of course. The former Saint Bibi Dong enjoyed the highest level of treatment in the spirit hall, so she naturally had no shortage of soul bones. But Yu Xiaogang was reluctant to mention her in front of Tang San, and spoke vaguely. Tang San was very yearning, and subconsciously imagined what it would be like to have a full set of spirit bones. The cold reality made him calm down quickly, and his eyes turned, and he suddenly said, Teacher, why don't we talk to them openly? If they really have spirit bones, maybe we can use this to revise our tactics and increase our chances of winning again. That's right. Yu Xiaogang nodded. You take a rest first. I'll call everyone over for dinner tonight and have a good chat. When Tang San saw Yu Xiaogang off, his eyes were a little more gloomy than before. What happened in the 7 Asura's illusion was so real that it was not without any impact after all. Evening. After dinner, Yu Xiaogang stopped the 3 people who were leaving as agreed with Tang San. Wait a minute, you 3. I have something to say about the situation during this period. First, he criticized the 3 women for not fitting in and being distant from everyone, and then praised Lan Yi and Lan Shan for their performance on the field. Dai Mubai curled his lips when he heard this. If we talk about the biggest contributor, shouldn't he be the one who didn't miss every game? Ma Hongjun looked indifferent and had nothing to do with himself. He shrank at the end of the table and immersed himself in his own world. Since he couldn't speak, he liked to be alone more and more, imagining the beautiful feelings and pictures he had in the past. Oscar was bored and didn't know what the point of Yu Xiaogong saying these things was. Unlike Ma Hongjun who could fly and spit fire, he hadn't played a single match since the opening ceremony, and he was so bored. Although he could only throw sausages on the court. After the big stick and sweet date, Yu Xiaogang naturally raised the real question. He said that the Shrek team was one body, and you were so relaxed in the face of the Kanghui Academy's tactics. If you have any experience to share, then share it. It will improve the overall strength of the team and it will also be good for you. Their thinking was Zhou Suifeng's way of thinking. They subconsciously thought of the low-level spirit bones in their hands. Should they take them out and use them for Tang San? After thinking about it, they decided to forget it. Helping the enemy was the stupidest behavior. Even if it was a spirit bone with the lowest H, giving it to Tang San could improve his physical fitness to a certain extent, and he could get a stronger spirit ring. I'm sorry to disappoint the master. Lan Yi spoke for the other two. We don't have any skills to share. However, we can explain what you said. As triplets, we have the same martial spirit. When we fight, our spiritual power will automatically connect together. Can you understand this? Although I was not there at the time, if the two of them work together, they can resist the spiritual influence of high-level soul emperors and even soul saints. What's more, according to your description, those in Kanghui Academy who are not even at the level of soul saints are just some inferior hypnotic illusions that pry into other people's privacy and suppress others by connecting fear. This is not a problem. I think anyone with a strong will can resist it. Dai Mubai's face darkened. Is he saying that he is not determined? But thinking of the scene he saw at that time, he couldn't help but lower his head. Facing that scene and facing death, how many people can be determined to accept it calmly? As a sister, although it's okay to call her sister's name directly, but to call her by her full name. Why does it feel weird? Tang San frowned. These three sisters with blue-silver grass spirits were full of mysteries, which confused him. Automatic connection of mental power. Yu Xiaogang seemed to have thought of something, and said excitedly, then you three have spirit fusion skills. Spirit fusion skills? Well, this can be done or not. If they use the seeds left by Zhou Suifeng and burst out with all their strength, they can easily come up with a spirit fusion skill. But, should we have it? In other words, should we help Shrek qualify in the preliminaries? If Shrek is eliminated in advance, then they will not go to the finals, won't they enter the window period in advance? How will Tang San develop at that time? It is unknown. Lan Yi made a decision to drag Shrek into the finals and try to control it at the time node that everyone is familiar with. Smiled at the moment. Master, you have a keen eye. Yes, we do have a martial soul fusion skill, but it consumes too much energy, so we haven't used it so far. Without waiting for Yu Xiaogang to continue asking questions, she took the initiative to explain the ability of the fusion skill. After using the martial soul fusion skill, the growth rate of our blue-silver grass will double, the control will be strengthened, and the healing ability will also be strengthened. At the same time, the strength will be improved. Jia Dekong said something. What kind of effect will be determined by the situation on the scene? Everyone left in a strange atmosphere, and Yu Xiaogang seemed unaware. Xiaogang, are you okay? Lu Erlong was very concerned, and Yu Xiaogang shook his head. If what she said is true, then the martial soul fusion skills of the three of them should not be underestimated. As relatives connected by blood, they are probably more dazzling than the fusion skills of our golden triangle. However, for some reason, the three of them don't seem to have much sense of belonging to the academy. They don't look like children with cold nature. Don't think about it if you can't figure it out. Everyone has secrets. As long as they don't hurt the academy, isn't it okay? Flanders, alas, I shouldn't be here, I should be under the table. Looking at the scene in front of him with sadness and relief. Zhao Wuji didn't quite understand Flanders's train of thought. He shuddered, wiped his mouth and walked away quickly. The next day, the game ended. There was no disturbance, but Flanders, who went up to draw the opponent, came back and told everyone a not-so-good news. The new opponent was Blazing Academy. When he heard the name of Blazing, Yu Xiaogang subconsciously looked at Tang San, then at Lan Yi and Lan Shan. Isn't this a natural nemesis? On the surface, it looked like this. But in fact, if Tianrui didn't take action, the fire of the other members of the blazing team would not be able to do anything to the two girls. Yin. 88. 211 Chapter 210 Small Actions. 211. Yu Xiaogang pondered. Facing blazing, Ma Hongjun's effect was greatly weakened, basically equivalent to no effect, and he didn't need to play. Then, let the three sisters directly use the martial soul fusion skill to lay the foundation for victory. It seems a bit inappropriate, and the trump card should be kept. After knowing that the three of them had fusion skills, Yu Xiaogang's mentality changed a little. If the team could stand in the finals, she would see with her own eyes how talented the disciples she taught were. Wouldn't it be more proud? I suggest you give up directly. Blazing Academy's ability is naturally restraining you. Teacher, there is no reason to surrender without a fight. Tang San rarely retorted, even if we are really not opponents, we have to fight to know. Learn from failure and face the next battle. If you really give up and run away without fighting, how can you practice to a higher level? Yu Xiaogang looked at him with relief. As expected, the others were also excited by Tang San. The crowd was excited. Tang San is right, Master, it is a taboo to be afraid before fighting. Now it's just a competition. If we are afraid of losing and don't fight, then after graduation, when we are not opponents in the battle of life and death, should we also admit defeat? The one who said this was Dai Mubai. Lan Yi glanced at him and was a little surprised. Do you have this cognition? Then why did you run away? Go and fight your eldest brother. You have been unruly until now, and you have learned your lesson? Perhaps it is the credit of those people from Kanghui Academy. I wonder what he saw in the Seven Asuras illusion? Yu Xiaogang and Tang San summarized the information of Blazing Academy. Oscar's eyes flashed, as if something was wrong. Old Bai, do you feel that we are like the thugs of the master and apprentice? What? Dai Mubai didn't come back to his senses for a while. Oscar glanced at him. Look, we can discuss the information together. It's just the master and apprentice there, as if we are not needed at all. When he said that, Dai Mubai felt uncomfortable. You think too much. Shaked his head and shouted at Tang San. Xiao San, have you come up with any ideas? Let's discuss it together. The master and apprentice seemed to remember the other people in the team and discussed it together. After the crowd dispersed, Tang San secretly found Lan Yi. I hope to learn your skills of turning blue silver grass into something. After observing the three sisters for such a long time, Tang San finally discovered that the weapons used by Lan Yi in each battle were not all the effects of soul skills, but part of them were formed by her own control of blue silver grass. Lan Yi slightly raised her white chin, waiting for Tang San's next words. For a long moment, Tang San did not make any unnecessary movements. Really? Tang San? You want to learn my skills of making a living, but you just talk without any effort? Business is about going back and forth. You are want to get something for free? You are so shameless. Sorry, I neglected it. Tang San looked normal and took out a few drawings. In exchange, I can build you a set of the things above. After a glance, Lan Yi was disdainful. It was just some low-end kits in the Hidden Weapon 100 solutions, but forget it. Since Tang San took the initiative to come to the door, it would be okay to teach it. This is what he asked for. He. Shrek prepared a brilliant counter-tactic, but after entering the field. Although it was not an instant kill, the battle ended very quickly. When Tianrui learned that the opponent was Shrek Academy, he did not want to waste time on Tang San and others. Arrange tactics and fight quickly. Huo Wu's third soul skill, Resisting Fire Ring, is a supermodel skill. With herself as the center point, the height is 3 meters, and the range is 60 meters. Everything that is not higher than 10 levels of her own will be expelled, ignoring skills and defense, including the opponent's soul skills, physical existence, and even the buff effects carried on the body. If the range is larger and the limit of the 10-level difference is removed, the effect of this soul skill is definitely better than the invincible golden body. Shui Binger also has a similar skill, Resisting Ice Ring. The battle scene at that time was. Oscar came on the field, and Tang San and others took mushroom sausages in the shortest time and took off. Trying to pull and avoid the first round of attack of the Blazing Fire team. The Blazing Fire team's response was very simple. With the assistance of 2 Mars spirits, they released amplification skills to increase the power of Huo Wu's spirit skills and the speed of casting. The fire Wushuan spirit possessed him and rushed into the Shrek camp regardless of anything. Huo Wu stepped on his shoulder. He jumped into the center point of the Shrek array and released a maximum range of resistance fire ring. The fire rain and fire cloud of the fire crane spirit interfered with the position of Shrek and others in the air, limiting them within the range of Huo Wu's spirit skills. Instantly, they fell to the ground. After landing, Tang San stepped on the ghost shadow and instantly moved away from Huo Wu and Huo Wushuan. He also wanted to use the blue-silver grass, taking the teammates away together, but the blue-silver grass was vulnerable and was directly melted by Huo Wushuan. Lan Yi used the blue-silver grass to bounce herself high up and explore the range of the fiery fire. Then came the second anti-fire ring. Dai Mubai and others who were about to release their soul skills were bounced away and entered into a state of stiffness, and were naturally thrown off the ring by the other members of the fiery fire. If there were no teammates, this anti-fire ring might not be useful. The area of the entire ring is more than 4 times the range of Huo Wu's soul skills. No one has restricted the opponent's activity space in advance, and her soul calling skill can only be used as a self-protection skill. Tang San and Lan Yi, one after the other, fell on both ends of the ring, and it seemed that the two of them surrounded the people of the fiery fire team in reverse. Tang San gritted his teeth, and the tactics discussed yesterday were just scrapped. Looking past the people of the fiery fire team, he looked at Lan Yi, asking with his eyes, "Can we fight?" Of course not. Although she could only display the spirit power of level 35 or 36, based on Zhou Suifeng's foundation, Lan Yi could also perform a 1-on-7 operation. Even if Huo Wu used the rich fire elements released by 6 teammates and used the enhanced version of Huo Wu Ye Yang, she could not burn Zhou Suifeng's blue-silver grass. But that was too exaggerated. So, she shook her head and rejected Tang San very obviously. "I can't fight. I can't fight at all." Damn it! No matter how helpless Tang San was, he still admitted defeat and left the field. Tisk, that's it. Originally, Huo Wu thought that Shrek was very capable and had a lot of reputation during this period, but that's it. Tang San turned back suddenly, his eyes gloomy. "What are you looking at? Want to fight alone?" A mere look couldn't scare Huo Wu. She didn't indulge Tang San, and spoke immediately. "The game is over. Please leave quickly." The referee didn't give the two people time to fight, so they quickly made room, because there were other people waiting for the game. They each walked out of the exit passage, and Huo Wu was still a little indignant. "That guy is totally incomprehensible. He just lost the game, but the look in his eyes seemed to want to kill me. What kind of person is that?" Huo Wu. 212 Chapter 211 Ordinary. 212. When Tian Rui heard her remarks. "Are you talking about that Tang San from Shrek?" In the match against Shrek, Tian Rui still did not play, but just waited in the preparation seat. He did not pay attention to the eye contact between the two sides. If not him, who else? He is not very capable but has a bad temper. Waving his hands disdainfully, Huo Wu was too lazy to bother with such a person. After pondering for a moment, Tian Rui felt that it was necessary to remind him that although the possibility of Tang San playing tricks was not very high, it was not impossible. That guy is not a spirit master who can judge with common sense. You should pay attention to him during this period. Pay attention? Pay attention to what? Huo Wu was surprised. Could that guy dare to poison us outside the arena? After a serious defeat to Shiwo, Tang San and others looked very depressed. This was different from the first loss to Tiandu Team 2. Okay, there is no need to be discouraged. There is still a chance, right? Yu Xiaogang comforted everyone. There are still 3 chances. As long as you can ensure that you don't lose 3 games, you still have a chance to qualify. Only 3 chances? Tang San clenched his fists. If he lost 3 more games, the Shrek team would stop in the preliminaries. Teacher? Are we really not allowed to use any tools other than martial spirits on the field? Yes. Yu Xiaogang nodded seriously. On the field, except for the derivatives of weapon martial spirits and food martial spirits, no player may use weapons other than martial spirits, otherwise they will be judged as losers on the spot. So, those things of yours must not appear. Damn it, since leaving the Holy Soul Village, I have only used hidden weapons a few times. If I could use them on the field, it would be easy to deal with those opponents. On the field? Yu Xiaogang arranged a new battle sequence. At this point in the battle, we can't continue to retain our strength. In the next game, Lan Yi, you will replace Huang Yuan. You three sisters, use martial spirit fusion skills according to the situation. Daimyo Bai felt that there was a problem with the tactics arranged by Yu Xiaogang and Tang San, but he himself could not think of any effective battle plan, so he could only listen to others. After a long time, Tang San shook his head and temporarily ignored the thoughts in his mind. In response to today's performance, he began to criticize others. Today's problem, first and foremost, is that we underestimated the enemy and were too confident. We thought we would be safe after taking off. Otherwise, with Oscar's mushroom sausages flying speed, the blazing fire team would never be able to eliminate us so quickly. Secondly, the intelligence about the opponent. Blah blah. The analysis was very logical and reasonable. Daimyo Bai was convinced by him again. As for the substitute four, they no longer have any say since Blue Tyrant Academy changed its name to Shrek. Tai Long relied on his origin from the Power Clan and had the second highest soul power level in the team, and occasionally he would still be a little dissatisfied. But Lu Erlong listened to Yu Xiaogang, and he had no choice. Even if he was dissatisfied, he couldn't win the command of the team. He couldn't beat Daimyo Bai, and he wasn't a control-type soul master. He could only be obedient. The next day, after a period of bad times, Shrek encountered an easy opponent. The Purple Star Academy was invincible all the way and won consecutive battles. 3 days later, Shrek encountered the Elephant Armor Academy. The three sisters used their martial soul fusion skill for the first time. The overwhelming blue-silver grass filled the entire field, making the big guys of the Elephant Armor team unable to move and were sent out of the field. Tang San and others were proud, and Shrek ushered in another climax. Then, Shrek was ranked against the Tian Shui team again. The instant freezing of the extreme ice made it impossible to break free. Instant kill. They lost another game. This time, Tang San was very calm and carefully calculated the remaining teams. Among them, there were no teams that had ever fought against each other. Once they met, the chances of winning would be smaller. Shenfeng, Thunder, and Zixing, where the Haoshan sect was. And Shrek had 2 chances left. Although the martial soul fusion skills of Lan Yi and the other two looked very strong, as long as they were released, they could control the entire field, but what if they encountered a situation like Tian Shui, which directly controlled you and made you completely unable to move? The third to last round of the preliminaries. A special situation occurred. More than half of the remaining teams showed different symptoms and different degrees of poisoning. This led to poor performance on the field. After investigation, the organizing committee of the competition found that it was their improper diet. After discussion, they were going to reject their request for a rematch. All the teams that had been defeated and eliminated would not be allowed to rematch. Many colleges that received the news protested. Finally, under Shui Luoquan's strenuous mediation, the organizing committee reviewed and agreed to the request for a rematch. Although the organizing committee agreed to the rematch, some colleges took this opportunity to directly abstain. In this case, they can still comfort themselves that the loss of the game was caused by objective reasons, not subjective lack of strength. This made Shui Luoquan very angry. He worked hard for a long time, but received very few people's hearts. It was a waste of effort. Without a part of the team, the rematch can only be shuffled and redrawn. Shuo drew Thunder, Shenfeng drew Tian Shui, and Shrek drew Purple Star Academy. It was Xiangjia's turn for Tiandu Team 2. There were also several amateur academies that had survived until now. I'll take this one. Huo Wu and the others were discussing tactics to deal with Thunder Academy. Thunder attribute abilities have strong attack power and are not weak in speed, which is a bit troublesome for the Shuo team. They tend to let Tianrui play. But Tianrui's trump card feels more useful if it is hidden until the finals. If it is exposed now, it may be targeted by the Spirit Hall team that has received the news. You should know that in most of the past, the champion of the Soul Master competition was the Spirit Hall, and only the Xingluo Empire seemed to have won the championship from the Spirit Hall once. They didn't know Tianrui's real level yet, and when he signed up for the test, he was only at the Soul King level. As for whether the Spirit Hall would say something about deliberately concealing and depriving the qualification to compete after the real level was exposed, that didn't need to be considered at all, within Lan here. As long as Lan represents the Spirit Hall in public and says that he doesn't care about this problem, then there will be no problem. Unless Bibi Dong wants to put the contradictions within the Spirit Hall directly on the surface, so that everyone knows that the contemporary Pope and his junior brother, the emerging genius, are not in harmony. While hesitating, they heard Tianrui take the initiative to speak. They also breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry, even if my ability is exposed, the spirit hall can't target me. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. With Huo Wu's pride, she has been full of confidence in Tianrui's strength over the past few years. As long as he takes action, he will definitely win. On the Shrek side, everyone was a little worried when they learned about the new opponent. Because of the Clear Sky Hammer spirit, Tang San paid more attention to the game information of Purple Star Academy than other teams. Because of this, he was more worried about this battle. Xiao Wu. 213 Chapter 212 Confidence, Bullying the Weak. 213. Ask the three sisters if they are confident that their fusion skills can control the Clear Sky Hammer Soul Master of Purple Star Academy. He explained all the information he had. The three women did not guarantee it, but only said, Lanny, we can only know whether we can control it in the competition. Before that, we can only try our best. Tang San ran to ask Yu Xiaogang about the new plan to improve strength. It's almost conceived, but before the end of the preliminaries, you definitely won't have time to train. A short run-in may even have the opposite effect. At the same time, Yu Xiaogang was a little surprised by Tang San's reaction. When facing other academies, even if there was a possibility of losing, he didn't show so much irritability. Why was he so impatient when facing Purple Star Academy? Tang San didn't explain. He was worried about what Tang Hao would think if he lost to the Clear Sky sect in such a highly anticipated occasion as a competition. The game was held as scheduled despite his confusion. The Blazing Academy played against the Thunder Academy. Yu Tianxin and Yu Tianheng stood side by side at the front of the team. The former was level 43, the same age as the 5-member team, 21 years old, while the latter was level 45, 20 years old, with a blue lightning Tyrannosaurus spirit and a strong attack system. They didn't care about the new faces that appeared among their opponents, and were full of confidence in their own strength. Let's make a quick decision. Yu Tianxin whispered, although he didn't accept the sect, just because Yu Tianheng was younger than him but had higher spirit power than him, he was directly selected. It's about becoming the heir of the sect, but that's their own family's internal affairs. In the competition, brothers should be friendly and work together. Including Yu Tianheng, everyone nodded. The formation of the Blazing Fire team was very strange. Tianrui stood alone in the front, followed by Huo Wu and Huo Wushuan, and behind them were 2 assistants and 2 agile attackers. It looked like a pyramid. Both sides are ready. The referee gave a signal and both sides released their martial spirits. Both sides of the game were well-known and old-fashioned teams. This battle was held in the original main fighting spirit field. Tianrui's actions were a bit strange, which made the audience talk about it. The referee didn't know how to stir up the atmosphere. There were Saras and Ning Fengzi above. Shuiye was unwell and returned to the palace to pay respect after the opening ceremony. Although Shui Luoquan was not the prince, as the only surviving adult prince, he was still qualified to watch the game here instead. He always wanted to get closer to the 7 Treasures Glazed sect and gain support to compete for the position of prince. Master Ning, in your opinion, is the behavior of the captain of the Blazing team who has not played yet, self-confidence or overconfidence? Tianrui did not release his spirit ring. Which one? I think your highness does not need to worry too much. The result will be revealed. We just need to wait. Salus on the other side couldn't help but raise his mouth. This Shui Luoquan wants to get the power of the spirit hall from me, and also wants to get the support of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. He is greedy and cowardly, and he doesn't even look at his own ability. It's really funny. Although Tianrui's behavior of not releasing the spirit ring is strange, Yu Tianxin did not express any opinion. It is others' freedom to release the spirit ring or not. As the referee left the field, the final signal was issued. The battle began. Hey! What are you doing? Are you guys playing a fake match? Thunder Academy, where is your thundering power? Are you playing house? 1, 2, 3, Wooden Man. Geneva, give me your money back. The audience started to make noises because they saw that the people from Thunder Academy were motionless, as if they were drugged. The pressure that Thunder Academy faces is unknown to people outside the field, only they themselves know. Yu Tianxin and Yu Tianheng felt numb on their scalps, felt cold all over, and had mental hallucinations. In front of them appeared a pair of emotionless, cold eyes that were high above the sky, carrying a deadly threat. The 2 brothers were fine, but the other beast spirit master of Thunder Academy had a blank brain and lost the ability to think. The weapon spirit was better. Although it also felt inexplicable pressure, it was not like the beast spirit, as if it was facing a master. Tianrui seemed to be bullying the weak and the big. The cultivation of both sides, as well as the spirit level, were not at the same level at all, and there was a huge difference. But who cares? Just collect some interest from the two rising stars of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. There is no direct hatred with them, so there is no need to kill them. Huo Wu and the others behind him also felt a little uncomfortable. Although the pressure of the super martial spirit was not deliberately targeted, it was naturally superior to the pyramid, and the small aftermath made people stand on end. It has been a long time since I saw him take action, and he has become so strong. Looking at Tianrui's sleeves slightly fluttering by the soul power, Huo Wu's eyes were shining. If she must find a man to accompany her for the rest of her life, it should be this kind of style, not Feng Xiaoshan's soft, ignorant and unhuman man. Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex? Sect heir? That's all. The cold, disdainful and contemptuous voice entered the ears of the two. The two were sweating all over. Yu Tianheng was still struggling, and Yu Tianxin suddenly moved. Tianrui raised his eyebrows. This guy's willpower. He didn't deliberately increase the pressure of his martial soul, but the martial soul was attached to his body and released naturally. If it is compared with the level of soul masters, it should be around the level of soul emperor. He used the golden feathered red phoenix. If he used the blue lightning tyrannosaurus that was rendered by dragon blood grass, divine dragon blood, and dragon king's breath, I'm afraid they would kneel down directly. Even if it was just the soul bone attached to the wings of the fire dragon king, they might not be able to bear it. Since you have this kind of willpower to break free from the suppression of the master, I will give you a chance to perform. The martial soul breath was retracted. All the people in the Thunder Academy had their legs softened, and they fell to the ground, kneeling or lying. Yu Tianheng supported the ground with both hands, and Yu Tianxin supported the ground with one hand. The two looked up at Tianrui in horror. What kind of martial soul is this person? Come on, show it. Huo Wu, Huo Wushuan. The Blue Lightning twins were still a little nervous about what they had just felt, and their legs were faintly trembling. Yu Tianxin was a little faster, and regrouped a little earlier than Yu Tianheng. Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus, how can you be afraid of other martial spirits? He was a little angry and roared. His arms surged with thunder, quickly turning into dragons, and lightning wrapped around them. Connecting to the third soul skill, thunder and lightning. The soul power formed dense thunder and attacked Tianrui, covering the Shuo people behind. Anger increased Yu Tianxin's output, but he did not lose his mind. This attack was not only to vent, but also to build his confidence, and also to send a signal to his teammates that this was not a place for individual battles. I still need your cooperation. Yu Tianheng responding first. The first action is also dragon transformation, and the connection is also the third soul skill, but the effect is different from Yu Tianxin. Thunder Fury, enter the rampage state, increase attack, strength and speed, until the soul power is completely consumed. 214 Chapter 213 Dragon 214. The body is still shaking slightly unconsciously, and Yu Tianheng knows in his heart that their hope of winning this game is very slim. Just like what Tianrui said just now. The opponent just gave them the opportunity to show the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. I am the future heir of the sect, and I must not lose without a fight. The name of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex cannot be tarnished because of me. Yu Tianheng silently chanted, the first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. On the basis of dragon transformation, the power of thunder and lightning is amplified again and the attack power is increased. Thunder covers his arms and turns into solid sharp claws, which seem to be able to easily destroy gold and jade. A thunder umbrella with a string of prayer beads flew out from the back row and fell on the top of the blazing fire array. The lightning was fierce. Lei Zhuhong's thunder umbrella and Xiao Yunju's thunder beads were all strange weapon spirits with thunder attributes. They were mainly based on the paralysis characteristics of thunder power and had first-class control. Huo Wu raised her head and prepared to release her spirit skills. Although Tianrui was on the field, the battle could not be left to him. But her spirit ring had not been released yet, and golden flames appeared out of thin air in the void, wrapping the flying spirit. The next moment, the two people in the back row of the Thunder team vomited blood and lost consciousness on the spot. At the same time, the lightning strike released by Yu Tianxin was also burned by the sudden flame. And Tianrui still did not release the spirit ring. Could it be that his spirit has mutated, and his spirit ring is invisible or something, so we can't see it? Lei Dong, the thunder spider spirit, muttered, it is not impossible. But no one paid attention to him. Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianxin launched an attack, one on the left and one on the right, with the power of thunder, and the dragon claws attacked Tianrui in the middle. But it stayed a few inches in front of Tianrui, unable to move forward. The invisible air wall blocked the cousin's way. How is it possible? Is this the release of body-protecting soul power? Yu Tianheng was surprised. This was a useful ability of a few soul saints with a high level. He turned his head to look at Yu Tianxin, nodded to each other, increased his strength, and attacked. Moving forward little by little, the surging thunder raged, and the air wall slowly revealed its true form. It turned out to be a flame barrier. The flames floated constantly and looked very fragile, but they firmly blocked the two people's invincible dragon claws. Tianrui restrained the temperature of the flames, otherwise the two people would be severely burned at the least if they were touched. The thunder was powerful. Seeing the approximate range of the flame barrier, Yu Tianheng's heart moved, and he released a soul skill similar to Yu Tianxin's. Thunder fell from the sky, trying to attack Tianrui from the gap above his head. But it was ineffective. The inexplicable golden flames and thunder disappeared silently. Behind, Huo Wu was very bored. We just watch. Wait, this game obviously has nothing to do with us. Didn't you see that the people behind Lei Ting didn't dare to move? Huo Wushuan yawned, and there was something else he didn't say. If I guessed correctly, Tianrui might have some personal grudges with the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, otherwise, with his style of doing things, he would only knock the opponent down and leave the field cleanly. The teammates behind the cousins didn't want to move or help. Lei Zhuhong and Xiao Yunju's fate was really scary, and their faces were as pale as gold paper. If you can't see the rise and fall of their chests, you would think they were dead. Seeing that the two strong attackers couldn't make any progress, Lei Dong's face turned fierce. Let's go too. As both are four-element academies, how can Thunder Academy be weaker than Blazing Fire? In the past, we have always been the champion more often. Go! As soon as the voice fell, 3 pillars of fire burst out from their feet, all the way to the ceiling of the fighting spirit arena, piercing through the sky and earth, and shot into the sky outside the arena, slowly disappearing. On the stage, Ning Fengzi slowly narrowed his eyes. This captain of Blazing Fire Academy is not simple, definitely not the ones shown in the information just now. Before this, he didn't know Tianrui. Tianrui didn't appear when hunting 100,000-year soul beasts before. Salis looked puzzled. I don't know whose flame is stronger, his or the little prince's. No, the little prince should be stronger. Xue Luoquan became more determined to recruit Tianrui. In the audience, the position of Thunder Academy, the teacher leading the Thunder team looked dull, and when he reacted, he was about to shout, the people of Blazing Fire were not competing, but killing. The fire pillar dissipated, and Lei Dong and the other two looked strangely unharmed. They lay on the ground with white eyes and had lost consciousness. Audience, teacher Lei Ting. The terrifying movement burned 3 holes in the ceiling of the fighting arena, but the 3 people were unharmed. Erlong, can you tell what the captain of Shuo Academy is capable of? Seeing a scene he had never seen before, Yu Xiaogang felt itchy and very curious. Subconsciously asked Lu Erlong, she is a fire attribute soul master, and a high-purity dragon martial soul, she should be able to see something. Sorry, Xiaogang. I can't see anything, but what I can be sure of is that he should be some kind of bird martial soul. Yu Xiaogang, do you need to tell me? The information just scrolled can be inferred from the name. The offensive of the Blue Lightning Twins was affected by the movement behind for a moment. To put it more closely, it's just 3 soul rings. To be more serious, it doesn't count as 1 round, just there were only 2 of them left, and the other party did not move at all. Is that all you can do? The 2 knew that they were doomed to fail. If they continued to fight, it would only make them laugh. It would be better to admit defeat and end it cleanly and decisively. But they heard Tianrui's disdainful and sarcastic voice again. I don't think I saw any dragons. I only saw 2 weird bugs. Yu Tianxin felt a little strange. With such an attitude, did he have a grudge with the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, or was he naturally looking down on others? Yu Tianheng recharged his power. The other party was shouting so loudly. If they still admitted defeat, how could the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex become the strongest beast martial spirit? This battle could only be defeated by exhaustion, and they could not admit defeat voluntarily. Take a deep breath, and the thunder reappears. With a stern look in his eyes, the fourth soul skill, Blue Lightning Dragon Speed. The lightning surging around his body and the lightning wrapped around his arms gathered in front of him, turning into a thunder dragon over 2 meters long made entirely of lightning. Help me delay a little time. Looking up at the 3 large holes on the ceiling that were opened by the fire column, Yu Tianxin frowned and whispered to Yu Tianheng. Yu Tianheng nodded. Then he drove the dragon and rushed towards Tianrui. Yu Tianxin took advantage of the situation and jumped into the air, releasing lightning all over his body, gradually approaching the large hole in the ceiling. Huo Wu wanted to taste the power of such a cool and impressive move. Huo Wuxuan knew his sister's temper and quickly blocked her position. Don't move. Until now, it has not been seen that Tianrui is targeting those 2 guys. This sister is really stupid. The dragon was stopped by the flame barrier without any suspense. Looking up at Yu Tianxin flying high, Tianrui remembered something, his eyes moved slightly, and suddenly took the initiative to withdraw the flame barrier. 215. Chapter 214 Wind and Rain Come, Clouds Cover the Sunday 215. The opportunity given by the other party is also an opportunity. Although I don't know what the other party's purpose is, I can't let it go. The blue lightning dragon appeared in front of Tianrui in an instant. The lightning flashed and shrank, and it was about to explode. But in Yu Tianheng's shocked eyes, it was caught by a hand. Sizzle! The dragon exploded into arcs all over the ground, and with Tianrui's open palm, it gathered again and turned into a pocket-sized, but more real and vivid 5-clawed lightning dragon than Yu Tianheng's soul skills. He actually has the ability to control lightning. Huo Wu said in surprise. During the academy, she had never heard of it at all. The rest of Shuo were also very surprised. Tianrui had always shown the golden feathered red phoenix, oh, the golden feathered phoenix. Since covering the soul ring, Tianrui has never released his martial soul in public in Shuo Academy. Only Shui Binger knows a thing or two. At this time, Tian Shui Academy is also in the competition, otherwise Shui Yuer will chirp again, shouting something about her brother-in-law being so powerful and teasing her sister. The lazy voice of the Fire Dragon King came from the reverse scale. Not bad, there is a little bit of the true charm of the dragon. Keep up the good work. He glanced at Yu Tianheng. If he threw this shot, he would probably be wiped out on the spot. Forget it, he is just a little kid. Looking up, Yu Tianxin used the lightning to float around the big hole in the ceiling. Referee! Tianrui suddenly shouted. Ah! The referee looked confused, but saw Tianrui pointing at Yu Tianxin. That guy ran to that kind of place, doesn't it count as leaving the battlefield? Referee! It seems that there is some, raised his hand to issue a reminder, but heard Tianrui speak. Forget it, let him go. Referee, why are you calling me? Tianrui threw the 5-clawed thunder dragon in his hand into the sky, and it flew into the sky in an instant, rising against the wind. In a short time, it became a behemoth of more than 10 meters, rolling in the clouds, looming. Dark clouds gathered. Gradually, rain clouds formed, and raindrops dripped from the cave entrance, and evaporated inexplicably when approaching the ring. Feeling the increasingly abundant thunder elements, Yu Tianxin's heart trembled. This guy saw through my thoughts? He still needs a little time. Come, let me see if you have any other skills. Hooked his finger at Yu Tianheng. At this time, Yu Tianheng's soul power had been consumed by more than half. Although the effect of Thunder Fury was good, it consumed a lot. But there was no way, surrender was impossible. Bending slightly, opening the dragon claws, and launching a close attack on Tianrui. Tianrui finally moved, but only one hand, and the lower body was still in the original position, without moving an inch. With just one hand, it was airtight, and Yu Tianheng was completely unable to break through. His strength had been increased to the limit he could reach at the moment, and his attack could not be increased anymore. What's going on? Why do I feel a familiar energy from him? Is it because he can control the power of thunder? He guessed that Tianrui's martial soul was a twin attribute of thunder and fire, perhaps a mutated martial soul like his aunt, but the mutation was better, with thunder and fire coexisting. With each move, Yu Tianheng's soul power and physical strength were exhausted, the dragon transformation gradually faded, and the lightning lingering on his body quickly dissipated. In the end, only the basic martial soul was attached to him, but he couldn't even release a soul skill. Raising his wrist, Tianrui threw him out of the ring without saying a word, but Yu Tianheng seemed to hear his voice. Weak, too weak. Is this the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex? It's better to change its name to Blue Lightning Caterpillar. Raising his foot, a wave of fire swept away, and all the members of the Thunder team lying on the ground at one end of the ring rushed off the ring. Tianrui looked up again, looked at Yu Tianxin, and suddenly said, "This move of his is not bad. Are you here to appreciate it up close, or go down and hide?" "Why hide? Of course I want to feel it up close." Huo Wu was very excited. She felt that the movement of Yu Tianxin's move was similar to the enhanced version of Huo Wu Yao Yang that she used with the help of her teammates. The departure of the teammates did not cause any psychological waves in Yu Tianxin. The current move was the strongest output he could do, which required the full concentration of his spirit. He bet all his soul power on this attack. If he fails, he will die. The wind rolled and the rain came, the clouds covered the sun, and the dragon swam in the 9 heavens with jade thunder. This move was Yu Tianxin's excavation of his own martial soul ability. It was inspired and developed based on the speed of the Blue Lightning Dragon. It was a semi-self-created soul skill. Gathering the power of the celestial phenomena of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, with the ability of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, it released a high-intensity thunder and lightning storm. Tianrui suddenly felt that this move was a bit like the second pillar of the Kylin. Yu Tianxin tried his best to condense the thunderstorm into a concentrated lightning, and controlled it with the last consciousness. It fell with the lightning and slowly closed his eyes. XXXX. Whether I win or lose, this is my last thunderbolt. In a trance, he saw that above the blazing fire team, flames gathered and a bright yellow phoenix with golden feathers appeared. It looked up, spread its wings slightly, and defeated the thunderbolt that he had released with all his strength. The clear and sharp cry of the phoenix of flame resounded throughout the venue, but there was no feeling of noise. Instead, everyone who heard it felt relaxed and refreshed, and their souls were cleansed. For ordinary people who cannot practice, the weaker the soul master, the more obvious the feeling. The fire phoenix defeated the thunderbolt, and the firelight and lightning intertwined, scattered into gorgeous light feathers all over the sky, beautiful and romantic, and even affected the fighting spirits in other places. In the gorgeous light rain, Yu Tianxin seemed to see the other party's hands, and for a moment they turned into the dragon claws of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Is it an illusion? The next moment he lost all consciousness and was caught by the teacher who rushed into the ring before falling on it. The content of this battle was very different from all the previous games. It was the first time that the audience had seen such a one-sided scene of cat and mouse since the start of the game. But they felt that it was more exciting than the previous fights of you and me, you and I. Especially the last move with full special effects, which greatly satisfied the audience's yearning for soul masters. Referee! Tianrui shouted again. The blazing fire team wins. After the game, the audience still talked about the game. Before this, the captain of the Blazing Fire had not played, and everyone guessed that he should be the trump card of the Blazing Fire Academy. Unexpectedly, he showed such a wonderful picture as soon as he appeared. I think the Blazing Fire team may have the hope of winning the championship in this final. That's right. It's a pity that we won't be able to watch the final. The voices around were full of regret. The finals were the most exciting part, but the Spirit Hall didn't seem to be open to civilians and unrelated spirit masters. During the intermission, before the next show, everyone could relax a little and replenish their energy. Ning Fengzi left his seat and went to the lounge to relax. Uncle Jian, did you see anything about the kid from Blazing Academy? Chen Xin appeared, stood by the wall, looked at the direction of Blazing Academy's departure, and whispered. The kid named Tianrui should have a spirit power level of around level 90. Ning Fengzi's hand trembled. What did he hear? Bibi Dong. 216 Chapter 215 There is still one last chance. 216. Uncle Jian, are you kidding? Level 90. How old is that kid? Ning Fengzi was shocked. But he also knew that Chen Xin couldn't deliberately fool him, but he felt it was quite unbelievable. How could a 21-year-old level 90 soul master be like that? Not only that, Chen Xin hadn't finished speaking, his martial soul should be some kind of super martial soul. The people from Thunder Academy couldn't move at the beginning, which was the result of the lower-level martial souls encountering the breath pressure of the same category of top martial souls. Looking at his behavior towards the two boys of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, if he wasn't overly confident and arrogant, it's possible that he had some grudges with the Blue Lightning sect. Ning Fengzi's eyes flashed. If such an outstanding young man could be recruited into the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. At this time, he didn't know that his own little Lao Lu was also at the same level. The break was over, and the next game was Tian Shui vs Shen Feng. At the entrance, the Tian Shui team met Tian Rui, who had been waiting for a long time. It's getting late today, so we need to fight quickly. Okay. Shui Binger nodded. Is that it, brother-in-law? Tian Rui was about to leave when Shui Yuer's deliberately artificial tone sounded. You don't even say something to cheer me up? That won't do. You have to let me feel your presence all the time, otherwise. Yuer. Shui Binger squeezed out a sound from between her teeth. Shui Yuer smiled awkwardly, brushed past Tian Rui, and hurried over. Tian Rui shook his head and returned to the spectator seat. Huo Wu and the others had originally planned to rest, but they didn't spend any effort today, so they stayed to watch the game. Although Feng Xiaotian was a little annoying, his strength is still not weak. Shui Binger has been with Tian Rui for such a long time, so she should have some improvement that others don't know about. The previous opponents were too weak, and the Kamikaze Academy might be able to force Shui Binger to expose more. However, the battle process was a bit dull. The Kamikaze team obviously collected intelligence from the Tian Shui team. At the beginning, the whole team wanted to take off, but they still couldn't completely avoid Shui Binger's instant freezing. Except for Feng Xiaotian, everyone else was frozen. The rest of the process. Feng Xiaotian was surrounded and beaten by Tian Shui's people. Although he flew around and dodged, and took the time to counterattack, it didn't have much effect. With the help of Swu, Shui Binger condensed ice spikes or ice cubes in the air at will, making Feng Xiaotian defenseless. The temperature in the field was getting lower and lower, and Feng Xiaotian had less and less space to dodge. He wanted to use the 36 consecutive slashes of the Gale Demon Wolf to reverse the situation, but it was just a pause, and Shui Binger seized the opportunity and fell in freezing. Team Tian Shui wins. Huo Wu scratched her hair and said suddenly. Hey, if we meet Tian Shui, you won't let them win, right? She poked Tian Rui. Tian Rui replied. I'm not Feng Xiaotian. It's impossible to let them win, and Shui Binger won't be willing to do so. Unless the two of them have some private feelings. The next game is Shrek vs Zixing. There is no need to stay. Tian Rui got up and left. The rest of Shuo also left one after another. In the end, only 2 people were left to watch the game and collect intelligence. The 2 looked at the people leaving with bitter faces, feeling helpless, but who made them the weakest in level and strength. Looking back, the teacher was still there, and he felt a little relieved. Tian Rui walked to the exit of the exit passage. Soon, a light cold fragrance came, the smell of Shui Binger. Tian Rui turned his head and Tian Shui and others happened to come. Tian Rui went over, raised his hand to stroke a few hairs on her forehead, and said to the others. I understand. Swu smiled and covered her mouth, you guys play your own games, we'll go back first. Shui Yuer yawned and shouted. Don't forget to bring me some midnight snacks. No problem. Tian Rui nodded, you are so thin, I'll bring you some good things to replenish you at night. Shui Binger waved her hand, and the 2 walked away side by side. Suddenly someone muttered. Binger is really enviable, when can I meet someone who is so devoted to me? Aren't there people coming to the gate of the academy every day? You can just find one, hee. Nonsense. How can those people compare? Several people fought and made a fuss all the way back to the Tian Shui villa. 15 minutes later, a new game started on the field, Purple Star Academy vs Shrek. Shrek was defeated. Although the 3 women used their martial soul fusion skills, Tang Yin was present and pretended to use Chaos Cloak to end the control of the overwhelming blue-silver grass. The rest of Shrek naturally had no ability to compete with the clear sky hammer carefully selected by Tang Yin for the competition. At this point, Yu Xiaogang no longer had any hope of qualifying for the preliminaries, although there was still a chance of defeat. With a regretful and disappointed tone, he comforted Tang San and others. You are still young. With the experience of this competition, you can go further next time. Jiangzhu, Jingling, and Huang Yuan were a little disappointed. In the next competition, they will be over 25 years old. But now, maybe it's okay. As a substitute, it's not bad to have come this far. If it were the original Blue Tyrant Academy, it might not be as good as it is now. Tang San's eyes flickered. Teacher, I'm going out for a walk. Be careful. Tianrui led Shui Binger, Ning Yulin led Duguyan, and Zhou Suifeng led the three sisters. Meet on the road. They nodded and said hello, then dispersed and played their own games. At night, they met again at the night market. What is this? Ning Yulin squatted on a stall, looking through some strange and beautiful stones. Duguyan was a little curious. This should be some kind of meteorite, don't touch it. There should still be some radiation, although it is not strong, but it is still easy to get hurt if you come into close contact. He grabbed Duguyan's hand. He threw down a few gold soul coins and put the stone into the soul guide. By the way, why haven't I seen Grandpa recently? Dugubo. Who knows, he seems to be studying a strange toxin. It's been so long, and I don't know if he has found anything. Duguyan pouted. Grandpa only shows up once every 2 or 3 months. Strange toxin? Ning Yulin was surprised. Could it be something Zhou Suifeng made before? Suddenly, Duguyan turned him around and pouted forward. It was Zhou Suifeng and the three sisters Mao Mao. Zhou Suifeng was holding a cat ear headband in his hand and was gesturing at them. Zhu Zuyu didn't like this kind of thing very much, so she stopped Zhu Zuyun and Zhu Zuqing in front of her. Zhu Zuqing seemed to like it very much and cooperated very well. Zhu Zuyun looked a little helpless, not knowing why Zhou Suifeng suddenly went crazy. She was not suitable for this cute style. She raised her hand to greet the two people approaching. We meet again, let's have a midnight snack together. Okay. Duguyan responded. In the end, Zhou Suifeng only bought a cat headband and put it on Zhu Zuqing's head. Zhu Zuqing. 217 Chapter 216 Contestants were poisoned collectively. 217. This half-Western fantasy, half ancient night market is full of all kinds of strange things. Very discordant. The overall combination is another kind of unusual liveliness and harmony. The atmosphere of fireworks is not weaker than that of modern times. But because it is the capital, the atmosphere of fireworks still lacks a sense of real life. There are still fewer pure civilians who have the time and mood to hang out in this night market. The two sides walked around the night market together. Walking and stopping, they saw a stall selling antiques. This kind of place is usually where the protagonist picks up bargains, and Ning Yulin and Zhou Suifeng became interested. But when they got started, they found that not all of them, but 9.9% of them were fake, or they were made by Zhou people. The two did not make a fuss. This kind of business is a one-to-one business, unless it is a deliberate scam, then just do it. Boss, where are these maps from? My two brothers, these are all copied or collected from some ancient books by my ancestors. They are said to be some treasure relics and maps of the New World. Zhou Suifeng stroked the texture of the map. This thing should not be more than a month old. Where are the relics? Which New World? Who knows? How about buying one and exploring it yourself? This kind of thing is a lie. Zhu Zuyun squatted down, her plump and full body pressed out a full arc, and her slender fingers picked up the map and flipped it. It looks familiar, as if I have seen it somewhere. Swish! Zhu Zuyun's hands were empty, and the boss had taken the map. The little girl looks so beautiful, why do you keep saying that you are lying? This map was left by my ancestors one by one, and I copied it bit by bit from the original. There is an original? Ning Yulin's heart moved. Where is the original? It's burned. Zhou Suifeng followed his instinct and bought a few maps he liked. Paid and left. Want to explore? Zhou Suifeng stood up, and Zhu Zuqing immediately occupied his other side, full of interest. After glancing at the map and putting it into the soul guide, Zhou Suifeng shook his head. Wait until your game is over. After the game, we have to deal with the Xingluo Empire. If we act quickly, we can save some time. It depends on whether the Emperor of Xingluo has the courage. I hope he has it, and he won't give up because of the turmoil in the finals. There are many people in the night market, some people with ulterior motives, and then the crowded people, who have tried to get here again and again. The third hand, and those who want to take advantage of the situation. Ning Yulin released some soul power to make some space around him. Left the night market. Find a place for a midnight snack, but saw Tianrui and Shui Binger. It wasn't a fancy restaurant, just a roadside stall. Ning Yulin took a look and bought wontons. Tianrui waved them over. This one is good, with thin skin and big fillings, and plenty of it. The soup base tastes a bit simple, but it's still okay. Zhou Suifeng raised his hand and pulled over a table, and everyone sat together. While waiting for the wontons, they talked about the game. The three of them were reviewing the game in a low voice, and deduced the possible situation in the final. By the way, Zhou Suifeng suddenly remembered something and said to Ning Yulan, "Didn't you say you wanted to study soul guides at that time? How's your research going?" "It's useless." Ning Yulan sighed. "I dismantled some broken soul guides collected by the sect. They may be from the ruins or collected by predecessors. The core array is not clear and the materials are also problematic." "Have you dismantled the storage soul guide?" "I have. Although the core array is clear and can be reproduced, it cannot take effect. The materials are part of the reason, and the other part may be the problem of the energy-driven code. Tianrui inexplicably thought of the different patterns on his and others' martial arts. Shui Bing'er beside him suddenly hissed, interrupting his thoughts. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Just biting his lip." After satisfying their appetite, the group dispersed. Tianrui packed a few wontons and sent Shui Bing'er back. Seeing Shui Bing'er carrying things into the gate, he turned around and was about to leave. His ears moved, and suddenly he heard Shui Bing'er's somewhat panicked shout. His face changed slightly, and he jumped over the wall and rushed in. "Bing'er!" The wontons fell to the ground, and Shui Bing'er was holding Shui Yu'er. Shui Yu'er's face was pale, her lips were purple, her breathing was very weak, and her chest could no longer be seen to rise and fall. Swu, Yu Hero, Gu Qingbo, etc., were either lying on the ground or falling on the table, all the same. The teacher's condition was slightly better. She had the strongest cultivation, but she could only barely save herself. Poisoned? How could it be? Tianrui took off the gold of life on his chest and stimulated it with soul power, releasing a life magnetic field to temporarily hold their last breath. "Don't worry, use this to stabilize it first. I'll go find someone." "Okay." Tianrui ran out of the room, showing the wings of the Fire Dragon King, drawing a clear mark in the night sky, and rushed directly to Zhou Suifeng's position. Somewhere, a person who covered his head and face to hide the mark frowned, hurriedly cleaned up the mark and left in a hurry. Soon, Zhou Suifeng arrived. Release the spirit, absorb the toxins from their bodies, and examine them briefly. "It's him." Tianrui frowned. "How is it possible?" According to the original trajectory, except for the time in Zhengzhen City, he rarely attacked people in secret. Is this stimulated? The two were talking about Tang San. Zhou Suifeng found that this toxin was a product of Tang sect in Tang San's memory. The poison was extremely toxic, but no trace of poisoning could be found after death. It only looked like a disease of the body. Tian Shui and others may have been affected by Shui Bing'er's usual use of the gold of life, and their life strength has been subtly improved, coupled with their own resistance. Stimulation? Isn't he a killer who is waiting for an opportunity in secret? Isn't it reasonable to use this method to eliminate competitors? Seeing that her sister, teammates, and teachers' breathing gradually stabilized, Shui Bing'er let out a sigh of relief. Tianrui took back his piece of gold of life and disguised himself again. "Who are you talking about?" Shui Bing'er clenched her fist, her face cold. Tianrui crossed his arms and frowned. "We don't have evidence, so this matter may not be easy to handle. Even if he reported it to the higher authorities, it would be troublesome for Yu Xiaogang, the honorary elder holding the Pope's order." "What do you need evidence for?" Zhou Suifeng replied suddenly. Tianrui reacted, "Yes, what do you need evidence for? They don't need to use it to judge Tang San openly. Let's go, I'll go and vent your anger for you now." Shui Bing'er looked back at her sisters, but she was still worried. "We can wait until they wake up, I'll go see how many people in other colleges are still alive. It's unknown where Tang San started to attack. The first college to be attacked may have all died now." Xiao Wu. 218 Chapter 217 Shui Luoquan, Who Hurt Me? 218. Zhou Suifeng quickly made a circle among the remaining participating colleges. Tang San didn't have time to attack all of them. Only about 1/3 of them were hit, but 2/3 of them died. Including the people from the Divine Wind Blazing Thunder and the Tiandu Team 2. Zhou Suifeng secretly helped to rescue them, but the dead could not live again. 3 people died from the Divine Wind, and only 1 person died from the Thunder Academy, but it happened to be Yu Tianheng. Perhaps because of Yu Xiaogong's relationship with Lan Dian, Tang San used a very subtle poison from the thunder. But Yu Tianheng seemed to be unlucky and was allergic to some substance, and the others were unable to rescue him because of the poisoning, so he died directly from the poison. The situation of the Blazing Fire Academy was slightly better, with only one person dead, a fire crane martial spirit with a sensitive attack system. Tianrui comforted them and was relieved for the time being. There were also 2 families with extremely bad luck, and the whole army was wiped out, leaving only the unlucky teacher leading the team. The Purple Star Academy was unscathed, but Zhou Suifeng still found traces of Tang sect poison in their food. But they didn't have time to eat and drink, so they left a signal for Tang Yin, and Zhou Suifeng continued to go somewhere else. Finally, he went to Shrek. Tang San was ruthless enough. In order to clear his suspicion, he also poisoned his own people. The symptoms looked similar, but it was obviously not the same poison. Zhou Suifeng quietly checked and estimated the time. Shrek was the first to be poisoned. But he was still not ruthless enough. If 2 or 3 people from the Shrek team died, no one would doubt it. Quietly coming and going, Zhou Suifeng retreated and reunited with Tianrui. Should we let the 3 of them turn against us? If the internal staff of Shrek testify, it should be no problem to kill Tang San for this matter. But the evidence is conclusive. If Tang San is arrested, it doesn't seem to be a good thing. He will definitely be taken away by Tang Hao. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Suifeng gave up this idea. Letting Lan Yi and the other 3 turn against us to testify would not teach Tang San a lesson, but would directly get him arrested, which is not good. The 2 met at Tian Shui Villa. All the people in Tian Shui had woken up. Zhou Suifeng's blue silver grass had extraordinary healing ability, and he knew the right medicine for the poison they were poisoned with, not to mention the gold of living beings. Teacher, please go and rest first. Shui Binger persuaded the teacher and continued to ask the questions they had asked before they left. They said that the person who poisoned was Tang San from Shrek, and she did not doubt it. That Tang San, since he has the ability to avoid the care of the teachers leading the teams of various colleges and secretly poison, why didn't he compete in the arena, but chose this despicable way? If he came back a second later, he might never see the sisters again. Shui Binger was very scared and had lingering fears. She was extremely angry with Tang San. That guy, he was well versed in it. Tianrui held the person and spoke in a low voice. Tang San had this ability, and he and Zhou Suifeng had no doubt at all. After all, he was the one who stole the Xiantian treasure record under heavy precautions and had rich experience. Don't worry, I will definitely help you vent your anger in front of everyone tomorrow. Tang San probably thought that the competition officials needed to conduct a lot of investigations to find the real culprit behind the scenes to confirm the evidence to lock the target, but he never expected that someone would follow the map and know the answer long before he took action. It's getting late. You are the captain of Shiwo. You should go back first. Shui Binger is not a delicate white lotus. She is fragile and needs to be taken care of. She is also the captain of the team. She urged Tianrui to go back quickly and take care of the situation of his academy. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Zhou Suifeng stood up and said goodbye. Tianrui stayed for a moment and also went back to Shiwo. Huo's territory. Huo Wushuan looked at Tianrui, who opened the door with bloodshot eyes and let out a long sigh. Tianrui frowned. Go and have a rest. I will teach the villain a lesson tomorrow. Okay. The next day. The sky was a little gloomy in the morning, and the wind was a little damp. The spectators were still in high spirits and walked into the big fighting arena in an endless stream. But after the first game, the team in the second game did not show up for a long time. The audience began to make noise. Shui Luoquan was a little impatient and was about to ask someone to ask what was going on. Someone came quickly and whispered a few words in his ear. Are there any participating students poisoned? And there were heavy casualties? Shui Luoquan was struck by lightning. It seemed that he could not be blamed for such a thing. It was not related at all. But who made him the person in charge of safety during the competition, and who made this the Tiandu competition area? The truth is not important. The only fact is that during his tenure, a contestant was poisoned and died. Who the hell is harming me? Just as he was shocked and wanted to choose someone to kill, the visitor said again. The captain of Shiwo Academy seems to have a specific target and has called many victimized academies to rush over. Your Highness, we have to. Before he finished speaking, Shui Luoquan jumped up and rushed out of the fighting arena, mobilizing people and horses to chase the movement. No matter whether the target locked by Captain Shuo is the real murderer, he must be the one. The door of Shrek was closed. The courtyard was cold and deserted. Yu Xiaogang and others were worried. How could the good children be poisoned? The onset was so rapid and the symptoms were so severe. If Flanders had not noticed it in time, someone might have died. Xiao San, given your current situation, I think you should give up the competition. You can continue in the next session, but health is more important. Facing Yu Xiaogang's worried eyes, Tang San felt that he was doing the right thing. As long as the teacher can achieve his wish, everything is worth it. Don't worry, teacher, I know what's going on. That's right, don't worry, master. Although there are some minor problems, the impact is not big. I just don't know who is so mean. When we compete, we must protest to the organizing committee of the competition. Let them investigate it carefully. Oscar walked in the team in silence, without saying a word. Don't worry, kids, wait. Flanders pushed his glasses and was about to speak when he suddenly found some figures at the gate. He felt a little strange, took 2 quick steps, and opened the gate. His heart jumped. Why are these people here? Are they gathering the affected colleges to blame the organizing committee of the competition together? This is a good idea. The more victims there are, the more attention the organizing committee will pay. Thinking of this, Flanders put on a heavy expression. Everyone, we Shrek. Just after saying a few words, he suddenly felt unable to move. Flanders' pupils shrank suddenly. This kind of pressure, could it be that there is a titled Douluo secretly present? But why do you want to control me? Tianrui led everyone and filed in. Behind the gate of Shrek, Tang San and others were surrounded. Tang San's heart trembled, guessing that he had been exposed, but he was very puzzled. When he took action, he had already made a complete disguise. I believe that even if his father was in front of him, he would not be able to tell that it was him. How did these people find him? Everyone looked at Tianrui's actions, doubtful. When Tianrui came to the door and said that he had information about the murderer behind the scenes, they were all furious and angry. But, how could it be Shrek? Is it really Shrek? 219 Chapter 218 Why? 219. Yu Tianxin was in great pain. Although he was dissatisfied with the fact that the sect had decided on Yu Tianheng, it was his own business. He and Yu Tianheng were cousins and had a good relationship in private, promoting each other. But now, it was Shrek Academy, where the sect master's useless son was, that poisoned the sect's most talented seed? If you don't want others to know, you must not do it yourself. Tang San, you don't think you are foolproof when you do it, right? Tianrui's indifferent voice made everyone's eyes locked on Tang San. Although they didn't know how Tianrui was sure that it was this seemingly inconspicuous Tang San, but thinking of the miserable state of his teammates, they felt angry and possessed their own spirits, ready to execute Tang San on the spot. Wait a minute. Yu Xiaogang pulled Tang San behind him, and Lu Erlong hurriedly blocked Yu Xiaogang behind him. Our Shrek team was also poisoned. Do you have any evidence to prove that it was Xiao San who did it? Evidence. Tianrui gradually increased the pressure of the spirit release, all of which enveloped Shrek. Lu Erlong's face changed drastically. She was no match for this kind of pressure. Yu Xiaogang, you seem to have made a mistake. Evidence is something only the weak need. The golden and red wings spread out, and the hot flames rolled towards Tang San. Wait! A hurried and anxious shout came from behind. Judging from the voice, it should be a charming and gentle woman. But Tianrui was unmoved. Seeing that Tang San was about to be burned to death, a dark hammer broke through the air and landed in front of Tang San, emitting a heavy force field, temporarily blocking the flames. 2 people fell from the sky, they were Tang Yuehua and the third elder. Without any evidence, how can you do it directly? Even if you really think it was Tang San who did it, you should first raise doubts to the organizing committee of the competition and let the organizing committee investigate. As a participant, you have no right to enforce the law. Tang Yuehua was very confident and argued with reason. She absolutely could not watch her nephew being labeled as secretly poisoning and murdering his opponent in public and being directly punished. Miss Tang Yuehua of Yuexuan, what, are you Haoshan sect going to stand up for Tang San? No, no. The third elder interrupted Tang Yuehua, we just can't sit back and watch this kind of coercion happen. No matter what, there must be real evidence. Otherwise, if it is a false case, wouldn't it be wrong to accuse a good person for nothing? Step, step, step. There was a neat sound of footsteps, and someone turned around. Outside the gate of Shrek, Xueluoquan led the army and rode forward. Everyone greeted. Greetings to His Royal Highness the Great Prince. Quickly, please excuse yourself. This happened during the competition. It was my fault ahem, it was my negligence. He habitually wanted to call himself His Royal Highness, but in this case, it would be more appropriate to lower his posture and show that I sympathize with you, Xueluoquan said quickly. Don't worry, I will find out the truth in the shortest time and give you an explanation. Come on, bring all the people from Shrek. Your Highness, don't waste your time. Tianrui patted Shui Bing'er's arm, signaling her to stay calm, and that this matter would not change. I have my own way to prove it. Lan Yi and the other two, as internal members of Shrek, are very suitable as witnesses. However, Tianrui inexplicably felt that it seemed that Tang San could not be killed today. So let Zhou Suifeng come. As long as he releases the green lotus fragrance, Tang San will explain everything he did. Raising his hand, he released a flame into the sky, exploding the fireworks. Everyone was puzzled by Tianrui's actions, but they didn't notice that a stranger had appeared in the field. Flanders saw it, but he was suppressed by Tianrui's pressure and couldn't move. Blue-silver grass quietly spread, covering everyone's feet. When did the blue-silver grass appear here? Some soldiers behind Xueluoquan noticed it and exclaimed in a low voice. Everyone reacted, looked down, and saw Zhou Suifeng in the direction. Bang! A snap of fingers. Blue lotus flowers bloomed, and the flowers bloomed and sent fragrance. Everyone's anger, anxiety and urgency quickly calmed down. That's right. I did all this. Someone took a deep breath and immersed himself in it. Tang San, who suddenly spoke, called everyone's attention back. Xiao San! Don't talk nonsense. Yu Xiaogang was fascinated by the fragrance of the flowers and was completely unable to control himself. Lu Erlong scolded Tang San harshly, but Tang San was unmoved, with a murderous look on his face and a cold face. As long as I can win and let the teacher fulfill his wish, everything is possible. You are too strong, and the restrictions on the field cannot allow me to fully exert my strength in order for Shrek to successfully qualify and stand in the finals. I can only think of ways outside the field. Zhou Suifeng never expected that the Seven Azuras illusion of Kanghui Academy would have such a big impact on him. No, more reasons should be the continuous setbacks and blows, the restriction of not being able to use hidden weapons due to the rules, Yu Xiaogong's expectations, etc. Under the interweaving of many factors, Tang San, who regarded Yu Xiaogang as his father, picked up the true face of the Tang sect disciple. Xueluoquan became more and more angry as he listened. Just because of this kind of shit, he almost took a huge black pot. Take down the madman Tang San and put him in jail. Choose a day after the competition. Tang Yuehua looked dazed. It was really Xiao San who did it. How is this possible? Although Brother Hao is a bit paranoid, he is not someone who would do such a sinister thing. That girl, Ayin, is not such a despicable person, according to what Big Brother said. Why does this child behave like this? She suddenly looked at Yu Xiaogang, who was still immersed in the fragrance of flowers and couldn't extricate himself. He didn't know what wonderful scene he was dreaming of, and had a mysterious smile on his face. It must be the influence of this person. Tang Yuehua. The third elder's ears moved and he heard a person's voice transmission. He held the sledgehammer that was thrown in front of Tang San before, and pounded the ground fiercely. The smoke and dust hit, and the fragrance of flowers disappeared. This fragrance of flowers confuses people's minds. It is so deliberate. Can you take the words seriously? You are so anxious to cover up everything on an innocent person. What are you covering up? Zhou Suifeng turned his head, glanced at him, and suddenly raised his hand. Blue-silver grass shot out from under the feet of the third elder, binding his hands and feet. The third elder struggled with all his strength. He didn't want to be exposed here, but he had to release his soul ring. It's actually a titled Douluo. Your Majesty of the Clear Sky Sect? Why is he supporting Tang San? Tang San's last name is Tang, so is he also. But isn't his martial spirit blue-silver grass? It turned out to be a titled Douluo, and everyone backed off. But Yu Tianxin took a step forward. What about the Clear Sky Sect? The Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, must give an explanation today. The third elder had no time to respond. The spirit ring he released only lasted for a few seconds before disappearing quickly. His spirit power and physical strength also quickly faded, and he was finally held up by the blue-silver grass that bound him. Zhou Suifeng approached Tang San step by step. The sound of breaking through the air reappeared, and it was another clear sky hammer. Everyone looked puzzled, and they became more and more suspicious of Tang San's identity. Buzz 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 buzz. The air was buzzing under the heavy weight. However, it was still the blue-silver grass that rose from the ground and wrapped the newly appeared clear sky hammer. Solid. If she doesn't look like a yin, treat her as Lan Yi. 220 Chapter 219 Force 220. This new hammer was naturally thrown by Tang Hao. And his purpose was not to attack Zhou Suifeng, but to dispel the control of the flower fragrance. The failure of the third elder was not a problem for Tang Hao. Tang San and Yu Xiaogang woke up. The clear sky hammer bound by the blue-silver grass also disappeared, and Tang Hao cancelled the spirit summon. Yu Xiaogang was relieved and blamed himself. I didn't expect that he had put so much pressure on Tang San without knowing it. But there was no time to complain at this time, and he immediately refuted loudly. As His Majesty said, such a deliberate move cannot be guaranteed to be true. I want to protest to the organizing committee. We have reason to suspect that this is a deliberate frame-up to exclude competitors. Xue Luoquan's eyes flickered. He didn't expect that Tang San was actually related to the Haoshan sect. Being able to get a titled Douluo to stand up was worth winning over. Compared with this, whether he was blamed or not was obviously not important. But in such a public place, regardless of whether what Tang San said under Zhou Suifeng's hypnosis was true or false, everyone's emotions had accumulated to a climax and were just a little bit away from exploding. If he showed it too obviously, he might end up making things worse. Eliminate competitors. Tian Rui said sarcastically. Yu Xiaogang, are you having a seizure or your brain is not fully developed? What is there about you Shrek that is worthy of our framing and slander? Don't forget, you are the defeated opponents of my Blazing Fire Academy and Tian Shui Academy. That's because we didn't let all the regular players play in order to preserve our strength. Yu Xiaogang was still struggling. He must not show his weakness at this time. Once he lost momentum, Shrek and others would be detained in an instant. It's a pity that the people from the Spirit Hall didn't come, otherwise he could still use the Pope's Linghu to pretend to be powerful. He winked at Flanders, wanting him to leave quietly and find the people from the Spirit Hall. However, Flanders still couldn't move. In that case new footsteps and new voices inserted into the solemn atmosphere. Everyone turned around and Tang Yin stepped in. Then let's do it this way. Please ask all the regular players of Shrek to play another game with their previous opponents. The winner will be right. Yu Xiaogang's face froze. This was not what he thought. He wanted to delay time and find an opportunity to let Tang San escape. If he continued to compete, even if he really won, this matter would not be easy to solve. Moreover, judging from the attitudes of the people in front of him, once they started to fight, it would no longer be a simple, restricted competition. No. He retorted subconsciously. He reacted and changed his words to face the oppressive eyes of the crowd. We Shrek and you are all poisoned. At this time, no matter who wins or loses, it is not convincing. I think it should be. Then we will fight in 7 days. The truth of this incident will be determined by the result. Xue Luoquan found an opportunity to interrupt. Don't worry, whether it is Shrek or other damaged academies, the nutrition needs within these 7 days will be borne by this prince. Everyone rest assured and wait for the results to be announced in 7 days. No need to trouble your highness. Someone else came, this time it was Ning Yuan. When I first heard about this, it was really outrageous. Since the Soul Master competition was held, there has never been such a bad incident. If it is delayed for another 7 days, it may give some people a chance to stir up trouble. Our sect has invited Ms. Yat, and the sequelae of everyone will be fully recovered in a moment. Behind Ning Yuan are Ye Lingling and her daughter, and next to them is Du Guyan. Ye Lingling. After receiving Zhou Suifeng's signal, although everyone did not discuss the specific details of the action in detail, their thinking was roughly the same, and each of them could guess what they needed to do. They immediately took Ye Lingling to the Ye family to invite her mother out. It turned out to be Ms. Yat. Everyone, please spread out and give Ms. Ye some space. Xue Luoquan naturally knew her, and shouted loudly, asking everyone to step back. Lingling's mother did not say anything. Wearing the same veil as her daughter, she walked to Shrek and others. The huge crabapple flowers bloomed, and the fragrance was refreshing. Shrek and others' faces recovered visibly, with white and rosy, and even the dark circles under their eyes disappeared. Some other people around who were also ill also relaxed. Yi's mother swept her eyes around and suddenly fell on the 3 girls of Lan Yi. These 3 girls. According to the feedback from the martial soul, she felt that these 3 people seemed not to be human, and they had a very strong and high-quality plant scent. Plant soul beast transformation? No, it shouldn't be. Their aura made the 9-hearted begonia martial soul feel close. But there was no extra feeling. Yi's mother retracted her sight without leaving a trace. The secret of the 3 girls had nothing to do with her. If it was a further step, a feeling of complementary attraction, then she might invite them back to the Ye family and treat them well. Perhaps she could get a way to make up for the inheritance of the 9-hearted begonia. After the treatment, Yi's mother bowed slightly to Ning Yuan and Shui Luoquan, and left with Ye Lingling. Tang Yin glanced at Tang Yuehua and the 3rd elder, and said indifferently. Master Yu, their bodies have recovered. Then let's start the competition. All the participating colleges that have been poisoned are here, so there is no need to go to the fighting arena. Take a look and decide which one to choose. Ning Yuan also called out to Shui Luoquan. Your Highness, please invite Bishop Sarath and my father to witness it. Lest, the Shrek guys refused to admit defeat and shout about unfair victory. Shui Luoquan immediately sent someone to invite them. The crowd surrounded Shrek's space and relaxed a little. Everyone moved to the square not far away. There were still some former students in the academy who passed by not far away. Seeing the scene here, they couldn't help but approach, curious and lively. But when they learned what happened, they all looked at Tang San and others who were surrounded in the middle in shock. How could this person do such a thing? Some people were indignant. It was already very unpleasant that the Good Blue Tyrant Academy was renamed to something inexplicable Shrek. Now there are such guys who ruin its reputation. But some people looked at Tang San in awe. This person has courage and ability, but he was just unlucky and was caught by someone. 3rd elder, Miss Yuehua, you took the initiative to come out and support Tang San. Do you think that the current situation of our Haoshan sect is too comfortable? In the corner, Tang Yin looked at the 2 coldly. Do you know how much effort Senior Tang Chen and I spent in Wuhan City to get some opportunities for a peaceful solution? Once this matter is implemented on Tang San, it will not only be Wuhan Hall, but also civilian soul masters who will be hostile to the Haoshan sect. They will say that we are bullying the weak, and being tyrannical. Maybe you think 1 or 2 is nothing. But there are many people in the soul master world who push down the wall when it falls. Do you think the current Haoshan sect can withstand the attacks of those with ulterior motives? 221 Chapter 220 Fat Meat 221. Haoshan sect, once the world's #1 sect, is a piece of fat meat. If the situation is right, there will definitely be countless gluttons who will move in. Haoshan sect inherits secret techniques, various materials, and soul bones. As a prestigious force, no one would believe that there is not a soul bone in the sect. More valuable is the bloodline of Haoshan Hammer martial soul. If Haoshan sect cannot continue, and really ignores others, it is not difficult to imagine what the men and women in the sect will encounter. After the preliminaries, I hope you two will return to the sect and reflect on today's actions. A moment. Ning Fengzi and Salis arrived. The 4 were a little puzzled. Why didn't Tang Hao take action? If he wanted to save Tang San, it would be the best choice to take him away before Ning Fengzi and Salis arrived. He kept his troops in place because he thought that even if Tang San lost today, his life would not be in any danger? Or, he wanted Tang San to learn a lesson? The latter is unlikely. Salis was full of gloating. He had never expected that such a thing would happen in the Tienda division. It was a pity that fewer people died. Ning Fengzi felt a little bit sorry that those young people had not had time to make great plans, but died at this time. This Tang San. My Lord Salis and I have heard about the matter. This matter has far-reaching impact. Everyone. Ning Fengzi was impartial. To Tang Yuehua and others, it seemed that he was giving Tang Hao face. To the victims, it seemed that he was doing them justice. No more unnecessary nonsense. Please let Shrek choose your opponent. The short time before the battle. Shrek team. Ma Hongjun grinned. Life is really full of ups and downs. Daimyo Bai was angry and glared at Tang San. Although Yu Xiaogang said that the words spoken under hypnosis were not worthy of being a human, how could they not know Tang San's little ability? Oscar sighed. He knew from the beginning that it was Tang San who poisoned everyone. Tang San's poison was very good, but Oscar's soul power just broke through the first level under the stimulation of the poison. Oscar, who realized that something was wrong with his body, immediately took the detoxifying sausage. Just as he was about to find other people, he found Tang San. The strange movements of Tang San's disguised identity and the appearance of hurriedly walking. Even so, he did not want to expose Tang San, after all, he was one of his own. I didn't expect Tang San to be such a sinister and cruel person. Thinking of being in the same room with him for so long before, it is inevitable to shudder. Why do you have to come to participate in this Soul Master competition? Xiao San, you, In the current situation, Yu Xiaogang has no way to deal with it. Lu Erlong didn't care about the fact that other people died of poisoning at all, and pulled Yu Xiaogang. Don't worry, Xiaogang, it will be fine. If they really want to attack Xiao San later, then we will use the martial soul fusion technique and try to send Xiao San away. Flanders opened his mouth. I'm afraid this won't work. Just now at the gate. There is an unknown His Majesty controlling me in secret. It should not be His Majesty Haoshan, and it is unlikely that he is from the Haoshan sect. Yu Xiaogang's face sank and he clenched his fist. You guys delay for a while, I'll go talk to Sarath. Lu Erlong's face changed. Want to borrow the power of that woman? How can this be possible? Flanders grabbed her arm and shook his head vigorously. Erlong, this is a last resort. If it is not handled well today, not only Tang San, but also Shrek and even you and me may not have a good end. Yu Xiaogang walked away, she regained some of her sanity, thinking of the children in the academy, and swallowed her anger. Salis looked at Yu Xiaogang in front of him with a puzzled look on his face. The other party took the Pope's order was issued, and he also revealed his identity as an honorary elder. Salis secretly said that it was bad luck. And Erlong, do you know that Tianheng was poisoned to death? Yu Tianxin stood in front of Lu Erlong and said coldly. What? Tianheng. Although Lu Erlong didn't like the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex and didn't like that father, Yu Tianheng and the other children were still okay. How could Tianheng? Yu Xiaogang came back and learned that Yu Tianheng was among the dead victims. He stood there in shock. That was his nephew, whom he had taken care of for a long time when he was a child, but now he was poisoned to death by his own disciple? Such a shock, subconsciously looked at Tang San. This is impossible. Tang San refuted. The poison he put in the Thunder team was not strong, but just a show. It is impossible for someone in the Thunder team to be poisoned to death, unless... Yu Xiaogang believed Tang San very much and continued his words. Unless someone took advantage of the situation. Really? Yu Tianxin sneered. Tang San was controlled by hypnosis just now, but no one is controlling him now. Tang San's tone and attitude once again showed that it was him who did it. You two really know how to take advantage of opportunities. I wonder if you two know that in this world, people have different physiques. Some people are allergic to grapes, while others are not. A voice came from not far away. It was Zhou Suifeng who spoke. It was unbearable to hear Tang San and his apprentice so shamelessly defend themselves. Yu Tianxin's hesitation, which had just arisen, was extinguished in an instant. No matter what, Yu Tianheng and two other teammates died because of Tang San's poisoning. Alas, Tianheng, it's really bad luck. And Erlong, I hope you can still be so tough after the sect master finds you. Yu Tianxin walked away. The reduced Thunder team did not plan to participate in this battle against Shrek. With 3 fewer people, they were definitely not opponents. Yu Xiaogang temporarily put aside all emotional influences and tried to pretend that nothing happened, with his hands behind his back. Xiao San, who do you think Shrek should challenge in this game? At this time, he was still testing Tang San. And Tang San also cooperated and entered the state, thinking seriously and calculating. The blazing team must not be chosen. Tang San's expression was solemn. The strength of the blazing captain is unknown, the information is unknown, and we don't have any good solution to Huo Wu's soul skill. The best choice is the Thunder team, which has reduced personnel. But if they win, I'm afraid those people won't admit it. Tang San calculated the opponents present and felt that the best choice was the Divine Wind Academy. Although they can fly, it won't be a big problem before the martial soul fusion skills of Lan Yi and the other two. Shrek, everyone, I've given you enough time. Salus had a sour face and was very unhappy. This Yu Xiaogang is really a troublemaker. Today's matter is difficult to deal with no matter how. If the Pope knows about it, he will definitely not be able to get a good result when he returns to report. Your Excellency, Master Ning. Flanders, as the Dean of Shrek in public, spoke on behalf of the group. He cupped his hands. We choose to challenge the kamikaze team. All the victims of the academy who had lost people fixed their eyes on Feng Xiaotian. Feng Xiaotian felt a chill on his back and sweated profusely. Xiao Wu. 222 Chapter 221 Tang San, I want to show my full strength. 222. Even if Feng Xiaotian was thick-skinned, he couldn't bear the pressure of so many people. If he lost, he might even be torn apart by these people. But thinking that Sister Huowu was also poisoned yesterday and almost died, he was furious again. He must teach Tang San a lesson in person and give Sister Huowu a good vent. The Shrek team has a good plan. Tian Rui's voice was full of pressure and spread throughout the venue. I said last night that I would vent my anger on Shui Binger today. How could Shrek make such a meticulous plan? The kamikaze team lost 2 assistants, and even if there are substitutes, they may not be able to exert their original strength. When you win, you can push the opponent and get away safely, right? Your Excellency the Bishop, do you think this is appropriate? What does it have to do with me? The Spirit Hall will be happy if you kill each other. Then I wonder what Captain Shuo has to say. Both the team competition and the individual competition must be carried out. In the team competition, all the teams with reduced members will regroup their members. Yu Xiaogang frowned. He roughly understood Tian Rui's idea. The teams with reduced members selected the remaining main players and suddenly merged into a new team, which would definitely be stronger. Is this an opportunity for Shrek? The hasty fusion must not have a high level of tacit understanding. However, there are troublesome characters among them. Shui Binger's instant freezing, Huo Wu's resistance to fire ring. No. Captain Shuo, what you said is totally unreasonable. Before, you said that we Shrek can choose our opponents at will. You are not keeping your word and are going to overturn and deny it. Yu Xiaogang wanted to give Tang San every hope of winning. At the same time, he looked at Saroth. Saroth's eyelids twitched, but he had to cooperate considering the Pope. It makes sense that a man cannot stand without faith. Going back on his words is unpleasant. That's wrong. Knowing from Chen Xi and Ning Fengzi, who was at the real level of Xiao Tianrui, spoke hurriedly. The two parties have not reached any written or verbal agreement, so how can you go back on your word? Your Excellency, you are too serious. Tianrui nodded to Ning Fengzi and shouted to Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang, are you too old and your mind is not clear? That guy said that, pointing at Tang Yin. When did we say that you Shrek can choose any opponent at will? You are only nearly 50 years old, how can you sympathize with such deafness and blindness? You misinterpret others' words so much, and you are not independent. Do you think everyone can hold you in the palm of their hands like those two fools, listen to you and obey you? Am I your father, or your grandfather? The world revolves around you. The fools were naturally talking about Lu Erlong and Flanders. Tang San didn't want Yu Xiaogang to continue to be humiliated in public, so he stood up. What do you think? Let's draw lots. Draw lots for all the teams that were poisoned this time. It's fair, just and open. You should have no complaints, right? Bishop Saroth and Sect Master Ning have ready-made name cards of the major teams. There is no need to make extra ones. You don't have to worry about any shady operations. Tang San looked back. Daimyo Bai and others looked at him with different eyes. He was awed. He retracted his gaze and replied loudly. Okay. Xiao San. Teacher, there is no need to say more. Today's incident was caused by my carelessness and implicated the academy. Let me solve it. Tang San had made a firm decision in his heart. He raised his hand and touched his belt. He used a hidden weapon to coerce a hostage and took the opportunity to escape. When he had made 3 hidden weapons, he would come back to repay today's humiliation. Tang Yuehua wanted to say something else, but Tang Yin stood in front of her and she couldn't speak at all. Moreover, what Tang San did shocked her. This child seemed to be less than 14 years old this year. The third elder had a bitter look on his face. He just came to see Tang San at Tang Yuehua's request. How could so many things happen? This father and son are both evil. Dean Flanders, Master Yu, the drawing of lots will be done by the two of us. Do you have any objections? Holding on his cane, Ning Fengzi smiled at Flanders and others, looking gentle and approachable. Of course. Flanders hurriedly said, Master Ning, Your Excellency the Bishop, please. In front of everyone, the two took out the name cards of the colleges present and placed them on the tray. Ning Fengzi rushed before Saras and rolled up all the name cards with his soul power and disrupted the order in the air. Rotating. After a few breaths, it suddenly stopped. The middle piece is Tian Shui team. This is naturally the result of Tianrui's interference, the electric current is driven, and the invisible and intangible magnetic field is bound. In the process of increasing the spirit ring of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, Tianrui gradually mastered the power of lightning, and he also mastered the electric current push more deeply. He didn't know whether the current realm could be regarded as magnetic field rotation. It shouldn't be. He remembered that the obvious difference between magnetic field rotation and electric current push is the impact on oneself and the outside world. The former can change the magnetic field effect of oneself and the surrounding area. Tianrui can do it occasionally, but more often he releases lightning as a way of expression. Perhaps it is the influence of the martial spirit, which is more profound in the aspects of electric current and lightning. Yu Xiaogong's face was solemn when he drew Tian Shui as his opponent. Shui Binger's instant freezing was really difficult to solve. In their Shrek team, there was only one flame spirit master, Ma Hongjun, who was not only of insufficient level, but also far inferior in martial spirit strength. Others could not restrain the people of Tian Shui. From the level difference, they had already lost. The difference from the last result was that there was only one more Lan Yi. Tang San suddenly spoke. There is something I hope His Excellency the Bishop and Sect Master Ning can agree to. Oh? What do you want? Salas spoke. This battle is a self-defense, which is equivalent to fighting for the right to survive. In order to survive, we must do our best. I hope that the restriction that the competition cannot use tools other than martial spirits can be cancelled, so that I can use all my strength. Ning Fengzi looked at Tianrui. Tianrui frowned. If it was an ordinary hidden weapon, there was no need to worry at all, but if it was something like the King of Hell's Post, he turned to look at Zhou Suifeng. The latter nodded, indicating that there was no need to worry. Then use your self-righteous full strength and welcome your failure. Tianrui spoke, which was considered to be in agreement with Tang San's conditions. Tang San let out a long breath and showed a confident smile. Tianrui patted Shui Binger's hand. Since entering Shrek, she has not said a word and has been staring at Tang San. Let go and fight. Don't worry even if you kill him. I'll take care of everything. Taking a deep breath, trying to control her anger, Shui Binger nodded slightly. Walking into Shrek Square with her sisters. Tang San noticed Shui Binger's eyes and turned to Lan Yi. It seems that she will not release the ice to control us immediately. The target may be focused on me. You must release the martial soul fusion technique as soon as possible. As long as we can control her, our chances of winning this game are still 60%. Xiao Wu. 223 Chapter 222 Winter is coming. 223. With the current situation, Lan Yi and the other two no longer need to continue to play in Shrek. However, people should have a beginning and an end, even if the three of them are just puppets. Zhou Suifeng's blue-silver grass mimics people. The two sides stood opposite each other and consciously released their martial soul rings. Tang San, I will make you regret doing such a thing. Shui Binger's face was stern, her ice-blue pupils were slightly shining, and her soul power was restless and furious. Really? Tang San also responded coldly, Tian Shui team is lucky, there is no loss of personnel. Let's see if your luck is still so good in this game. Dai Mubai wanted to give Tang San a claw at this time. Even if this battle is won, these people will admit that they have successfully defended themselves. But what about after that? After the game, outside the academy, is it possible that nothing will happen? He finally cheered up and had the courage to go back and fight, but now, he might be implicated by Tang San. Not to mention going back, whether he can graduate and leave Shrek safely is still a problem. Oscar did not play, and Silent made some mushroom sausages, 3 for each person, and retreated to the corner. Ma Hongjun also did not play. He looked at the situation in the field indifferently, and glanced at Tang San with some resentment. He had a deep affection for Flanders. Now Tang San made Shrek in danger, that was Flanders' hard work. Like Daimyo Bai, he wanted to teach Tang San a lesson, but he couldn't beat him. The people who came on the field of Shrek were Tang San, Lan Yi, Daimyo Bai, Tai Long, and Jing Ling. Daimyo Bai had 2 amplification soul skills, Tai Long's powerful gorilla martial soul had a high toughness attribute, and Jing Ling was very fast. The 3 of them, as forwards or baits, could delay time for Tang San's 4 blue-silver grasses. Ning Fengzi released a ball of soul power, which exploded in the center of the field, and the battle began. As Tang San expected, Shui Bing'er did not release the ice seal. Instead, she raised her right hand strangely, and the temperature in the square dropped rapidly. A layer of white frost could be seen spreading on the ground. Shui Yuer and others also strangely did not attack Shrek, but released their soul skills towards the ground or the sky. She wants. Huo Wu glared slightly. This scene looked very similar to the picture she imagined, where other teammates created benefits to strengthen the power of her Huo Wu Yao Yang. Tian Rui, Zhou Suifeng, Ning Yuan, and Tang Yin all secretly accumulated soul power. It was not to prevent the battle from getting out of control, but to prevent Tang Hao from breaking the rules and suddenly attacking. Feeling that the atmosphere was a little wrong, Chen Xin appeared next to Ning Fengzi to avoid being unable to react due to the distance. The biting frost forced the surrounding audience to retreat a distance, although they all wanted to see the scene of Tang San's defeat, being severely punished, crying, begging for mercy, and regretting their appearance. But personal safety is still important. The water vapor and ice crystals released by Sui Yuer and others gradually gathered in front of Shui Bing'er. Tang San instinctively warned and launched an attack. He raised his hand and wiped his belt, and threw dozens of purple-red long needles at Shui Bing'er. Thunder Fire Needle. The poison-type direct injury hidden weapon containing gunpowder will cause an explosion when it hits the human body, and the poisonous hidden weapon fragments will directly penetrate the human body. Boss Dai, Tai Long, hurry up. The 2 gritted their teeth, released the amplification soul skills, and sprinted forward against the cold wind. The Thunder Fire Needle did not hit Shui Bing'er. After approaching a certain distance, white frost appeared on the needle surface, and then it fell to the ground. Facing the 2 people rushing up, Shui Bing'er glanced at them and raised her left hand. Ice, freezing their legs. There were dense ice spikes, aiming at their joints and heads. This matter is only aimed at Tang San. If you move forward an inch, don't blame me for being rude. Daimyo Bai hesitated, but Tai Long struggled. Because the people of Haoshan sect showed up, his grandfather told him since he was a child. Puff, puff, puff. Disobedient children don't get candy. The ice spikes, which were originally only the length of a finger, instantly penetrated his chest, back, hands and feet. The amplification soul skills released by Tai Long in advance did not play any role. Tian Rui looked at the abnormal blue veins on Shui Bing'er's cheeks and frowned deeply. Anger made her freezing attribute more powerful, but it also began to hurt herself. Her body couldn't bear it now. Fortunately, she had a little bit of life gold on her. It looked a little dangerous, but not serious. Seeing Tai Long's miserable state, Daimyo Bai shrank even more. Myo Bai! Someone shouted. Daimyo Bai gritted his teeth and released the 4th soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower. The light spots flew. Seeing Shui Bing'er dodging, Tang San's face lit up. Continue. The low temperature and cold air had little effect on Daimyo Bai's attack. In this case, he would pursue the victory. The bodies of Lan Yi and the other 2 behind him were gradually disappearing, and the martial soul fusion skill would soon take shape. Daimyo Bai raised his fist and was about to continue. Puff, puff, puff. Become like Tai Long. Noisy. Water vapor and ice crystals accumulated in front of Shui Bing'er, bit by bit, and turned into a pair of half-human high ice crystal boots. Then, crystal clear long legs, skirt hem. The energy mobilized by the other members of the Tian Shui team was controlled by Shui Bing'er to form a giant human figure, the Ice and Snow Valkyrie. The colorful light was emitted in the sun, beautiful and brilliant. The people on the sidelines exclaimed a little. They didn't expect that the Tian Shui team had such a trick. If they were used against them on the field, it would be difficult to deal with. The Valkyrie held a huge spear of the same color and a shield in the other hand. Following Shui Bing'er's movements, she raised the spear to lock Tang San and threw it out fiercely. The next moment, countless blue-silver grass emerged behind Tang San, densely forming a blue-silver grass palm, grabbing it. The ice spear was against the palm of the blue-silver palm, and both sides emitted violent soul power fluctuations. The aftermath spread out in all directions, with strong blue shock waves and blue-green breezes scattering everywhere. Tianrui raised his hand and released a wave of heat, and the aftermath disappeared instantly. People were more wary of Tianrui's strength. Under cover, Tang San stepped on the ghost shadow, drifted among the blue-silver grass, and sneaked to the back of the Tian Shui array. What does he want to do at this time? People outside the field saw Tang San's actions clearly, watching him sneak along the edge of the field. Yu Hero of Tian Shui raised his hand to show a strange weapon, and stabbed at her waist. As a result, he was stopped by a layer of transparent ice crystal armor. That's what he said, all the strength? Some kind of weapon other than the martial spirit. It should be poisoned too. I really don't understand, how can he play the blue-silver grass martial spirit so insidiously? People were talking about it. After the sneak attack failed, Tang San knew something was wrong and retreated in a hurry. The next moment, the high-heeled boots of the Ice and Snow Valkyrie stepped on the position where he was just now, splashing a piece of ice rain, and at the same time, a layer of ice was frozen on the ground. If he wanted to approach with the ghost shadow, it would be twice as difficult. Xiao Wu. 224 Chapter 223 Tang Hao, who has not broken out of the cocoon, came out. 224. The purple demon eye clearly captured the movements of all the people in the Tian Shui team, and Tang San calculated silently. It seems that the speed of the Ice and Snow Valkyrie is much faster than expected. Shui Bing'er's soul power alone must not be comparable to that of Lan Yi and the other two. As long as she delays for a while, her soul power consumption will definitely not last. Other teammates helped her create such a big creation, and they should not have recovered yet. The ice surface is too smooth, how can I approach? After thinking for a moment, he had an idea and released his blue-silver grass. The third soul skill, Spider Web Binding. His third soul ring was obtained from a 1000-year-old crypt spider. The human-faced spider that gave him a cheat was captured by Zhou Suifeng, and he didn't meet another one. As for the effect of this soul skill, it is exactly the same as his original fourth soul skill, but the strength and release speed are much lower. Tang San released several blue-silver spider webs in a row, trying to create a foothold for himself, so that he could get close to the back of the Tian Shui formation and capture the hostages. But suddenly he felt empty above his head. The blue-silver palm that was supposed to last for a long time suddenly collapsed automatically. And Lan Yi and the other two disappeared. The three women's roles are over, and they were cancelled by Zhou Suifeng. Next, it's Tang San's personal performance time. A spear reappeared in the hand of the Ice and Snow Valkyrie, aiming at Tang San again and falling. Tang San had no choice but to dodge with all his strength. What's going on? Where are Lan Yi and the others? Yu Xiaogang and the other two were also in a state of confusion. How could the fight go on, and suddenly the person disappeared? Even if it was a backlash of the soul skill, there should be a body after all, right? It is impossible that Shui Bing'er's freezing power is strong enough to freeze the bodies of others on the spot. Besides, the ice spear did not hit the three people after defeating the blue-silver grass. Dodged left and right with the help of the ghost shadow, Tang San suddenly saw Shui Bing'er raised her left hand to him again. Then, he felt his body sink, and the extremely clear cold air quickly rushed into his internal organs. Ice Ring Armor. The defensive soul skill originally used on teammates and himself was now put on Tang San by Shui Bing'er. Increasing the mass and lowering the temperature became a good technique to restrict the enemy. Instant freezing is faster and more convenient, but she wants to slowly make Tang San feel despair and the fear of his life gradually disappearing. The ice crystal armor on his body was getting heavier and heavier. Tang San tried hard to operate Xiantian Gong, but at this moment, his Xiantian Gong had not yet been cultivated to the highest level. He could not resist the cold air that penetrated deep into his internal organs, and could not step on the ghost shadow. His movement speed was getting slower and slower, and the space for dodging was getting smaller and smaller. A long spear reappeared in the palm of the Frost Valkyrie, and slowly stabbed towards Tang San's head. Closer little by little. Xiao San. Yu Xiaogang was anxious and shouted, and Lu Erlong was about to rush in to rescue. Tianrui glanced at her, and Lu Erlong stood still on the spot, her breathing stopped, and like Flanders, she could not move. Dragon's might crushed. Only Chen Xian noticed Tianrui's actions, and the third elder, who was also a title, did not notice it at all. The spear gradually approached Tang San's head, and Tang San felt desperate. Am I really going to die here today? I haven't rebuilt the Tang sect in this world yet, and let everyone see the power of hidden weapons. Stop. We admit defeat. Xiao San, admit defeat quickly. Yu Xiaogang shouted anxiously, but Tang San found it difficult to speak at this time. The biting cold had paralyzed his nervous system. The soul power of more than 30 levels was completely unable to compete with the power of the ultimate ice. He was able to maintain a clear consciousness now, thanks to his strong mental power in 2 lives. The next moment, Tianrui flashed to the scene. Raised his hand and raised a wave of fire. Of course, it was not to save Tang San. But Tang Hao finally showed up. Wearing a tattered cloak and holding a sledgehammer, everyone could only see a scraggly chin. Standing on the top of a tree nearby, towering over everyone's heads, looking down from a high place, standing in front of him. Tang Hao naturally noticed the problem that Chen Xin could see, and the 2 sides confronted each other faintly. Seeing Tianrui enter the arena, Shui Binger knew that the battle was over and cancelled the control of the ice and snow Valkyrie. The spear almost pierced into Tang San's spiritual cap, turned into ice crystals and dissipated, and the Valkyrie also disappeared with the wind. Keeping the spirit in his body, he signaled to the sisters with his eyes and retreated behind Tianrui. The rest of the people were forced by Tang Hao's momentum, but Zhou Suifeng, Tianrui, Ning Yulan and Tang Yin didn't care. Tang Hao, who had not broken his cocoon, was just so-so. Everyone's eyes were dazed, and Tang Hao had already appeared in the field, reaching out to grab Tang San. But he was firmly clamped by Tianrui. After doing such a thing, you want to walk away without paying any price? Think about you, Tang Hao, you were once famous, and the fallen ones were terrified by the hammer. Now your son is doing this kind of behavior that is no different from the fallen ones. Just ignore it, or do you, Tang Hao, also become a fallen soul master? In this era, there is no clear concept of evil soul masters, most of them are called fallen ones. Tang Hao still didn't speak, realizing that he couldn't break free from Tianrui's control by just bursting his soul power, so he swung the hammer directly. Tianrui still responded with fire, the fireball blocked the clear sky hammer, and at the same time another flame was separated and circled towards Tang San. Erlong! Quick! Yu Xiaogang shouted. Of course, she listened to Yu Xiaogang's words the most, and immediately possessed her spirit, reaching out to grab Tang San. But as a fire attribute, and a powerful beast spirit like the fire dragon, she was directly burned by the thin flames surrounding Tang San. How is this possible? Lu Erlong looked unbelievable, she was the horn of killing. Third soul skill, Raging Thunder. The flames around her body exploded like thunder, and Lu Erlong's speed increased dramatically, trying to grab Tang San out with her speed advantage. But it still had no effect. Not only that, this time she was stained with golden flames all over her body, which seemed to ignite her soul power. Erlong's sister! Flender exclaimed, but there was nothing she could do. She pounced and dared not move. Looking at Yu Xiaogang again, Flanders at least rushed over and tried to put out the fire on Lu Erlong physically, but he just stood there stupidly. It is always others who pay the price for what he does. Father, you should let them stay away a little bit. Ning Yulan stood beside Ning Fengzi at some point and reminded him. Tianrui was angry, which was not easy to solve physically. If someone around accidentally got caught in the fire, if the 3 of them did not take action, no one present except Chen Xin would be able to solve it. Even if it was Chen Xin, he could probably only cut off whatever was lit. Ning Fengzi nodded. Everyone, in order to avoid injury, everyone should stay a little further away. No one heard it. Everyone was shocked that Tianrui could actually fight against the legendary Haoshan Douluo head-on. It was not until Chen Xin emitted some sword energy and the skin tingled to wake them up that some people realized that their lives were more important and hurriedly retreated. Lu Erlong tried to send out her own flames to resist, but she couldn't bear the pain after all. In a trance, she seemed to feel the first time she was injured in the battle with the soul beast. Flanders was extremely anxious and thought of a solution in a hurry. Xiaogang! Come on, let's use the fusion technique to see if we can dispel the flames on Erlong. 225 Chapter 224 Fight 225. By accident, Flanders really found the best solution at the moment. With the properties of the Golden Holy Dragon, it can indeed dispel Tianrui's casual flames. Zhou Suifeng, who had been paying attention to their movements, nodded secretly, moved his fingers slightly, and prepared to release the blue-silver grass, and quietly drew some blood from the 3 people in the state of fusion technique for research. Flanders called several times in succession before Yu Xiaogang, who was immersed in an unknown emotion, came back to his senses. Come and release the martial spirit with Flanders. Flanders carefully called Lu Erlong and asked her to release soul power to respond to the 2. Enduring the pain, Lu Erlong gave up the momentary resistance with great willpower and released her soul power. The 3 martial souls merged, and the golden halo enveloped Lu Erlong, and the flames dispersed. Flanders breathed a sigh of relief. Successfully dispelled, there was no need to continue to maintain the fusion technique, and rushed to Lu Erlong. Her clothes turned into ashes, but she didn't reveal anything. Most areas on the surface of the body were red flesh and black charred messily distributed, which was not good looking at all. Flanders quickly took off his coat and wrapped Lu Erlong, and went to the backyard of Shrek. At this time, Zhao Wuji and others who were relaxing in other places finally heard the movement and hurried over, but faced with so many people, they did not dare to act rashly for a while. Salas saw Tang Hao appear, but he didn't mention the arrest of the wanted criminal. He even retreated intentionally or unintentionally, using the figures of others to block himself. Tang Hao had no time to take care of the various movements behind him. Looking at Tianrui, his eyes seemed to be filled with anger. People die every moment on the continent. They die because they are not as skilled as others and have bad luck. Why are you pressing so hard? Ha ha ha! Tianrui laughed angrily. Your Majesty Haoshan, what you said makes sense. In this case, let's deal with it according to your words. If you and your son die here today, it is also your bad luck. Phoenix cry. The heat wave rushed away. Tang Hao's face changed slightly, and he quickly retreated with his soul power to protect his body. Tianrui slowly floated into the air with the flames. 1 gold and red, 2 black, 5 black and red. 8 ring soul Douluo. He is actually a soul Douluo level strongman. Feng Xiaotian seemed unaware and muttered to himself. Looking at the figure with wings spread out and shrouded in flames, he couldn't help himself at all. Of course, he was not the only one who reacted in this way. Only a few people can stay awake and think clearly. Ning Yulan glanced at Salas. After this incident, Salas will definitely send Tianrui's information back to Wuhan City. It may be difficult to explain to Onlin. The martial soul and spirit ring are exactly the same, but the spirit skills have subtle differences, but ordinary people can't see it. Should we stop it? After thinking for a moment, he shook his head secretly, too lazy to do such unnecessary things. It's just a matter of time. It will be exposed in the finals. By then, everyone will show their strength. The truth is not important at all. As for the time before the finals, Salas reported back. No explanation is the best explanation. Let Bibi Dong make up her mind to investigate. It is estimated that Bibi Dong will investigate the brothers who were lost since childhood. Although Onlin lived in Wuhan City when he was a child, Kyung Sunji had already investigated it when he accepted his apprentice, but not all the information was completely clear. The flames painted the sky above Shrek Academy. Some students, servants, etc. who were not here to watch the excitement looked up at the strange sky in doubt. The flame god ring hovered behind Tianrui, and as the wings flapped, the flames on it jumped. Energy gathered, and a long sword was extended and fell into Tianrui's palm. My goodness, my brother-in-law is so perverted, and you didn't reveal any wind at all, you hid it well enough. After coming back to her senses from the stagnation, Shui Yu lay on Shui Binger's shoulder, swallowing her saliva, slightly dissatisfied, and more venting her surprise. Really, there is such a lively atmosphere without calling us. The 3 sisters Zhu Zuyun also came, quietly walked behind Zhou Suifeng from behind the crowd. Zhou Suifeng was condensing the things he had just extracted from the 3 people into seeds, and turned his head to look at them. Didn't you see that you are about to break through? How are you? I have increased my soul power by 1 level. Naturally holding Zhou Suifeng's arm, Zhu Zuyun's eyes were shining, looking at Tianrui who was like the Lord of Fire, and whispered in Zhou Suifeng's ear. When will you come? Declare to the whole continent that the man of their sisters is one of the unique super geniuses in the world. Do you want to see? Yes. Don't worry, there will be a chance. Zhu Zuyu's pupils moved slightly. She also wanted to become this kind of person. As for Zhu Zuqing, seeing that the eldest sister hugged one arm, the second sister did not move, and hurriedly hugged Zhou Suifeng's other hand. The long sword in Tianrui's hand is actually the weapon soul skill of the previous golden feather phoenix bird, the fire feather blade. It's just that the shape and strength have changed now. Before, it was more like a feather, but with a blade. The current shape is more like a weapon, but there are flame patterns similar to feathers on the surface. In addition, there are some mysterious runes with unknown meanings, flowing with the fire. Dive down. The flaming meteor instantly hit the clear sky hammer in Tang Hao's hand. The force was so heavy that Tang Hao even took a small step back. Brother Hao! Tang Yuehua called out in a very low voice. Tang Yin frowned and said to the third elder without turning back. Third elder, please take Miss Yuehua back to Yuexuan first. Otherwise, she will do anything that will affect the section. Ah! The third elder sighed and pressed Tang Yuehua's shoulder. Yuehua, let's go. I won't talk or move. Let me stay here. Let me stay. Third elder. Do you want me to take out the Haoshan order here? Tang Yin didn't give her face. The third elder could only take Tang Yuehua away forcefully. Ding ding dang dang. The sledgehammer and the fire blade fought for more than 10 rounds in a short period of time, and no one could do anything to the other. Tang Yin, Zhou Suifeng and Ning Yulan did not intend to intervene. With Tianrui's ability, it was enough to solve it. Such caution is because he is afraid that Tang Hao will directly attack with a ring explosion, hurting innocent people, so it is better to lure them out of the city. Tang Hao does not want to fight with Tianrui, he just wants to take Tang San away. He originally wanted to wait until Tang San finished the Soul Master competition, a grand event for young people, and then take him away to train him, but he did not expect Tang San to make a big mistake once he made a move, even though he was so well behaved and sensible when he was a child. However, he did not want to fight, but Tianrui's offensive made him unable to resist. It is only level 90 soul power, but it is still 1 soul ring short. Why is it so difficult? Look at his soul ring, the 100,000 year soul beast that transformed at the beginning is not on him. Haoshan Juju, shock, break, and penetrate. Use force to fight force, break defense, and penetrate damage. Tianrui appears arrogant, but in fact he responds calmly. The fire blade in his hand suddenly shattered, and without a target, Tang Hao felt empty in his hand. The fire blade was naturally not defeated by Tang Hao, but Tianrui chose to dissipate it on his own initiative. He wants to use his strength to fight back. I don't have the strength to lend you. Let's see how you use it. Tang Hao is not a young man. 9 absolutes is not possible. He instantly turns to Chaos Cloak. See whether Tianrui dodges or not. If he dodges, it will give him the opportunity to take Tang San away. If he doesn't dodge, with his current strength, once the Chaos Cloak unfolds its true power, Tianrui will definitely not be able to solve it easily, and it will also give him a chance to escape. 226 Chapter 225 Father and Son Retreat. 226. Tianrui did not dodge. The color of the wings behind him was slightly darker. Then, he grabbed Tang Hao's clear sky hammer with his bare hands. How is this possible? If the Fire Dragon King's wings are opened, even a mere clear sky hammer, if he couldn't even catch the sky hammer, then it would be better to peel off the Dragon King's wings and throw them into the sea. Tianrui would never do such a thing as explaining the battle. But although he didn't explain, he also said other nonsense during his epileptic seizure. To be honest, we are tired of playing games with you guys all the time. You should just take your son and live in seclusion. You can have a chance to reunite with the Blue Silver Emperor, but you have to come out to mess with others and disgust others. Are you seeking revenge? You are just forcibly transferring what you can't do to the next generation to comfort yourself that you are not a waste. Is he your son? Do you have the awareness of being a father if you don't care about him or teach him? Do you think of that little jerk as your child if you don't want to make your child live a happy and beautiful life? Forget it, there is nothing to say to a brain-dead, paranoid, dead leftover like you, and you don't deserve to listen. Lightning flashed, thunder exploded, and Tang Hao saw that the hand holding his hammer turned into a blue-purple dragon claw, and his pupils shrank. Dragonization? Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex? Twin martial spirits. In front of his eyes, Tang Hao was kicked out before he could react. The whole audience was in uproar, and you could hear a pin drop. Is that Haoshan Douluo? Was he kicked away by the captain of the blazing team? Shui Yuer was no longer shocked, and she clung to Shui Binger's shoulders woodenly, losing her ability to think. Uncle Jian, he. Ning Fengzi's voice was dry. Kick Tang Hao away? If he was now fully deployed to assist Jiangu and the other two, they might be able to do it. But this young man named Tianrui was just in ordinary state, and he didn't even use his martial soul body, but he knocked Tang Hao away? His speed just now was so fast that even Tang Hao didn't react. Fengzi, this person must not be offended. Although he doesn't seem to have the 9th soul ring, if he uses all his strength may be between level 95 and level 97. If he is not handled well, he will be another Douluo, and his threat is even far greater than Douluo. After kicking Tang Hao away, Tianrui pinched Tang San's neck. Tang San, is your brain underdeveloped or not developed at all? Tang Hao and Yu Xiaogang, who is your real father? Yu Xiaogang is a human, but the others are not human, right? Have you ever understood what your teacher has done? He is just a man seeking fame, self-pity, self-blame, and self-pity. That's not right. He once brought 2 beautiful girls into the mortal world. There are not many people who can do this. From this point of view, he seems to be a character. Think about what you have done. You too can become master and apprentice, which is a match made in heaven. But I hope you can be good in your next life. Exploding ring. It finally broke out. Zhou Suifeng and Tang Yin joined forces to prepare for the impact. But Tang Hao only blew up the first 4 soul rings, and the 2 overreacted. How Shinjuju collapse? He used the move of focusing on attack among the Juju again, and endured the hidden injury, and hit Tianrui with a decisive hammer. This time, it was Tianrui who was knocked away and shot into the woods in the corridor next to Shrek Square. Puha! Tang Hao said anxiously, exhaling a blood mist. Xiao San, go! Father! No time to talk, go! He picked up Tang San and shot him into the air, pulling out a wave of air and flying out of Tiandu city. In the woods, Tianrui shook his hands. This time he had a good chance to attack Tang Hao, but it did not cause any obvious damage. Tianrui shook his hands and looked at the 3 people. Want to run? He snorted coldly and flew up to chase him. Shui Binger was a little worried. She had almost vented her anger by stringing Shrek's 2 strong attackers together like a candied horse and beating Tang San like a grandson. Tang Hao suddenly ran out, and Tianrui fought with him. She was very anxious watching from the side. After all, he was the famous Haoshan Douluo. I wanted Tianrui to stop chasing, so that would be enough, but Tianrui flew too fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Don't worry, these guys usually won't get into trouble. Zhu Zuyun came over and comforted him. She knew very well that Zhou Suifeng and others had the ability to solve problems when they caused them. Tang San left, the person involved disappeared, the other Shrek members looked badly beaten, and the 3 pretty female team members were suspected to be dead. The anger of the crowd subsided a lot, but it did not dissipate. Shrek indulged its students to do such things, and the teacher did not express his opinion at all, which made people dissatisfied. Shui Luoquan finally got the opportunity to speak. Don't worry, everyone, the organizing committee of the competition will give everyone a satisfactory explanation for this matter. The competition will continue, everyone go back and rest first. Giving face to the eldest prince, the crowd gradually left. Sarath glanced at Yu Xiaogang, and really didn't want to continue to be involved with this honorary elder. He had to go back early and send the information about Tianrui's fight with Tang Hao back to Wuhan City. What Tang San did was no different from the fallen. But His Holiness the Pope. Father, Elder Jian, let's go too. The 7 treasures glazed sect and others also left on their own. They had no intention of chasing Tang Hao. They still needed to think about it. Tang Yin and Zhou Suifeng. They also didn't chase after them. If Tianrui couldn't kill them, it would mean that they were not destined to die. If they did, there would be nothing to say. As for the 4 of them coming together and directly pressing Tang San and his son to death here, I can only say that it is unnecessary and of no benefit. The blood sword of Azura and the heart of the sea god have been controlled, the immortal grass is gone, and the current Tang San is no longer taken seriously. Besides, keeping him has some things that need to be verified. And some possible experiments. Tang San is a visitor from another world. In a flash, the noisy Shrek Square was deserted, leaving only the dead Shrek team members. After everyone left, Zhao Wuji shouted to the sky. What is this? Grabbed Xiao Xin and went to check on Dai Mubai and others. Titan, who received the news of Tang Hao's appearance, realized it later and rushed over, but didn't catch a hair. Seeing the miserable state of his grandson, he was very angry. Flanders. I handed my grandson to your academy, and this is how you do things. Originally wanted to hold Lu Erlong accountable, but that miserable state was still a woman. Titan was unreasonable, but not inhuman. I had to shift the blame to Flanders. Who asked you to take over the academy and change its name? Flanders looked at the unconscious Lu Erlong and felt very distressed. Although she was treated in time, her long hair had turned to ashes and her fair skin was covered with ugly scars. Looking at the power of Tianrui's flame, I wonder if she can recover in the future. Facing Titan's coercion, I have no words to say. Senior Titan, this matter. After learning about the general course of events, Titan knew that this matter was not easy to resolve and took his grandson away directly. The next Shrek might be disbanded on the spot. After finally dealing with Titan, he went to find Yu Xiaogang and planned to let him take care of Lu Erlong. Flanders felt that if Lu Erlong woke up, he would definitely want to see him first. At this time, Yu Xiaogang was immersed in the emotion that Tang San was bullied by everyone and forced to leave. He magically compared this scene with himself when he left the sect. Everyone in the world is ignorant and cannot tolerate the slightest difference. Xiaogang. Flanders called out several times before he came back to his senses. Just as he was about to say Lu Erlong, he heard Yu Xiaogang say, I don't know when Xiaosan will come back after leaving. Flanders' face became a little colder. Erlong is still not awake, she needs you very much. As if he just remembered Lu Erlong at this time, Yu Xiaogang turned around and hurried away, but an emotion inexplicably arose in his heart. I am not a healing spirit master, even if I take care of him personally, how much effect can it have? 227 Chapter 226 The Terrifying Effect of the Thunder Law, Revised. 227. Tang Hao was caught up by Tianrui as soon as he left the Tiandu city. In fact, Tianrui did not want the battle to affect the residents in Tiandu city. As soon as he left the Tiandu city, Tianrui immediately accelerated, rushed behind Tang Hao, and kicked him again. Boom! Tang Hao shot into the ground at an angle. But there was no damage. In a hurry, he activated the soul bone skill, but Tang San fainted. Why are you forcing me so hard? Looking up at Tianrui floating in the air, Tang Hao was indignant and puzzled. If he let him take Tang San away, the matter would be settled. The Shrek team was already broken, and everyone had a way out. How good! Forcing me so hard. The flames around Tianrui gradually extinguished, replaced by surging thunder. The sky was coming, and dark clouds gathered. Your son almost poisoned my sister-in-law, and now I am forcing you? You really deserve to be father and son, and you are always right. Forget it, it's just a waste of time to talk nonsense with you. Tang Hao, I only make one move. If you can catch it, I will let you and your son go today. If you can't catch it, I hope you will learn to be a little better in your next life. Arrogant, he didn't take Tang Hao seriously at all. Holding the sledgehammer tightly, Tang Hao felt that Tianrui was too arrogant, but at this age, he had the capital to be arrogant after cultivating to level 90 soul power. This move must be his most confident and powerful one. If you want to take Xiao San away today, it seems that you can only. Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex Martial Soul, the 8th Soul Skill Thunder Law 9 Skies. Seeing the red soul ring turn out, Tang Hao was still a little hesitant and immediately made up his mind. Explode the ring. Tang Hao raised the hammer high, and the hammer head rose in the wind, as if he had used the true body of the martial soul. The sticky force field and heavy power hit Tianrui. However, the soul ring has not exploded yet. Absolutely hit, the thunder that could not be dodged had hit Tang Hao, and the sledgehammer stood still in the air, without continuing to move. The Thunder Command 9 Skies, in addition to the basic physical damage, the most important effect is that the person hit needs to go through 9 consecutive inner tortures. As long as there is a slight inner wavering at one time, the soul will be shaken at the least, and the person will become a vegetable at the worst. Tang Hao's inner torture. First question. When you first awakened your martial soul, did you feel satisfied with yourself? Tang Hao, yes. Second question. Since your cultivation, have you never wavered in every attack? Tang Hao, yes. Third question. Do you feel that every life you have killed so far deserves it? Tang Hao, yes. The thunder gradually increased. Fourth question. Have you ever felt that you have never let down your relatives and friends? Tang Hao. Fifth question. There is no fifth question. Lightning flashed in Tang Hao's body, and the tenacious will that came from killing could not bear it. He screamed indescribably, and shaking like a sieve was the simplest adjective. He only survived 3 questions and the judgment of the law. Even if he did not become a vegetable after that, he should not be able to move again. Standing with his hands behind his back, Tianrui felt that he should be able to support this posture now. He slowly fell down, stepped on the treetops, and quietly waited for Tang Hao's end. Suddenly. But things were obviously not so smooth. Tang San, who was originally unconscious, suddenly woke up. Seeing the increasingly obvious fluctuations of his soul power around him, Tianrui felt very surprised. What the hell is this? In a few breaths. Judging from the leaked energy, Tang San's level has been upgraded by 2 levels. Before he upgrades more. Immediately, Tianrui summoned the thunder to end the father and son. However, Tang San also moved quickly. Although he didn't know why he suddenly became so strong, he instinctively made the most suitable move for the current situation. He only had 3 soul rings and could not exert the effect of higher level soul power. He could only use Xian Gong and the 4 unique skills. The internal force of Xian Gong, which was strengthened by the power of heaven and earth, was quickly input into Tang Hao's body. This Xian Gong was practiced to perfection, and the 3 flowers gathered at the top of the head were endless. This neutral and peaceful magic skill seemed to be very compatible with the power of heaven and earth, allowing Tang San's internal force forging to break through to the 6th level. It was only 3 realms away from the highest 9th level. Xian Secret Technique. Tang San silently chanted, and under the secret technique, his soul power was temporarily increased by 3 times. Tang Hao, whose soul was trembling, was about to become a vegetable. He was awakened by this neutral and peaceful soul power and barely recovered a little willpower. It is worthy of being a super magic skill that is useful even in the realm of God King.jpg. Explode the ring. It blew up the remaining soul rings including a yin soul ring. Big Sumuru Hammer. With the wings of the Dragon King, it wouldn't be a big problem to take this hammer head on, but wouldn't it be stupid to take it head on? Rush to the sky, summon thunder, condense into a blade, and fall towards Tang Hao. Unexpectedly, this big Sumuru hammer was actually a smoke bomb. Tang Hao took advantage of the short time when Tianrui was in the air and carried Tang San away again. However, Tianrui did not have no results. Cut off Tang Hao's right arm. Tang San. The 9 heavens thunder just now. Stealing secret books, feeling worthy of the sect, poisoning opponents, no psychological burden. These Tianrui was not surprised. He was surprised that the blessing of the power of heaven and earth of these 9 thunder powers could actually make the 35th level Tang San so high. The power of heaven and earth blessed by the 9 heavens is so terrifying. Compared with the self-explosion that Tang Yin originally researched, mine is more like the immortal mode of Douluo. No, it seems to be the same as Wu Feng's blessing of the 99 war spirits in Xia Tian in the ultimate family. Xian Gong. This skill must be used more carefully in the future. Hey, there seems to be a soul bone here. He picked up Tang Hao's right arm, which was slightly strange. He crushed the flesh and blood and found a soul bone. If I remember correctly, it seems to be a soul bone inherited from the Haoshan sect. I input soul power and simply sensed it. The quality is good, more than 60,000 years old. The inheritance of the Haoshan sect should also be a power system. It matches him quite well, but it overlaps with the existing right arm bone of the sky blue ox and horse. This piece is not worth replacing. Throw it to Tang Yin and let him play by himself. He returned to Tiandu city leisurely. This time, he did not go directly to Shui Binger, but returned to Shiwo first. You guys still? Tianrui wanted to ask if they were in a good mood. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he saw Hua Wushuan and others, as well as the teacher, all stood up. There was a flattering look in her eyes. Hua Wu no longer had the pride she had in the past, and she stood there with her hands and feet tied, like a little girl in the palace. There was no way, the gap in strength was too big. Several people could not treat Tianrui with the same attitude as before. Okay, you don't have to be like this, I'm still me. It's just that you have a few more spirit rings, and you will reach the level sooner or later, I just got a little ahead of time. How it was before, everyone will still be the same in the future. Is it just a matter of a few more spirit rings? Although Tianrui said so, they were still a little restrained. It was helpless, and it would be fine after a while. Tianrui began to discuss with the teacher the team member who was unfortunately poisoned to death. Being able to be selected to participate in the Soul Master competition, he was also a leader among the students of Shiwo. This is the first time this has happened. The teacher sighed, although the main murderer is Tang San, I am also partly at fault. As the team leader, I failed to take good care of him. But who would have thought that someone would dare to poison the contestants? After we go back, the academy will make compensation. 1 million gold soul coins, plus an unconditional admission quota. If the attributes of the person recommended by the other party do not meet the requirements of Shiwo Academy, Shiwo can also recommend him to other high-level Soul Master academies. More, the academy can't do it. It can't bring people back to life. After a while of discussion, the teacher left and found a place to relax. The rest of the things should be left to the young people themselves. Okay, seeing that you are so uncomfortable, I'm going to find Shui Binger, you train on your own first. Several people breathed a sigh of relief. Tianrui walked to the door, and suddenly remembered something. Nodding. If the spirit hall wants to make a fuss about my level not matching the registration information, ignore it for now and wait until I come back. No problem. Huo Wu responded. Waving his hand, Tianrui pushed the door and walked away. As soon as he left, everyone slumped in their seats. They knew the captain was very strong, but who would have thought that he was strong enough to fight the legendary Haoshan Douluo head-on? Leaning on the armrest of the chair to support her face, Huo Wu stared blankly at the direction where Tianrui left. Brother, you said that he has cultivated to this point, it should not be just because of talent, right? If they can get some practical guidance from Tianrui, maybe they can improve their strength a little more. Huo Wushuan wiped his sweat and glanced at his teammates. His tone was erratic. Wait for him to come back, I'll try to ask for advice. Don't mess around, he and Shui Binger are in love. 228 Chapter 227 Final Result 228. When they arrived at Tianshui, their reactions were better than those of Team Shiwo, but not much. Tianrui still received high-level attention, and the teachers in Tianshui were more reserved than those in Shiwo. Teacher, there's no need to be nervous. No matter how good I am, I'm still your son-in-law of Tianshui, right? It's a bit inappropriate to say old couple, but Shui Binger won't blush because of such superficial teasing, and asked with a little worry. Are you okay? Don't worry. Tianrui smiled as he raised his hand and placed it on her face. Nothing happened. Tang Hao ran away with one arm. If you're really worried, let's go to your room and check it out for me. Go to hell. Shui Binger twisted Tianrui's waist, but Tianrui was unmoved by his thick skin. The sisters were still there, and Shui Binger couldn't bear their teasing eyes and continued to stay with Tianrui, so she retreated to her seat. Tianrui went over and squeezed next to her, winking at them. The matter has been completely resolved so far. Tang San will not appear for at least 5 years, so you don't have to worry. In the next schedule, you have no reduction in members, and we are only one person short of Shiwo, so there shouldn't be any impact. Whether other teams will continue to compete depends on whether their academies can add candidates. And according to the opinions of the competition organizing committee, Shrek should not be able to continue to participate in the competition unless something unexpected happens. If Shui Luoquan had more courage, he would directly order the Ministry of Education of the Tiandu Empire to take back the former academy's license and award it back to the Wild Academy, which should win people's hearts. But considering that Lu Erlong has Yu Luomian behind him, who is in a sense the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, I don't know if he dares. The future heir, Yu Tianheng, died because of Yu Xiaogong's disciples, and the Blue Lightning sect should not continue to support this academy. After talking for a while, Tianrui suddenly brought up another matter. Do you want to move? Move next to us. Change the station. They looked at each other. They didn't care about this. This place was also provided by the royal family, and Tianshui College didn't spend much money. They looked at the teacher. The teacher thought for a moment and slapped the table. Then move. It's nothing important. Just pack the necessities and a few clothes and move in. As for whether there is anyone next door, money is not a problem. See, you are so scared. Let's go. I'll take you to relax. Tianrui led the people who called Shiwo to take a hot spring bath, find someone to massage them, and relax. Ning Yulan paid for the bill. Shui Binger didn't give it to others, Tianrui massaged her himself. When they were taking a hot spring bath, Ning Fengzi, Saras, and Shui Luoquan also discussed the final decision on the rules of the competition in response to this incident. Shui Luoquan strongly advocated that the colleges with reduced numbers should continue to participate in the competition. The finals were fine, but the promotion matches after the preliminaries, or the individual performance matches, should at least be played as individual matches. The promotion matches were participated by the affiliated kingdoms and principalities of the empire. If they were defeated by them, it would cause more problems. Ning Fengzi and Saras did not interfere too much in this regard. It did not matter to them. The problem with Shrek Academy was that the three of them had their own differences. Based on the current situation, a wanted order should be issued to wanted the fallen soul master Tang San. Shrek Academy should be severely punished, the school qualification should be revoked, and the order should be disbanded. However, Saras was in a dilemma because of the Pope's order. Shui Luoquan used his amazing wisdom and thought that if he showed favor to Shrek Academy at this time, they would definitely be grateful and win over a large number of people. He even wanted to contact Tang Hao. In this situation, the stigmatized Haoshan Douluo was very suitable to do some taboo things. As for Ning Fengzi, he had reached a consensus with Ning Yulan and his son before the meeting. The bottom line must be strictly adhered to in this matter, and no guilty person must be let go. Strive for the most severe punishment. It's a pity that the arm can't twist the thigh. The final punishment for the Shrek incident was that all the records were invalidated, and Shrek Academy was not allowed to participate in the Soul Master competition and related matters in any form within 30 years. Tang San's mentor Yu Xiaogang was detained in Shrek. No one is allowed to leave Shrek Academy without orders. Shrek Dean, Flanders, needs to compensate all the victimized academies this time. All of the above was advocated by Shui Luoquan alone. Saras was stunned. He didn't know what was going on with the brain circuit of the eldest prince of the Heaven Do Empire. The news spread, and the victimized academies were very dissatisfied. The deans from all parties who came to surround Shrek Academy again. It was still a step too late. However, the academy was already empty. Shortly after the battle, some sharp students had packed up and ran away secretly. For a long time, they didn't dare to say that they had studied in Shrek Academy. Yu Xiaogang and others were nowhere to be found. There were only a few dull and honest simple students left in the entire academy. Looking at those clear and stupid eyes, the victims' families felt angry but had nowhere to vent, and they couldn't do the same as Tang San and attack indiscriminately. What would it be? Finally, Shrek Academy was smashed and demolished, turning into a ruin. All the academies hated Shui Luoquan. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, which argued for justice, helped all the academies to seek justice, and advocated justice, had a good impression of Ning Fengzi. Then, the trouble shifted to the Haoshan sect. Tang Yin was very troubled. As the representative of the Haoshan sect, as long as he appeared, he would definitely be looked down upon by everyone, but they did nothing. After all, Tang Hao had been expelled from the sect. But as the situation develops, they will not do anything on the surface, but it is hard to guarantee that they will not shoot arrows from the cold. Even, they will form an anti-Haoshan sect and anti-Haoshan Hammer alliance. The future plans of the Haoshan sect have not yet been launched, but because of the unauthorized actions of Tang Yuehua and the Third Elder, the gate was closed and the bolt was locked. Helplessly, Tang Yin publicly issued a statement to reprimand Tang Hao and Tang San, saying that the Haoshan sect was definitely not a place to harbor filth and support the behavior of those degenerates. It was temporarily over. And the punishment of the two. Tang Yuehua was only a 9th-level soul warrior. If she was punished according to the sect rules, she would be disabled if not dead. Tang Xiao was willing to take the punishment for him. He received a blow from Tang Yin and was not allowed to be treated by an auxiliary spirit master. He had to stay in bed for 3 months. But Tang Yuehua was not fine. She was not allowed to leave the sect without orders. Third Elder, poor supervision has caused huge losses to the sect. No nonsense. Tang Yin broke all his bones in front of the Second Elder and others. Heal, break. Repeat 3 times. After that, prepare to go mining and smelt the materials needed for forging. After soaking in the hot spring, the two sides returned together. No matter men or women, they all looked very bright after taking a bath. Shui Yuer was the youngest and most lively among all the people. She shuttled back and forth between Shiwo and Tian Shui. With her interruption, the uncomfortable atmosphere caused by Tian Rui's strength disappeared invisibly. Back to the station, opened the door, and Shui Yuer suddenly turned around and shouted to Tian Rui. Brother-in-law, I will help you keep my sister's window open at night, do you want to? Shui Yuer. Oh, it hurts. 3 days later, Shui Luoquan issued a notice and the competition continued. In response to Tianrui's problem, the Spirit Hall also sent a specialist to investigate, Zhu Douluo. The information reported by Sarath made Bibi Dong concerned, so she asked Zhu Douluo to come and investigate. She did want to do something, but she didn't want to stop Tianrui from participating in the competition, but wanted to try to use Tianrui to deal with Lan. Zhu Douluo's trip was just to check Tianrui's bone age. As long as he met the restrictions of the competition, he would not be stopped from participating. Alas, he is really young and promising. He is only about 20 years old, but he has reached this level now. Young man, get the 9th soul ring as soon as possible, and then I can personally preside over your coronation ceremony. Thank you for your kindness, senior. I thank you in advance, but don't bother. The 9th soul ring is very important. I still have to find it carefully. Let him preside over the title coronation ceremony. I'm not interested. If it's Bibi Dong or Qian Daolu, that's fine. Forget about this chrysanthemum. Bibi Dong. There is no rule in the Soul Master competition that one must not hide one's cultivation. After measuring Tianrui's bone age, there are no other problems. Your cultivation is not weak. Would you like to try your hand with me? This is the task that Bibi Dong gave to Zhu Douluo, to test Tianrui's ability. You are too kind, senior. This is of course a refusal. There is no benefit in fighting with Zhu Huiguan. It is enough to make Tianrui famous. This one is not enough. Zhu Douluo can only make an excuse to end it. I hope to see your wonderful performance in the finals. Tang Yin, Zhu Douluo was shocked again. Before, he went to the Spirit Hall with Tang Chen. Zhu Douluo received Bibi Dong's order to come out to verify the identities of the two. As a result, he was frightened by Tang Chen's spirit that was even higher than Tang Hao. He left in a hurry without verifying Tang Yin's age. At this point, the controversy over Tang San's poisoning came to an end temporarily. A titled Douluo quietly found the place where Yu Xiaogang and others were staying in the night. He looked only in his 40s, but his eyes were full of vicissitudes and fatigue. He was dressed in dark blue clothes, with a belt decorated with lightning patterns. He was nearly 1.9 meters tall and stood at the door, blocking the door tightly. When he saw this person, Yu Xiaogang stood up with a start, shaking like a sieve. He whispered, "Father, father!" The man was the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, Yu Yuanzhen. Before he came, Yu Yuanzhen was very angry and almost wanted to slap him to death. This rubbish, why didn't he shoot at the wall at the beginning? But seeing him look older than himself, I felt sad for some reason. The sadness didn't last long. When I thought of Yu Tianheng's matter, anger filled my chest and I almost vomited blood. Xiaogang, your father is very disappointed in you. Yu Xiaogang lowered his head, and Yu Yuanzhen looked at him quietly, a little puzzled. How exactly does this son think? Since he doesn't have that talent, why not just be like everyone else and be an ordinary person? With a father who is a titled Douluo, who can do anything to him. He can't even bear some rumors, but he is still pretentious and unwilling to sink. It's just nonsense. Now he has caused the most outstanding heir of the sect to die so carelessly. 229 Chapter 228 Blocking the Door 2. 229. The suppressed thunder made Yu Xiaogang almost breathless. Yu Yuanzhen continued. The disciple you taught caused Tianheng's tragic death. The elders of the sect have decided to expel you from the clan and you are not allowed to be involved in the sect in any way in the future. You are not allowed to regard yourself as a disciple of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex section. Yu Xiaogang raised his head suddenly and opened his mouth, but he couldn't say anything. He tried hard to find an ordinary disciple and teach him to be a strong man, mainly to be proud in front of those people in the sect who had mocked him. In fact, few people outside the sect have mocked him. Before the so-called 10 core competitiveness theories were produced, who knew who Yu Xiaogang, were? Being expelled from the clan? What's the point of everything he did? Then there is only one person left for him to prove? What's the point of proving himself in front of that woman alone? Yu Yuanzhen glanced at Lu Erlong lying on the bed, and the nameless fire in his heart became even stronger, wanting to burn Yu Xiaogang to ashes. But in the end, he didn't move. When people get old, once Yu Tianheng dies, this waste is the only one left in his direct bloodline. This waste has enough stigma, and he doesn't care about another one who ignores ethics. Take care of yourself. Turning around and shooting into the night sky, he disappeared. I'm sorry, father. Kneeling on the ground, Yu Xiaogang looked like a resentful woman who was abandoned. A few days later, the game continued. Without Shrek, everything was calm. Originally, these few days were delayed to give those colleges with reduced personnel time to replenish their personnel. The competition time would take a few extra days, and even a month of rest time would be occupied. But after the start of the game, there were continuous academies giving up. The estimated time was actually earlier than originally expected. It would end in about the last 3 days. That day, the opponent of the Tian Shui team gave up, and they won without a fight. They swarmed to the Shuo arena, and the opponent of Shuo did not give up, but Tianrui did not play. Brother-in-law, why don't you go on stage? Go up and beat them to a pulp. Kill them instantly. Shui Yuer waved his fist. Huo Wushuan and the others can handle it. Tianrui didn't want to go up and be a monkey unless it was necessary. After watching for a while, the people from Tian Shui left first. They planned to discuss new tactics. In the next 2 days, they would most likely face off against Tang Yin's Purple Star Academy and Blazing Fire Academy, so they needed to prepare well. Shui Binger refused Tianrui's help. Keep it a secret, I'll definitely surprise you then. Okay, I'll wait. After Blazing Fire finished the game, the teacher went up to draw lots for a new opponent, and the group returned to the base. Just after leaving the gate of the Fighting Spirit Arena, I suddenly saw Shui Yuer running in a hurry and out of breath. Oh no, brother-in-law! Someone wants my sister. Before he finished speaking, Tianrui had disappeared. Shui Yuer habitually finished the second half of the sentence. Join their family. A few minutes ago, the gate of Tian Shui's new station was blocked. There was only one person on the other side. He had short hair, a fine steel beard, and wore a rough leather suit with an open chest. He was very sturdy. His arms were 3 times as thick as those of an average person. Teacher Tian Shui protected the girls behind her. The man in front of her was not friendly and his hostility was obvious. She asked with a look of surprise. Senior Titan, why are you blocking my Tian Shui station? Her. Titan stretched out his thick fingers and pointed at Shui Binger. Beating my grandson into that state is almost equivalent to a disabled person. I am here to seek justice today. Shui Yuer's eyes turned, and the situation seemed a little bad. She quietly retreated into the courtyard, slipped out through the back door, and hurried to the big fighting arena where the game was still going on. Ask for justice. The teacher laughed out of anger. Senior, don't you know what happened to the Shrek team where your grandson is? As a senior, can't you be unreasonable? The teacher breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Shui Yuer disappear from the corner of his eye. The old guy in front of him was a soul fighter of level 89, and had been famous for a long time. She was just a soul saint, far from being his opponent. I hope that girl runs faster. Reason. Titan snorted coldly, can it be eaten as food? This old thing. Take a deep breath, the teacher mobilized his soul power, and secretly prepared to take action. Although he was not his opponent, it should be no problem to delay the time before Tianrui came. Then I wonder how you plan to be fair, senior. I think she can graduate from your academy soon, join our power clan, and marry my grandson. Otherwise, it's hard to say whether your academy can continue to participate in the competition. Impossible. Shui Binger said angrily, if you want me to join your power clan, you have to be a corpse. Several women mobilized their soul power and blocked Shui Binger at the back. Titan sneered, released his soul power to press them, and planned to take them all down. What a stubborn little girl, wait for me to take you back and teach you a lesson, then. Old man, you dare to touch my woman, you're looking for death. Shui Binger. With a roar, thunder suddenly appeared. Titan's face changed, but the next moment he disappeared directly in front of them. He was kicked away and shot to the other end of the street, rumbling, rolling up a cloud of dust. What a stubborn little girl, wait for me to take you back and teach you a lesson, then you'll be. Old man, you're looking for death, old man, you dare to touch my woman, you're looking for death. Shui Binger. With a roar, thunder suddenly appeared. Titan's face changed, but the next moment he disappeared directly in front of them. He was kicked away and shot to the other end of the street, rumbling, rolling up a cloud of dust. "Don't worry, I'm here." He raised his hand to Shui Binger's face, gently caressing her and giving her a reassuring look. Shui Binger let out a long sigh, but did not throw herself into Tianrui's arms and cry. She was not that kind of person. Huo Wu was proud and flamboyant on the outside, while she was stubborn and tough on the inside, which was exactly what Tianrui liked about her. However, just now she almost thought that she would fall into Titan's hands. She was a little scared. Seeing this, Tianrui smiled. "I almost wanted to tie you to me. I was away for a while, and someone who coveted you came out, and he was an old bastard. Then, let's get married directly after the preliminaries are over. Then, they can live together legitimately. Isn't it a little early?" Although the 5 people did not say it explicitly, they actually had the same idea. After everything was settled, they would hold a century wedding. Shui Binger looked up and looked at him strangely. It's not that she suspected Tianrui was just playing around, not to mention that they hadn't really got it. So far, the most intimate action between the two was the massage in the hot spring a few days ago. "What are you thinking about?" "Nothing." Tianrui shook his head while touching Shui Binger's long hair. "As long as you are willing, I have no problem." There was some movement in the rubble over there. Titan came out, except that he was a little dusty, there was no damage. Tianrui turned around slowly with a cold face. "You go in first, I will teach this old guy a lesson and let him know what is the truth. Don't break everything around, you have to pay for it." Shui Binger reminded him, but didn't go in, she had to watch here. "Is that so? Then I'll try to be quiet. You guys, be careful, don't get your face cut by gravel or something." The latter sentence was said to Swu and others. "I'm really sorry about the plot of the preliminaries. It's really helpless. I can't sit for a long time because of my lumbar disc herniation. When I sit in front of the computer, I can only think about coding as soon as possible. What everyone said is right, but it can only be done this way." 230 Chapter 229 Blocking the Door 3. 230. After speaking, Tianrui took the initiative to walk towards Titan. He was a little curious about a question. Titan should have known about his competition with Tang Hao from Flanders. What gave him the confidence to come here and make a scene? "Old man, what are you doing here?" It's unlikely that Tai Long was skewered like a human meat skewer just for Shui Binger. There must be other purposes. What a sharp-tongued kid who doesn't respect his elders. Let me try to see how much weight he has. The purple soul ring on Titan flashed, and Tianrui felt his body sink, some kind of soul skill about gravity. The next moment, Titan swung his sand bowl-sized fist and smashed over. But Tianrui simply pinched his wrist. Crackling, lightning surged. "Are you trying to threaten me through her to make me deal with Shrek? No, are you trying to cause some trouble to divert public attention and solve the troubles of your old master and young master? It's not impossible. After all, this is a loyal old slave who may not be afraid of sacrificing the entire Power clan. However, this train of thought. If I show the clear sky hammer, what will this old thing do? Forget it, it's boring." He slowly exerted force on his hands, and the lightning climbed and spread to Titan's entire shoulder. Shui Yu rushed back in the Shuo team and ran to Shui Binger's side. "Sister, are you okay?" Shui Binger shook her head. Shuo and others stood at the door next door, watching the battle carefully, their eyes shining. The pain was unbearable. Titan had become famous after a long battle. His physical fitness was strong enough, his will was strong, and he had the strength to fight back. In a moment, Tianrui let go and retreated, activated his soul skills, and increased the output power again. The third soul skill, Thunder Heart, increases affinity with the thunder element, and at the same time increases soul recovery speed, strength and attack power. The fourth soul skill, Thunder Soul, is a passive amplification ability. The thunder energy is continuously integrated into the body, strengthening all aspects, including muscles, bones, meridians, and even soul and mental power. The fifth soul skill, Thunder Movement, Thunder Tribute. The thunder element is at your command, the attack power is doubled, and a thunder attack with a breath of judgment is released. Then, the arms are transformed into dragons. Shui Binger said that the movement should be kept small, so try to keep it as small as possible. With 3 amplification soul skills and dragonization, it is no problem to deal with this little titan. The dragonization was covered by the brilliant lightning, and the true shape could not be seen clearly. The Titan attacked, and every foot landed, and it was like a small earthquake around. The muscles of his arms swelled again, twice as much as before, and glowed with a metallic luster. He strode to Tianrui. He went straight to Huang Long. This punch seemed to blow up Tianrui's entire chest. The scene reappeared, but Tianrui grabbed his wrist again. This time, the sharp dragon claws with lightning directly scratched the muscles and deeply grabbed the bones inside. The lightning quickly rushed into the deeper parts along the wound meridians. Titan could no longer pretend that nothing happened. His face was in pain, his eyebrows were erected, and his lips twitched. He shouted. A black soul ring spun out. With Titan as the center, the surrounding ground sank suddenly, and the rebel was crushed and firmly attached to the ground. However, he saw that Tianrui did not change his face and was not moved at all. That's it. Old man, you can't do it. With this little strength, you dare to imitate others to block the door. Do you know that it will kill people? He spoke coldly, and the place where he grabbed his wrist exerted force again, and the color of the thunder became a little darker. Tianrui's blue lightning Tyrannosaurus, stimulated by the power of the Dragon King and the accumulation of electric current from so many years of cultivation, has already transformed into the ultimate grade, not to mention the blessing of so many high-year soul rings. He couldn't resist it at all. Zhou Suifeng's side, too, because of the Water Dragon King, the martial soul attributes have evolved. The blue lightning Tyrannosaurus is almost the ultimate thunder, and there is also blue silver grass, which carries the ultimate water attribute, but the life attribute is a little bit worse, not in the ultimate category. Titan screamed in pain, watching the skin and flesh burn and fall off bit by bit, revealing the smooth bones. Not a drop of blood splashed, it evaporated directly in the arm. Martial Soul True Body. The origin of power. Titan used the Martial Soul True Body and used the most critical soul skill of the powerful gorilla to try to break free from Tianrui's control. This time he was distracted, and after this move, you wait and see. His entire right arm, with only dry bones left, was torn off by Tianrui. If he had used his martial soul body at the beginning, he could have held out for a few more rounds with his basic attributes stacked by the powerful gorilla. Now, the lightning covered the dragon-like palm. Tianrui pointed his index finger at Titan, and the lightning jumping on his arm formed a blue-purple dragon shadow, which hit his chest in the blink of an eye. Under the amplification state of these three soul skills, the lightning he drove at was not inferior to the ordinary 10,000-year soul skills. With a little more control and mental strength, it would be the best among the 10,000-year soul skills. The lifelike dragon-shaped lightning exploded in his chest, breaking through the protective soul power formed by the soul skills passively, and then passed through the protective soul power of the martial soul body and sank into his chest. Titan entered a state of stiffness, stood still for a few seconds, and then opened his mouth to spray out a blood mist. The originally muscular left arm drooped limply, and the majestic martial soul body was like a deflated balloon, quickly shrank and restored to his original shape. Tianrui was a little surprised by the effect of this attack. He originally just wanted to paralyze Titan's movements, attack his internal organs to expose his flaws, and then fight in close combat. He muttered. So, the judgment breath has this effect. Judgment is judgment, and after judgment comes judgment. Titan looked unbelievable, and encouraged his soul power to attack again, but he felt that the soul power in his body was smelly and hard, and he didn't listen at all. He watched Tianrui come over and slap him down. I remember that you, old man, are still a master craftsman. Looking down at him, Tianrui raised his foot and stepped on his intact left arm, and threw down another lightning. Titan was like a fish out of water, jumping desperately, but he couldn't get away from Tianrui's solace at all. Until the lightning went out, he opened his mouth and spit out a faint black gas, with a mouth full of burnt smell and a little barbecue smell. The lightning destroyed the meridians in his left arm, the kind that even the 9-heart begonia couldn't cure. The arm looked intact, but the strength was probably not even 1/10 of what it was originally. Currently, there were only a few people on this continent who could treat Titan's injuries. Zhou Suifeng, Emerald Swan Baiji and Silver Dragon King. Qian Rongxiu who became a god, and Poseidon who was responded to by the sea god. If he could do it, Tianrui wouldn't mind giving him another chance. You should rest first. I'll go to the Power Clan to ask for some mental damage compensation. Switch the martial soul, use the first soul skill of the golden feathered red phoenix, the sacred fire, control the flame to form a rope, tie up Titan, who was in a baby-like sleep, and walked to the Power Clan's mansion. Shui Binger nodded, turned around and walked into the courtyard. She had to hurry up to improve her strength. The next time she encountered such a thing, she could get back on her own. Huo Wu glanced at her and sighed inexplicably. It was another day of envying Shui Binger. Tianrui carried people and paraded through the streets without hiding, leading a string of spectators to the residence of the Power Clan. He looked back, exerted a little force, threw Titan out, and broke the door. He walked in slowly. "What are you doing?" Zhou Suifeng's voice floated over, full of wonder. Just now, he and 3 cats were drinking afternoon tea on the street, and he heard the commotion and discovered Tianrui's actions. 231 Chapter 230 Breaking the Door. 231. Most people like to watch the excitement. Although the 3 cats were much more interesting than the excitement, Zhou Suifeng turned his head unconsciously when he heard the noisy noise on the street outside the window. He saw Tianrui dragging Titan, the old slave, and parading through the streets. A string of curious spectators followed behind him. It was raining and he was free to beat the children, so he followed to see. The tomb of heroes in the gentle land, always doing this and that with the big cat. It is easy to wear down people's wool, and now is far from the time to relax. As I followed, I saw Tianrui smashing open the gate of the Power Clan with Titan. No matter in modern times or ancient times, breaking the door head-on is a big grudge. After listening to Tianrui, Zhou Suifeng hadn't spoken yet, and Zhu Ziyun looked disgusted. "This is the first time I've seen such an old thing. Unreasonable, bullying the weak." However, a soul Douluo at level 89, who is good at strength and strong attack, does have a little qualification to be domineering. Tianrui nodded, strode along the broken gate into the Power Clan, and Zhou Suifeng and the other 4 followed half a body behind and walked in. The other spectators didn't dare to go any further to watch the excitement, but when they found Zhou Suifeng went in, they also plucked up the courage to follow. The noise of the gate being smashed was obviously not small. Not long after, many people rushed out and surrounded Tianrui. But seeing the other party stepping on the clan leader, he did not dare to act rashly. Tyrone heard the words and rushed over quickly. Seeing the appearance of Titan, he couldn't help but breathe a little lighter, and his pupils shrank suddenly. "Who are you? Why did you break the gate of my Lai clan for no reason? And hurt my father like this?" "For no reason?" Tianrui asked curiously, scratching his ears. "Are you deaf or blind? Don't you know what happened in Shrek? Everyone said that the outcome of the game would be decided by the winner. Your son and his grandson were not as skilled as others and got injured. This is normal, right? They didn't kill him." Sect Master Ning, Bishop Saras, and His Royal Highness the First Prince didn't say anything, but your old man didn't recognize it. Instead, he harassed my fiancée and asked her to join your Power Clan and marry your son. What's the reason? How come the rules of your Power Clan are bigger than those of the Imperial family, the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect, and the Spirit Hall? How to respond to this? The Spirit Hall can ignore it for now, and everyone doesn't care about this new hatred. But in Tiandu City, you still have to rely on the royal family to make a living. What happens in secret is another matter, but you have to show respect on the surface. The 7 treasures must not be offended. How can the small Power Clan compare with one of the top 3 sects? Your Excellency is too kind. There must be some misunderstanding. My father has a bad temper, but he has always been like this. Maybe he said something inappropriate, but he still hopes that you always like this? Should others bear the price for his always being like this? Well, I will also say something inappropriate. Hand over your mother and your wife to me, and I will forgive this old man's inappropriate words. Isn't this a bit too strong? Although he knew that Tianrui was just exaggerating, Zhou Suifeng still felt a little disgusted. He took 2 steps back and turned his head to let the faces of the 3 cats cleanse his brain. Some of the audience behind couldn't help laughing when they heard Tianrui's deliberately raised voice. This guy is really interesting. Tanyo naturally couldn't laugh. Too much. Don't you think it's too much? Even if my father said something that might be unpleasant, it didn't happen, right? You are so aggressive. It's hard to say whether it's my father's fault or you are deliberately slandering. Tianrui was silent. I seem to have missed the point. I came here to ask for compensation for mental damage. Why waste time talking to this guy? What's wrong with you recently? I'm always distracted by others. Shaking his head, he kicked Titan away. Tianyo quickly possessed his spirit and caught his father. At the same time, he shouted at others to stop Tianrui. You guys! The flames exploded, blowing away several people. Tianrui walked towards Tianyo step by step. You are all self-righteous. You won't cry until you see the coffin when you are about to die. Your rules are rules. Today, I will let you taste what other people's rules are like. Without using soul skills, pure physical skills, the flames of the golden feathered red phoenix defeated all the people of the power clan around. In addition to Titan, the 89th level extreme soul Douluo, the power clan still has a few strong men guarding the warehouse. However, they are not good enough. They look very strong, but they are just the tip of a gun in front of Tianrui. Pulling Tino Titan into the warehouse, Tianrui put all the things he liked into the soul guide. There were some gold soul coins, but surprisingly not many. There were more minerals, metal materials, medicinal materials, and other things. While collecting, he patted Tino's face. That old guy harassed my fiancée for no reason and frightened her. It's normal for me to take some mental damages, right? Crack, crack, clatter. The full warehouse gradually emptied. In order to teach you a lesson, I delayed the team's daily training. I ask for some lost wages. Isn't that too much? You guys are thick-skinned. My fingers are all broken. You pay the medical expenses. Isn't that okay? And every item is reasonable. Tianrui's rules are not like those of the old guy Titan. There is no reason at all. When the old man wakes up, don't forget to ask him what he thinks. The probability of regret and reflection should not be high. It is estimated that the greater possibility is that he feels that he did not act quickly enough and his strength is not strong enough. Tianrui took the things and planned to leave. When he reached the door, he got angrier and angrier. As for the other costs, Tianrui was going to collect some damages and leave, but he got angrier and angrier. If he hadn't arrived in time, Shui Binger. He turned around and set another fire. The scope was limited to the residents of the Li clan. It didn't take long for everything to burn into a white field. There should be no survivors. Excluding those who might be busy outside and on missions. There was no one left in Tiandu city. We'll talk about those people when we meet them later. Onlookers. Seeing the raging flames, they were afraid that they would be affected and had already fled in all directions. Some people thought Tianrui was too cruel, but some people thought it was reasonable and they deserved it. On the street, returning to the base, Tianrui complained to Zhou Suifeng. Titan is really a weird guy. But it's really hard to understand. For Tang Hao, he actually did this. Zhou Suifeng nodded casually. I think I saw a few gems. Give me some. Oh. Tianrui searched for them and found some dark-colored gems that were not suitable for Shui Binger. It didn't matter if he took them out. By the way, will you play in the final? Tianrui suddenly asked. Zhou Suifeng thought about it for a moment and didn't completely refuse. We'll see when the time comes. Maybe, he really needs to perform and become famous. When the Xingluo Empire is going to take action for the Zhu sisters, as a young genius and a young strong man, it will be more legitimate to fight back. The majesty of the strong cannot be challenged, let alone a young man who has achieved success at a young age. It's normal to be impulsive. The turmoil of the Li clan became the last farce of the preliminaries. 2 days later, the competition officially ended. The Blazing Fire Academy ranked first with a perfect record. Then came the Purple Star Academy, the third was the Tian Shui Academy, the fourth was the Divine Wind, and the fifth was the Thunder Academy. In the last round, Shiwo and Tian Shui fought. At the beginning, the fight was fierce, but at the end, it became a love affair. Tianrui embraced the exhausted Shui Binger and fell from the air, firing dog food in all directions. The audience responded very enthusiastically. They saw the wonderful battle and felt the beautiful feelings of the young people. They were very satisfied. Shui Ye reappeared and gave a reward. Saras challenged him in a weird way, but was choked back by Shui Ye. Ning Fengzi politely welcomed everyone to visit Kai Bao Liulai sect. The preliminaries officially ended. 232 Chapter 231 Boring Promotion Match. 232. After that, it was a month of rest. Wait for the teams of the affiliated kingdoms and principalities to arrive. Shui Luoquan sent representatives to formally apologize and compensate the colleges that had been poisoned and reduced in number before. Among them, the 3 members of the Education Committee of Tiandu Team 2 personally went to the homes of the students who died unfortunately to express their condolences. Tang San is wanted. But it is not the wanted order issued by the Tiandu Empire, but the wanted order issued by the Soul Master community through the Spirit Hall by the victimized academies. Originally, Shui Luoquan wanted to make an official statement, but under the guidance of Zhao Gao, he gave up this idea. Zhao Gao said that Tang San is the son of Haoshan Douluo. If the empire officially issued a wanted order, it would undoubtedly offend Haoshan Douluo. Shui Luoquan, that fool, even Haoshan sect has someone returning to participate in the competition, but he did not think of consulting Haoshan sect for his opinion. With Haoshan sect's endorsement, this wanted order does not matter whether it offends Tang Hao or not. Perhaps he had similar ideas in his mind, but was influenced by Zhao Gao intentionally or unintentionally and did not implement them specifically. This made many Soul Master academies turn to the Spirit Hall. But it seems that the Tiandu Empire did not notice it. A remote village. Lu Erlong recovered after careful care. Flanders spent a lot of money and secretly invited Yi's mother to restore the scars on his body and the beautiful hair. She just thanked Flanders. "Thank you, Boss Flanders." Then, she focused on caring for Yu Xiaogang who was in a daze all day. "Dean, why don't we go back? Go back to Soto City." Oscar hesitated for a long time and found Flanders to put forward his ideas. "Let me think about it." Tang San sighed. After escaping from Tianrui with the power of Thunder La Zhuxiao, Tang San took Tang Hao all the way to the southeast and hid in a small fishing village. After more than 10 days of recuperation, Tang Hao woke up. Originally, his soul should have been severely damaged and turned into a vegetable, but Tang San still had the blessing of the power of thunder in heaven and earth at that time, and easily dispelled the remaining power in Tang Hao. But Tang Hao, who lost an arm, had his hidden injuries doubled. He was not completely disabled, but he was basically 70% disabled. However, he was trying hard to train Tang San. "Xiao San, be prepared. Next, I will do this to you. Perhaps, we should find time to let Xiao San fuse the soul bone left by a yin." For a whole month, several people were not idle. Originally, Shui Bing'er said that she would get married after the preliminaries. Tian Rui had already started to prepare for the wedding, and the invitations were ready. But Shui Bing'er suddenly changed her mind. Of course, it was not a change of heart. After paying homage to Tian Rui's parents with him, she changed her mind and said that it was not a good time. Are you shy?" Shui Bing'er was of course eating it completely. "Why are you shy? What are you shy about? Don't talk nonsense. I just think that this time is not very good. I listen to you." Tian Rui did not force it, anyway, he couldn't run away. Even if they didn't get married, if he really wanted to sleep together and live in the same room, Shui Bing'er would not refuse. Now it's just mutual respect. Tang Yin had nothing to do, so he hooked up with Ning Yulan. Through Duguyan, he introduced Ye Lingling. Ye Lingling's personality is taciturn, cold on the outside, and it is not known whether she is warm on the inside. The two sides get along well, but the relationship is just better than usual. Ning Fengzi originally planned to push Ning Rongrong up, but Ning Rongrong's personality might offend people, so he cancelled the plan and let the young people develop on their own. Zhou Suifeng took Zhu Zuqing to hunt for the 5th soul ring. Among the 3 sisters, Zhu Zuyun's soul power is close to level 58, which is 10 levels higher than her original stage. Zhu Zuyu is around level 54. They have all been carefully transformed by Zhou Suifeng. If they can't even reach the Soul King at this stage, it would be a waste of those things. The others were idle anyway, so they set out together to play. Zhu Zuqing's 4th soul ring was a 10,000-year-old nether spirit cat that Zhou Suifeng selected after visiting the Zhu family's former secret place, where the nether spirit cats haunted. The soul skill effect it brought was also very impressive, with a strong amplification effect. The 5th soul ring is tentatively targeted at attack ability. Powerful single attack is the main focus, followed by group attack and assistance. After the group was ready, they headed to the Xingda Great Forest. In addition to a few people, there was an old man who was openly mixed in the team. Dugubo, who had not appeared for a long time, ran out of samples for research, so he came out to find Ning Yulan, wanting him to contact Zhou Suifeng to get some more. Hearing that the kids asked to play in the Soul Beast Forest, he joined in the fun. Instead of sticking to his granddaughter, he pestered Zhou Suifeng. "Zhou boy, those things of yours. It made it impossible for Zhou Suifeng to stick to the big and small cats. He casually made some of the poison that had tortured Shui Luoquan and gave it to him, and let the old naughty boy go to play by himself. In the forest, a group of people slowly searched for soul beasts. As soon as they entered the forest, wow! Those who were around were affectionate, regardless of whether there were outsiders present. Only Douluo and Tang Yin looked lonely, and they fell in pairs. Douluo was an old man and didn't care about such things. Tang Yin felt that he was asking for trouble and came here to make himself bored. He found a direction, left the team, and explored the forest by himself to see if there were any alien soul beasts worth recording. With his current strength, unless those in the core area suddenly ran out, it would not be a problem to kill 7 in and 7 out of this forest. By the way, what is the cultivation level of the dark demon evil tiger now? Can it be harvested? Seeing him walk away, Ning Yulan retracted his gaze and asked Duguyan in a low voice. "Ya Lingling, you can't just knock him down and send him directly to his bed, right?" Duguyan curled her lips. "What would I become if I did that? Lingling is a slow-moving person, so I can't force her." "That's true. If there is no fate, you can't force her. Even if you are not a good person, you can't be a bad person." Tang Yin walked away alone. "It's a bit hot around here, so dry, it looks like the territory of a fire-attributed soul beast." Entering a small valley, the surrounding temperature was slightly higher than other places. Fire-attributed ones were not the target of this trip, so Tang Yin turned around and planned to take a detour. Just as he turned his head, a mound of earth suddenly arched up not far in front of him, and a reddish-brown lizard head emerged. There was a row of short and thick inverted triangular scales on the head. "This looks like a 10,000-year-old flaming rock iguana. A rare, but not very rare, soul beast with dual attributes of fire and earth, which has the ability to spray flames and condense rock and earth armor, and can move underground. The king of this species with a high age seems to be able to move freely in the underground magma without any harm." After observing it, the breath of this soul beast was a little unstable. When it completely drilled out of the ground, there were actually several deep wounds on its back, which were caused by some extremely sharp blades. 233 Chapter 232 Hello. 233. Are you being hunted? After pondering for a moment, Tang Yin planned to leave. He didn't want to help the other party keep this soul beast, nor did he want to cause any conflict because of unwarranted trouble. But the soul beast took the initiative to attack Tang Yin. It seemed that Tang Yin and the person who attacked it were in the same group. Tang Yin just punched it and knocked it to the ground. Just as he was about to leave, the breath that appeared in his perception made him stop. This feeling, is it Zhu Douluo? The last time Zhu Douluo appeared in Tiandu city to test Tianrui's bone age, several people remembered his breath. The person who is chasing this soul beast is... Show mercy! An anxious voice came. Tang Yin turned around and narrowed his eyes. 3 people appeared in the field of vision one after another. The leader was a young man with short grey hair and a fringe on his forehead. He was wearing light armor and stretched out his hand. Behind him was a young man with short dark red hair and a manic face, about the same age. The last girl, high-heeled combat boots, asymmetrical stockings, white the short dress with yellow edging and yellow base, and the shorts connected with the stockings are looming, and a touch of absolute territory attracts people's attention. Hulina. Her clothes are not very revealing, only a small part of the collarbone and part of the long legs are exposed. But it is very touching, and those who understand it will understand what it feels like. This woman, I'm afraid I won't get tired of locking her in the room for 24 hours. The 3 rushed over, and Xiaoyu clasped his fists. We have been tracking this soul beast for quite a while, please show mercy, brother. Glancing at him, Tang Yin did not speak, and his eyes continued to fall on Hulina. Third-party radar activated. Yan stood in front of Hulina, frowning coldly. What are you looking at? If I remember correctly, Hulina seems to be a face control? My current appearance. If the 5 people's initial appearance is ranked, the first is Ning Yulan, the second is Lan, the third is Tianrui, the fourth is Zhou Suifeng, and he is the last. But now, after the baptism of various high-quality soul rings, the 5 people's appearances are each with its own merits, and the best-looking ones are Lan and Ning Yulan. Tang Yin's style is that kind of resolute and tough, very manly posture, which is completely different from the form of Tang San's blue-silver emperor martial soul after the second awakening. Want it? Then follow the rules of the Soul Master world. Who needs this soul beast, Come and fight, the winner takes all. Are you sure? Xiaoyu raised his eyebrows, but there are 3 people on his side. Thinking about it, he turned around and glanced at Hulina. Could it be that it is another guy who was bewitched by his sister? He was puzzled, and he didn't think there was anything special about his little sister. At most, her talent is better than that of girls of the same age. Yan was about to respond to the provocation, and Hulina came out from behind him. Cat step. Or, Suanji step? My friend, how about this? Return the soul beast to us, no, give it to us, and we can pay a portion of the gold soul coins. In this forest, the less trouble there is, the less trouble there is. It's not impossible. I wonder what price you 3 are willing to offer. Normally, hiring a soul hunting team to hunt a 10,000-year soul beast is usually 30,000 to 50,000. We can offer the highest price. How about it? This price is not bad. However, I have a few other questions that I want to ask you. I wonder if it's okay. Tang Yin was half a head taller than her. When he looked down, there was a groove. Hulina continued to smile. Of course, please tell me. May I know your name, young lady? How old are you? Is your family married, or do you have a lover? If not, what do you think of me? Hulina's smile froze. Even though she claimed to be sophisticated and calm, it was the first time she met such a straightforward player who didn't hide anything. You dare to tease Nana, you're looking for death. Boom. The fist wrapped in magma hit over. Pa. Yan was slapped away and hit the tree trunk and fainted. Xiaoyu, Hulina. Putting away the shame in her heart, Hulina tried her best to control her charm and dared not release any more. Although Yan was a bit annoying, he was quite strong. But he couldn't even survive one move. With this kind of strength, if he wanted to do something to her, I'm afraid he couldn't resist. Douluo flashed and landed in front of the brother and sister. As if she had been pardoned, Hulina breathed a sigh of relief. Elder Ju. Yu Guan nodded slightly and faced Tang Yin. Playing with a little kid? With your strength, isn't that a bit too much? Nana's teacher is His Holiness the Pope. He knew Tang Yin. When he went to the Pope's palace with Tang Chen, Bibi Dong asked him to verify their identities first, but he was almost scared to death by the trace of spirit that Tang Chen revealed. He and Ghost Douluo both had a shadow on the clear sky hammer. Tang Hao was still like this, not to mention Tang Yin, who was even better than Tang Hao. Little kid? Did Zhu Douluo forget my age? Yu Guan's face froze, as if Tang Yin continued. Besides, I'm not kidding. My family is urging me to get married, and I just think Miss Hulina is not bad, and she meets my standards. She has a good figure, the right age, and most importantly, she should be very charming. In comparison, Ye Lingling is not bad, but a little too cold. Home? Clear Sky Sect? It seems normal. Such an outstanding young leader is urged by the elders to get married and give birth to an excellent offspring. It is also the leader's responsibility. However, thinking of this, Yu Guan fell into silence. If the Pope knew that Tang Yin had taken a fancy to Hulina, would he push her out in exchange for the power of Haoshan sect? She shouldn't do this, right? Thinking of Bibi Dong's experience, Yu Guan shook his head secretly. She shouldn't, and she is quite disgusted with this behavior, using women as a tool to exchange interests. However, it is not easy to deal with it now. I don't know if this guy came to the forest to hunt for the 9th soul ring by himself, or if he has already hunted it, and whether other people in Haoshan sect are here. Being able to become the leader of a sect at this age, excluding the possibility that those old guys in Haoshan sect are blind, his strength is definitely not ordinary. The old ghost is not here, he is alone. If Tang Yin comes hard, he may not be able to deal with it. Listening to the conversation between the two, Xiaoyu felt more and more panic. Who can make Elder Ju, a titled Douluo, so on guard? It must be another title. Looking at Hulina in shock, are you so charming? You can actually charm a titled Douluo? Carefully trained by Bibi Dong, Hulina's character is different from others of the same age above the people. Although he was a little panicked like Xiaoyu in his heart, he was calm and composed on the surface. He walked out from behind Yu Guan and bowed. I am honored to be favored by His Majesty. But my marriage still needs the nod of my master, and I dare not make the decision on my own. Yu Guan breathed a sigh of relief. There were some things he was not suitable to say, which would easily cause Tang Yin's dissatisfaction. But as the person involved, Hulina was the weaker party, and her angle and position were very appropriate. 234 Chapter 233 It doesn't matter, let's get to know each other first. 234. I said. Rubbing his chin, Tang Yin glanced at Hulina and then at Douluo. Don't you think I'm a villain who bullies the market and likes to rob women? I hate that kind of people the most, okay. But no wonder they are like this. From Yu Guan's perspective, the grudges between Haoshan sect and Wuhan Hall seem to be close to reconciliation, but in a place like the Soul Beast Forest, anything can happen. When there is no evidence, it can be said that anything can be said. From the perspective of the brother and sister, the strength of the titled Douluo is superior to that of other soul masters, and the weak have no rights. They dare not disrespect. Just like at this moment, although Tang Yin said so, it was also Douluo who relaxed a little, and the brother and sister did not dare to relax at all. Miss Hulina, let's meet formally, Tang Yin. Stretch out your hand. Hulina dare not neglect. Hello, Your Majesty. Misunderstood, I am not a titled Douluo yet. Ah? Even Douluo was stunned for a moment, not a titled Douluo? Then when I showed up just now, why did you feel like you could kill me with a hammer? Could it be that you feel like the little prince in Lan again? Why are there so many monster geniuses in this era? The brother and sister were puzzled. If it wasn't a title, why was Elder Ju so cautious? Miss Hulina should continue to hunt soul beasts, right? My strength is acceptable, and I have nothing to do right now, so I can help. Her soul power should be around level 51, about to break through level 52. Xiaoyu and the red-haired guy over there should have broken through level 50 not long ago. The soul beast behind him was undoubtedly for the red-haired guy. Instantly, Hulina's mind was full of thoughts, and a smile reappeared on her face, but compared to before, there was no more charm, and it was much purer. Brother Tang, just call me Ziona. The red-haired guy woke up and saw that the two sides were talking happily. You. He was stopped by Xiaoyu, and explained the situation in a few words. He had to extinguish his anger, and he had to thank Tang Yin for helping him stop the escaped soul beast. It took less time than expected to find a suitable soul beast for Zhu Zuqing. In the remaining time, everyone explored the forest and planned to go back to prepare for the competition. Where is Tang Yin? Why hasn't he come back yet? Tian Rui looked around. The man who swung the sledgehammer hadn't returned yet. He couldn't have gone to the Lake of Life, right? Using their special connection, they sensed the location and judged from the direction that it was really the Lake of Life. After unfolding the blue-silver domain, Zhou Suifeng found Tang Yin's location after a few breaths. However, he found the aura of 3 strangers around him, and their strength didn't seem to be very strong. Senior Dugu, please go and notify them. We should leave. Wait. After leaving 2 words, Dugubo held a ball of green fluorescence in his palm and floated away. It was a new type of toxin he created with his own poison technique and the biological toxin grass developed by Zhou Suifeng using the blue-silver grass. After a while, Zhou Suifeng frowned and stood up, wondering. Senior Dugu is fighting with someone. What? Duguyan screamed. Fighting can only mean that the two are equally strong, which means that Grandpa's opponent is a titled Douluo. Yulin, let's go over and take a look. Don't worry. The group hurried to Dugubo's position. The girls had nothing to worry about. They knew about the strength of the men around them, and it was definitely not a problem to fight against ordinary titled Douluo. Ha ha ha, Hohuagwan. Try Grandpa's new stuff. Old poison. Don't be so presumptuous. Before getting close, he felt a violent fluctuation of soul power, and there were 2 voices shouting at each other. It turned out to be Zhu Douluo. Ning Yulin and others slowed down their pace. It would be fine if it was him. Comforted Duguyan. It's okay. It's Grandpa's old opponent. Everyone also saw Tang Yin's position. Zhou Suifeng patted Zhu Ziyun's hand. Zhu Ziyun let go and he walked over. Why are you with the people from the spirit hall? Hulina and the other 2 were a little nervous when they saw so many people. It seemed that they came with that poison Douluo. Now poison Douluo and Elder Ju have started fighting. What do these people want to do? 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Tang Yin waved his hand. Xiao Na, don't be nervous. It's not good to talk about people in person. Tang Yin walked away a little and said to Zhou Suifeng. What do you think of Hulina? Not very good. To be honest, according to what she did, it was indeed not what a good impression. But as a woman, her conditions are still very good. Tang Yin did not comment, and then said, according to our plan, there will be no division between the Spirit Hall and the Empire in the end. If it is her, what do you think? This is your private matter, and the four of us will not interfere. As long as she does not affect the final plan, you can do whatever you want. That's fine. Tang Yin nodded. However, having said that, it does not necessarily have to be Hulina. At the moment, his feelings for Hulina are just to take her into the room and do something he loves. There are not many real feelings like Tianrui and Shui Binger. Everything depends on the next development. Zhu Douluo and Douluo fought for half an hour. The result was a draw. Old Poison, I haven't seen you for a while, and your ability has increased. If you can make you, an old chrysanthemum, suffer, how can it not increase? With a cold snort, Zhu Douluo half warned and half reminded. It's better not to be too presumptuous. If you attract the attention of the Judgment Hall, watch out for your life. The Judgment Hall is responsible for hunting down the fallen evil soul masters and secretly eliminating enemies that threaten the Spirit Hall. The team responsible for the latter has not been dispatched for a long time. Now Douluo, Zhu Douluo thinks that there is a possibility for them to take action. I am not that kind of person. You don't know how to be polite, Nana, let's go. He led Hulina and the other two out of the forest. The soul beast had been hunted before Douluo went there. As the four walked away, Hulina suddenly looked back at Tang Yin. If you really form a partner with such a strong man, Tang Yin seemed to have noticed something and looked over. Yan blocked her sight. Nana, what are you looking at? Hulina frowned. Don't call me Nana. She frowned irritably, looked over the red-haired head, saw Tang Yin blinking at her, and quickly retracted her sight. Bibi Dong had trained her to become a strong person, but in her heart, she still had a bit of a strong character. After regaining his position from Yu Guan after a long time, Douluo was visibly happy and relieved. Grandpa, are you okay? Yan had never seen him in this state before. Could it be that his brain was damaged? It's okay. I'm happy that Huoguan suffered. Ha 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 ha, Joe Kid, those things of yours are powerful enough, Joe Kid. Turning his head, Douluo saw Zhou Suifeng's strange movements. 235 Chapter 234 Everyone is responsible for protecting the environment. 235. Zhou Suifeng spread out his domain, covering the place where the two titled Douluo had just fought. The flowers, plants, and trees were destroyed beyond recognition by the flower blades and the poison. Under the effect of Zhou Suifeng's domain, they all regained new vitality and grew again. After a period of time, they could return to their original appearance. Destruction and growth. Zhou Suifeng seemed to have some feelings. Noticing Douluo's gaze, he casually replied. Everyone has the responsibility to protect the environment. Douluo. I don't understand what the young people nowadays are thinking. The group sat on the huge mimic flying eagle summoned by Zhou Suifeng and returned to Tiandu city. Shui Binger groped the fur made of blue-silver grass under her body, leaned against Tianrui, and asked in a low voice. Do you think I can do something similar? It should be no problem. Didn't you use the ice and snow female warrior when you fought Tang San? That's different. Shui Binger shook her head. Okay, when I have time, I'll find him to sort out the skills in this area for you. Will it be too much trouble for him? Hey! After a boring wait, the promotion match started as scheduled. Although the Tiandu team was sent in and did not need to play, there was no problem watching the game. Zhou Suifeng mixed in with them and successfully entered the military camp that served as the promotion venue. I thought of a question. The army can kill the titled Douluo. This is simply funny. First of all, which titled Douluo would be stupid enough to fight to the death with a large army? Secondly, the titled Douluo can fly. Even if there are some soldiers with flying ability in the army, the number is not enough. Wouldn't it be courting death to take the initiative to fly to face the titled Douluo? However, Zhou Suifeng has not really faced a large army so far, so it is hard to say. What if, after the army gathers enough people, it can give birth to something like a military soul, which can contain or suppress the activity space of the titled Douluo, etc. It is also uncertain. Furthermore, I remember that the Royal Knights seem to have a group fusion skill, which may be the confidence of the army to face the titled Douluo. More armies have larger military formations, which can integrate the abilities of individual soldiers, etc. But it still feels exaggerated. He shook his head. After solving the Douluo Empire, he should be able to verify the result of this matter. On the first day of entering the camp, everyone was resting. It was not time for fighting yet. Everyone walked around the camp and commented on the various colleges that had arrived. That barrack team really looks like a Muay Thai team. Where is that team from? Tianzhuang Kingdom? It feels a bit similar to the ability of Tianshui College. In the Botanical College, he saw some familiar faces. They were all girls that Zhou Suifeng had studied, coached in the Botanical College before. He still had some impression of them. I don't know what kind of results they can achieve with their current abilities. Go and have a look. Zhu Zuyun asked tentatively, looking at Zhou Suifeng's expression. She didn't doubt that Zhou Suifeng had ideas about those girls. Although she couldn't drain all of Zhou Suifeng's energy now, she knew very well that with her and her two sisters' conditions, few women on this continent could match them. Even if this guy occasionally tasted the wild flowers, he would still come back in the end. Zhou Suifeng looked at her strangely, shook his head, and said nothing. After teaching for a while, they were also his own works, but before the Douluo Empire was resolved, it was not appropriate to involve too many people openly. After going around the camps, he didn't feel anything interesting. The soldiers around him were more worthy of study. Zhou Suifeng wanted to know if they really had something like a combined military formation to face high-level soul masters. You go back first. After patting the plump and moist back that ordinary people couldn't match, Zhou Suifeng signaled Zhu Zuyun to go back first. He planned to practice in the grove for a while. Although the current strength cannot be improved in a short time, maintaining daily homework can also help further master one's own abilities and connect various details. There are many blue-silver grasses, trees, and other plants in the grove. Zhu Zuyun trembled, said nothing, let go of his arm, and walked towards the camp of Tiandu Team 1. Back to the camp, except for the soldiers on guard, no one else was seen. Haven't you come back yet? He got into the tent of the three sisters and raised his hand to touch his wrist. He had a lot of storage soul guides given by Zhou Suifeng, including the Zhu family's former collections, Ning Yulin's 7 treasures glazed sex inventory, etc. Took out some special clothes from the soul guide and gestured on his body. Finally, he chose a set of very little fabric, plus a set of fine black silk mesh. Release the soul power to sense the movement outside, so as not to let anything blind break in. She changed these, not for others to see. Take off the tight trousers that are worn for combat convenience. There was also a set of very tight bras on her chest. If she wore ordinary underwear, it would be inconvenient for her to move with her current size. The same was true for Zhu Zuyu and Zhu Zuqing. Front tie style. The rope had not been completely untied, and the black bras flew off with a snap. Zhu Zuyun let out a long breath and felt that her breathing was much smoother. She picked up the clothes that looked very poor and very economical to buy, and put them on. She leaned over to get the dark-colored stockings woven from fine black silk. Little by little, from the pearl-like toes, covering the tight and firm calves, leaving perfect marks on the thighs. A subtle sound, snap. Because of gravity, a wave appeared at the marks. Suddenly, she sensed someone approaching outside and pulled the quilt over. When the person approached, she let go of it indifferently. It was the 2 younger sisters. The 2 opened the tent and came in. Seeing the eldest sister's dress, their expressions were different. Zhu Zuqing, big sister, this is a military camp, why are you wearing this? Where's Brother Feng? Are you going to go out and play with Brother Feng? Looking back at them, Zhu Zuyun put on a nightgown that was easy to tear off, and then put on a plain long skirt on the outside, and then spoke. You 2 little conscienceless people, who am I doing this for? Zhu Zuyu's eyes flickered, at first it was for us, I'm afraid now I'm enjoying it. Alas! I don't care, I want to go too. Very unhappy, Zhu Zuqing puffed her face. That won't work. Swaying cat steps, Zhu Zuyun came over and pinched her face, he said it himself, you are still young. Young. Zhu Zuqing was indignant, where is young? Except for you and my second sister, there is no girl in the whole college who is older than me. That's not what I'm talking about. Okay. Zhu Zuyun held his forehead and shook his head. But he looked at Zhu Zuyu. Zuyu, you. Zhu Zuyu shuddered and whispered. I don't want to be here. With a sigh, Zhu Zuyun walked out of the tent. The 3 sisters can't escape that guy now, so they might as well act early and capture his heart before he has any feelings, otherwise. Second sister, don't you like brother Feng? 236 Chapter 235 The Grove. 236. Without answering the younger sister's question, Zhu Zuyu shook her head. Take off the high-heeled boots and release the slightly sore soles of the feet. Release some soul power and massage yourself. Suddenly recalling the warm feeling of Zhou Suifeng's palm when she massaged before, the body is slightly hot. It's getting late, practice first. Oh. After responding, Zhu Zuoqing brought the bathtub, loosened all the restraints, washed, and sat cross-legged on the bed to practice. Opening her eyes a little, she found that her sister had entered into meditation. Zhu Zuyu sighed, hugged her legs, buried her face in her knees, and let the huge human heart squeeze out an unbearable shape, falling into a strange mood. It was getting dark. Walking out of the tent, Zhu Zuyun, who was wearing a plain black long skirt, walked more seriously. Walked to the place where they had just separated. The figure disappeared into the grove. In the woods, Zhou Suifeng expanded his domain in a small area, and the surrounding plants emitted star-like locations, and the imperceptible light points merged into his body. Feeling Zhu Zuyun approaching, he suddenly opened his eyes. Under the moonlight, what a dark night cat demon! The skin, better than the moonlight, is like jade. The slender jade neck contrasts sharply with the black lace collar. The swaying cat steps. He came closer and got into Zhou Suifeng's arms. Ah Feng! Feeling the gradually rising weapon, Zhu Zuyun exhaled like orchid. Zhou Suifeng is not a pervert. Every time he arrives at a strange place, he must leave traces of his battle, but if he doesn't deal with this cat demon immediately, he will appear too cowardly. The domain spreads, covering the entire forest. The originally short blue-silver grass quickly rises, covering all the movements. The long skirt originally used for camouflage and the sparse fabric are scattered into debris all over the ground and cannot be used. Only the black secret is left hanging on Zhu Zuyun's ankle. She wrapped her legs around Zhou Suifeng's waist and attacked him. She wrapped her arms around Zhou Suifeng's head and suffocated him in her chest, trying to suffocate him. However, she was the one who was moving up and down, her eyes were misty, and her body was shaking and unable to control herself. Her physical strength was far inferior to Zhou Suifeng's. She was killed several times and lost her armor. In the end, she was in a puddle of mud. This battle was a complete defeat. With hazy eyes, she groped Zhou Suifeng's face. Sorry, I didn't let you have fun. It was obviously her who took the initiative to provoke the fight. It's okay. It's okay as long as you feel comfortable. It was already midnight. The carefully prepared inner and outer clothes were completely unusable. Zhou Suifeng picked him up and shot him into the air. They found a place and washed up. He took out a new set of clothes from Zhu Zuyun's soul guide and put them on him, and sent him back to the tent. During the process, Zhu Zuyun was lazy and had no strength at all. The promotion match officially began. It was a bit boring. In the eyes of several people, the new commentator, the guy with a golden broom head, was more interesting than the battle on the field. Of course, it was not the case for the players in the battle. Everyone fought very fiercely, and studied the opponents deeply, discussed the battle order, etc. The teams outside the Tiandu Empire heard about Tang San's actions one after another. Some were glad that they did not directly participate in the Tiandu city, but some laughed at the people in the Tiandu city competition area, who were actually attacked by a mere soul master. And they spoke nonsense directly in the battle. Even a soul master can sneak attack you, I think you should not go to the finals, just go back and play house. That's it. They chose to ignore the information about Tang Hao's appearance. Then they were taught a lesson by the Four Elements Academy. Although the number of Thunder and Divine Wind was seriously reduced, the main players were still there. Feng Xiaotian, Yu Tianxin. Especially the latter, once Yu Tianheng died, he was basically the new heir of the sect, but he didn't want this, he wanted to defeat his cousin openly and win the position of heir from him. Every person who mocked and talked nonsense reminded him of the unlucky Yu Tianheng, and he was furious. Damn Tang San! Many opponents retreated under the roar of dragons and thunder. However, the most eye-catching one was Shui Binger, the super beast martial spirit ice phoenix, who transformed into a gorgeous and exquisite ice and snow creation with one move, coupled with her exquisite face, cold eyes and good figure. After the first battle, she gained many fans. The harassment caused was countless. The soldiers on guard could not control these young spirit masters too much. Finally, it was Tianrui who found their team leaders one by one, and in front of all the harassers, one by one, they all fell into a peaceful sleep like corpses. If Shui Luoquan hadn't arrived in time, those harassing guys wouldn't have been able to participate in the finals. In the formal competition, Shui Bing'er and Tianrui took turns to teach him a lesson, and then he calmed down. The individual competition of the promotion match lasted for nearly half a month. The Blazing Fire College took the first place again with a perfect record, and the second place was the Purple Star College. The third place was the Tian Shui College, and the fourth place was unexpectedly the Botanical College, and then the Leiting and Shenfeng who had replenished their team members. After the competition, they rested for 3 days and went to Wuhan City to participate in the finals 3 days later. So, what is the significance of this individual competition in the promotion match? During the break and dinner, Zhou Suifeng raised a question. No team was eliminated from participating in the finals. The Wuhan Hall will have to draw lots again to decide the opponent in the finals, and this ranking is useless. To demonstrate the Empire's right to speak, Ning Yulin picked up a piece of chicken covered with sauce, put it on the small plate in front of Duguyan, and replied casually. The Soul Master competition is nominally held jointly by the Spirit Hall and the two empires, but over the years, the schedule has gradually evolved into a situation where the Spirit Hall has the final say, adding a seemingly meaningless individual battle segment to subtly deepen the impression of the empire among the contestants. At the same time, it can also better judge the personal abilities of young Soul Masters and recruit them. My father has taken a fancy to several of them. Tisk. Boring. Zhu Zuyun passed a plate of light vegetable dishes to Zhou Suifeng. She knew that Zhou Suifeng preferred light and refreshing food. Zhou Suifeng opened his mouth and naturally took the food that was brought to him by the slender fingers holding up the chopsticks. Crunch. Shui Bing'er was thoughtful, glanced at Tianrui, and picked up something. When she turned around, Tianrui's chopsticks just appeared at her mouth. The two smiled at each other. Tang Yin glanced at Ye Lingling. Ye Lingling's eyes were a little evasive, and her earlobes were sparkling. There was Ning Rongrong beside her, her eyes were eager to try, but unfortunately, the distance was a bit far, sitting next to Ning Yulin, and Tang Yin was separated by Ning Yulin, Duguyan and Ye Lingling. Tang Yin did not act rashly, and pushed a small cup of juice to Ye Lingling. After a little thought, his soul power turned into a clever force, and pushed a cup to Ning Rongrong, but Ning Yulin intercepted it and passed it to Duguyan. Ning Rongrong pouted in dissatisfaction. Ning Yulin ignored her, and looked at Tang Yin with cold eyes. What, do you still want to learn from Zhou Suifeng, hugging left and right and sitting in the middle? Tang Yin, hey! The ambiguous atmosphere of the pink bubble was broken in an instant. The reason was that Zhu Zuking's chopsticks collided with Zhu Zuyun, and the two took turns feeding Zhou Suifeng. And Zhu Zuyu, who didn't know what Zhu Zuyun said, finally put down the strange burden in her heart, and joined the actions of the elder sister and the younger sister with a little unfamiliarity. Zhou Suifeng was distracted, thinking about the finals. When he came back to his senses, he had already stuffed his mouth with something, so he hurriedly stopped them. 237 Chapter 236 Finals Preparation 237. All teams were ready and set off for Wuhan City. The Tiandu royal family provided luxurious carriages, a total of 16 teams. Shui Luoquan led the royal knights to escort them personally. He was very happy and excited. Although there were many twists and turns during the preliminaries, they were resolved very quickly. As long as he could be successfully sent to Wuhan City and come back after participating in the finals, he would naturally become the prince with his merits, and no one could object. He ha 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 ha. In a place without people, he could not help but get carried away when he imagined himself sitting on the throne. Fortunately, no one noticed. Your Highness, it's time for us to set off. Okay, let's go. Even though he was sitting in a carriage, Shui Luoquan shouted out the momentum of riding a horse and leading 1,000,000 troops. Zhou Suifeng mixed in the carriage of Tiandu Team 1 as a substitute for the team. He would decide whether to play or not after the final. Although the carriage was large, it was actually small. Ning Yulin and Duguyan occupied one corner, being affectionate with each other. I played with your hand, and you pinched my thigh. Ye Lingling sat alone by the window. Ning Rongrong sat by another window, watching the knights outside the carriage marching in a solemn manner, with dust flying, and quickly closed the window. Zhou Suifeng and the three cats sat by the door. There were too many people, so it was not suitable to play small games. They closed their eyes and meditated on their soul power. Shi Mo and Shi Mo sat on Ning Rongrong's side, shrinking pitifully. It was not right to lean over there. After leaving Tiandu City, the team increased speed and quickly got out to mix with the coachman. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief. As for the team leader, Tiandu Team 1 did not have one. Ning Fengzi and Shui Luoquan were behind them. This was only the team representing the Tiandu royal family and the Kai Bao Liulai sect. They did not need other team leaders. The team gradually went away with the farewell of the people. They were very sorry that the finals were not open to the general public. There were so many melons in the preliminaries, which was really exciting to watch. The finals must be more exciting. It would be great if it could be on the scene. It's a pity that it can't be. It was calm all the way and nothing happened. Under the control of Tian Rui, Shuo's carriage followed Tian Shui closely. Halfway through the journey, Tian Rui opened the door, asked the knight next to him to borrow the warhorse, and said to the few people, "I'll go." Before he finished speaking, Huo Wushuan raised his hand. "Understood, don't worry about us." Nodding, Tian Rui rode towards Tian Shui's carriage. After retracting his gaze, Huo Wushuan suddenly noticed something strange and turned to Huo Wu. "Sister, Feng Xiaotian, that guy, hasn't come since Tang San. Since the poisoning incident, except during the competition, Feng Xiaotian has never appeared in Huo Wu's sight in private. Why bother him? It's just right that he doesn't come." Huo Wu closed her eyes and said impatiently, "Isn't it just right that the guy doesn't come to bother people?" She was silently practicing some of the little fire control skills that Tian Rui said. She has been practicing until now during the 1-month break after the preliminaries. During the individual competition of the promotion match, she practiced it and the effect was extraordinary. She wanted to try to add her own fusion ring, which might have a miraculous effect. But it's not easy to operate in this carriage, so she had to wait until she got to Wuhan City to practice. Tian Rui rode to Tian Shui's carriage and knocked on the window. The window was opened, and it was Shui Yuer. "Oh, isn't this?" She smiled charmingly, but suddenly her face changed and she took a breath of cold air. She was pinched by Shui Binger. This girl never learns from her mistakes. Reaching back to compete with Shui Binger, his head was still pressed against the window. "Brother-in-law, I am so bored sitting in this carriage. I'd hurt. Is there anything to relieve boredom? Will give us sisters some relief?" "Good stuff. Sister, don't pull me, let me chat with brother-in-law for a while." Struggling to no avail, he was still suppressed by Shui Binger. Seeing Shui Binger appear, Tian Rui smiled and patted the carriage under him. "Come out and ride a horse." "Wait a minute." After a while, Shui Binger jumped off the carriage, sat sideways with her legs together, and was held in Tian Rui's arms. Pulling the reins, Tian Rui shouted to the carriage again. "You are brother-in-law, are you looking for me?" Suddenly leaning out of her head, Shui Binger sighed. "When will this girl be more mature?" Tian Rui handed her a flower. "This putting things in the carriage can purify the air and help you relax. Don't break it, it's just this one. The thing's in the double-flavored pot." "No problem." He happily took it. He shook his head, lowered his head slightly, and pressed against Shui Binger's forehead. A few strands of hair stuck to her, which was a little itchy. Tian Rui raised his hand to comb her hair. He whispered, "Shall we go to the front?" "Okay." He drove the horse and quickly walked to the front of the team. The leader was Roxanne, the captain of the 3rd Brigade of the Royal Knights. He reminded, "Please don't leave the team too far." "Don't worry, Captain." Tian Rui replied, hugged Shui Binger, and quickly left the team by pulling the reins. Roxanne. Binger. The wild flowers on the roadside are fragrant, the grass is green, and occasionally a bird lands, tilts its head to look at the two, looks at them for a moment and then flies away quickly. Tian Rui called out, and Shui Binger looked up. The lips with lavender lipstick were covered by a mouthful. The lips sparring, back and forth, inseparable. After a long time, Shui Binger's breathing was rapid, and she leaned softly on Tian Rui's chest. "After the finals, I will take you to a place." Shui Binger did not ask where it was, and nodded silently. She felt the hand around her waist getting tighter and tighter. "Don't make trouble, it's still outside." Feeling Tian Rui slowly put down his hand, Shui Binger looked up and saw that his face suddenly became a little serious, and her heart sank. "Angry?" Of course not, but Tianrui suddenly felt the breath of a stranger in front of him, and the hostility was very obvious. What's going on? Could it be Bibi Dong? In this situation, they actually sent people to intercept and kill? What's the idea? Closing his eyes and sensing carefully, he felt something was wrong. Those people in front, it seems, are not very strong? Increasing the spread of mental power, Tianrui wanted to further explore the strength of the ambushers. He even felt her increasingly fast heartbeat in his palm. Her cheeks and earlobes turned the same crystal pink. Lowering his head, burying it in her neck, smelling the slightly cold fragrance, Tianrui laughed softly. Why would I be angry with you because of this? In your heart, I am such a person? Then you. Did I think wrong? The shy pink color turned into a red color of shame and anger in an instant, as if dripping blood, and she slapped Tianrui's hand away. You play tricks on me like this? Are you doing it on purpose? Raised her hand and dropped it on Tianrui's face, pulling with 2 fingers. Thank you for your hospitality. Such a sentence made Shui Bing'er feel ashamed and angry again. The 2 of them were playing and fighting, and Tianrui held her earlobe and whispered that there was an ambush ahead. Shui Bing'er paused, lay on Tianrui's chest, and asked in a low voice. Then shall we go back and remind everyone? 238 Chapter 237 As if she was here to supplement the role. 238. You look like you are suitable to go back and remind everyone now? I don't know why her body is so sensitive when she is an ice-attributed soul master. Just a kiss and a few earlobes. Her bones seemed to be soft and without support. She just heard Tianrui say that there was an ambush ahead. She recovered for a moment and then lay softly in Tianrui's arms again. Stop it! You're drooling all over my face. Okay. Raising his hand, a faint flame was produced, brushing across her cheek, wiping everything clean without hurting the skin. Tianrui's fine control has reached a certain level. Riding forward for a distance, Tianrui captured the breath of the ambushing people more clearly and further judged their strength. With his hands around Shui Bing'er, their heartbeats close together, he whispered again. I judge that their strength is not very high, at least they are not a threat to me. Let's go over and test them to see what their purpose is. Although the unfamiliar titled Douluo may not be able to find the opponent's trace before taking action, for these people who have been exposed, none of them can make him feel threatened. He even feels that if Shui Bing'er fires at full power, it will not be a problem to deal with these people. It may be a bit exaggerated, but it should be true that he can protect himself. Of course, with him, Shui Bing'er will never fight alone and face the siege alone. Surprisingly, the 2 of them walked past the ambush site with their ears rubbed, and no one took action. Tianrui secretly calculated the number of people, about 100 people, the highest level people, at the Soul Saint level. During this time, Shui Bing'er's whole body was stiff, because she seemed to feel that she was being watched by many people. Although they were just face to face, without further intimate actions, it still made her whole body hot and her breathing rapid. It felt like a live pornographic performance in public. With just these few people, they should not be specifically ambushing the participating teams of the Tiandu Empire. If Bibi Dong wanted to do it, she would not send only so few people. Their target should be one of the colleges of the participating teams, but it is not clear which one. Bing'er, do you think we should go over and interrogate them, or just go back? Pretend to know nothing? Bing'er. Go back, we go back. That's fine. Pull the reins and return to the convoy. The ambushers on both sides were unmoved. On the way back, they slightly increased their speed and the warhorse began to run. Shui Bing'er was in his arms, her body bumping and rubbing against each other, and the faint fragrance so close to him naturally made Tianrui raise his weapon. After leaving that place, without many people's sight, Shui Bing'er had just recovered a little, and she entered a tense and awkward state again. Awkward and at a loss. The temperature of the weapon seemed to pass through the clothes, transmitted to the peak of the buttocks, penetrated into the blood and reached the heart. Plop, plop, plop. Because he had to speed up, Tianrui pulled the reins with both hands, and his left arm was firmly against her heart. He sensed her unusual heartbeat and slowed down his speed. Bing'er. She lowered her head and spoke in a mosquito-like voice. I heard that if you keep holding back on male soul masters, there will be problems with your body. Otherwise, I will help you solve it. This time it was Tianrui's heartbeat that accelerated sharply, but he shook his head. Forget it, this place is not suitable, and it can't be solved in a short time. Let's talk about it when we get to Wuhan City. Back to the convoy, he ran straight to the carriage where Ning Yulan and others were, and knocked on the window. Zhou Suifeng opened the door, and Zhu Ziyun saw at a glance that Shui Binger was in a bit of a state, showing an aunt's smile. With the relationship between them similar to sworn brothers. Then we should also be considered sisters-in-law, right? How about, let's talk. After listening to him, Zhou Suifeng and Ning Yulan both looked strange. If it wasn't the Spirit Hall, who else would have the courage to ambush the Tiandu Empire's participating team? Ning Rongrong exclaimed. How dare someone ambush us? So many teams, each with their own team leaders, more than 1,000 royal knights, and behind them are my father and Grandpa Jian. Who is so desperate? Ning Yulan covered her mouth, not letting the sound out, and looked at Zhou Suifeng. Zhou Suifeng nodded and stood up. I'll go see who it is. Then I'll go too. Subconsciously licking her lips, the action of just getting up was also full of charm. Duguyan curled her lips and glanced at Ning Yulan. Fortunately, he was very sensible and didn't pay any attention. Zhou Suifeng glanced at her and replied lightly. Sit tight. Every time he takes the initiative to attack, he always ends up being defeated. He doesn't try to improve his strength, but often takes the initiative to entangle others, which makes people feel uncomfortable. It's really hateful. With a wry smile, Zhu Ziyun sat down next to her sister again. Tianrui jumped down with Shui Binger in his arms, gave the warhorse to Zhou Suifeng, and walked towards the Tian Shui carriage. Zhou Suifeng landed on the horse, nodded to a team of knights next to him, and the horses clattered away quickly. Ye Lingling silently retracted her gaze. Compared with that Tang Yin, this person made her feel more intimate, but the other party already had a woman, and it seemed that they were sisters. He was really fickle. It seemed that joining forces with the Haoshan sect was more in line with the interests of the family. Shui Binger returned to the carriage, but her calves softened unnaturally. Holding the door frame, she slowly recovered. Meeting her sister's strange look. Help her over. Sister, you guys can't be no way, we've only been gone for such a short time, brother-in-law can't do it. I know some medicines, otherwise why are you pinching me again? However, this time it wasn't just Shui Yuer, the other sisters also started to tease. Yes, Captain, the time is too short, how can people? For a while, the carriage was full of laughter, so lively. After a while, it was quiet, and the teacher whispered to Shui Binger. You are still young, pay attention to safety. Zhou Suifeng rushed to the place Tianrui said, the field unfolded, and captured everyone's position more clearly than Tianrui. Actively launched an attack, they haven't reacted yet, the battle is over. Everyone was concentrating on waiting for the convoy to arrive, who would have thought that the blue-silver grass under their feet suddenly accelerated and tied them up directly. The martial soul is possessed, and the most powerful attack soul skills burst out, and they can't break free. Okay, now let me see who you are. He snapped his fingers, and the fragrance of flowers filled the air. According to the rules, they were wearing black clothes to hide their identities. All of them, in order of their cultivation, gradually fell into hypnosis. Then, Zhou Suifeng learned their identities and purposes. The Xingluo Empire, a team of soul masters secretly cultivated by the royal family to do dirty work. The purpose of this time was to test the identities and abilities of the 3 girls from the Tiandu team, suspected to be from the Zhu family, and whether they had anything to do with the Nether Spirit Cat, and try to capture them directly. This. Of course, it was to confirm the Dai family's idea. Let them know clearly that those 3 were the purest Nether Spirit Cats. However, except for Zhu Ziyun's martial soul, which still retained obvious Nether Spirit Cat characteristics, Zhu Ziyu and Zhu Zuking had very obvious mutations. Before, when fighting souls in Soto City, Dai Mubai was on the same stage with them, and there was no induction of martial soul fusion skills. But this was not a problem, just leave them a hint of hypnosis. 239 Chapter 238 Go. 239. Leaving a mental hint, Zhou Suifeng quietly returned. Back to the convoy, he circled the 3 cats and whispered something, and the 3 understood. Someone will come to attack later, you don't have to be too nervous. After discussing with them, Zhou Suifeng explained to the others. There was actually an ambush. They were very surprised, but they were not really nervous. Even if a titled Douluo appeared, it wouldn't be a big problem. The convoy moved slowly and gradually arrived at the ambush site. Roxanne, who was leading the way, smelled some flowers. Strange, I remember that this area should be a bit desolate. It's not like he hasn't walked this road before. However, under the influence of the fragrance of flowers, he ignored all the abnormalities and continued to move forward. A team of Tiendo carriages appeared in the eyes of the ambushers. Everyone jumped up, and the guard knight shouted. Someone is attacking, be alert. The sudden attack covered the range of 3 or 4 teams in front and behind the frame of Tiendu's team. Everyone was shocked. Ning Yulan stood on the roof of the car, holding the dazzling glazed pagoda in one hand, and the soul ring flashed, and the water element was attached. Control the surrounding water elements to form a circle of protective shield to block all attacks. Then divide the battlefield and assign all the black-clothed people who jumped out to the corresponding opponents according to their strength. The 3 sisters rushed out of the carriage, their figures flashed, and they solved several black-clothed people in a short time. But every time they made a move, they wished that they would remember for 3 lifetimes shouting Netherworld Stab, Netherworld 100 Claws, Netherworld and so on. I am the Nether Spirit Cat.jpg. The battle happened very suddenly and ended very suddenly. With precautions in advance, it went smoothly as expected. After the royal knights reacted, they cooperated precisely and killed the black-clothed people in a short time, leaving only a few people to flee in a panic. Don't chase the desperate enemy, be careful of traps. Captain Roxanne was on guard in the front, and a small captain appeared next to a team of carriages. He bowed slightly to Ning Yulan and returned to his position. At this time, Chen Xin arrived with Ning Fengzi. Wrong, Xiao Yan and everyone else, are you all right? No. Ning Rongrong looked a little unhappy. She originally planned to show her skills. With her assistance, the enemy would definitely flee in panic. But Ning Yulan asked Duguyan to keep an eye on her and didn't let her leave the carriage. She didn't even see the shadows of the black-clothed people, but only heard some sounds. That's good. Nodding, he looked at Ning Yulan and motioned to go out for a chat. Chen Xin stood beside the carriage like a door god, observing Zhou Suifeng intentionally or unintentionally, as if he had discovered something. Who are those men in black? Don't worry, father. Everything is under our control. Looking at Ning Yulan, who looked calm and confident, Ning Fengzi hesitated to speak. He wanted to say something. He was like this before. It was Ning Yulan who made him know that plans can never keep up with changes. But after so many years, Ning Fengzi has clearly known that the sun in front of him is warm on the outside but cold on the inside. Even Duguyan, who is ready to get married, has only been slightly put into his heart after so many years of living together. He even felt that if the other party's martial soul awakened at the beginning was not the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, it might even be possible to leave the sect and become independent, or cannibalize the sect. Fortunately, the only daughter is a blessed one. Still reminded slightly. No matter when, think about it more. Father is right, I know. Sighing, Ning Fengzi shook his head silently. Forget it, if there is no father-son relationship, then there is no father-son relationship. The sect can continue, and even fulfill the wishes of the ancestors. The 9 treasures glazed tower is enough. Uncle Jian. Call Chen Xin and return to the carriage of the 7 treasures glazed sect. After the farce of the black-clothed man, there were no other problems, and the convoy arrived at Wuhan City smoothly. No matter how crazy Bibi Dong was secretly, she did a very good job on the surface. Except for the worship hall, the judgment hall and a few elders, most of the people in the Wuhan hall were her supporters. This kind of superficial work, Tiendu and his party were warmly received. Some of the few black-clothed men who survived by chance returned to the Xingluo Empire, and some rushed to the direction of the Xingluo participating team. Send the information to Davis. Davis's reaction was flat. Just based on these soul skill names, he could not be 100% sure that the other party was the Nether Spirit Cat. When he arrived at Wuhan City, he would try to see if there was any induction on the field to really confirm it. It didn't matter if it wasn't, he also had a new fusion skill partner. His biological sister, unfortunately, is not old enough and has insufficient cultivation, so she cannot partner with him in this Soul Master competition. 2 years younger than Tang San. Thinking of everything that happened so that his generation could continue to use the Nether White Tiger, Davis couldn't help but sigh. At the beginning, his father actually planned to give him the loser of the previous generation. It was just that the soul power was destroyed, not that it could not be cured. But the Queen Mother unexpectedly got angry. He himself did not agree very much. According to the seniority, that person could be regarded as his aunt, and it felt strange no matter how he thought about it. Raising his hand to burn the information, thinking of the brothers who were born with his sister, he felt a headache again. With so many people, could he really continue to follow the competition system and kill them all one by one? They have no possibility of competition at all. But if they are not dealt with, when they come of age, there is no guarantee that they will not have other thoughts. Even if they don't, who can say for sure about their descendants? As long as you awaken the evil-eyed white tiger spirit, you will be the legitimate descendant of the Dai family and have the qualifications to become the emperor of Xingluo. It's a pity that Mu Bai is not up to the mark. Most of the team members came to Wuhan City for the first time. And Wuhan City was more lively than usual because of the upcoming finals. Not long after they settled down, many people left their accommodation and wandered around. Let's see what's different about Wuhan City from other cities. Does this holy land of soul masters have a different fairy air? Their excitement had nothing to do with Shui Binger. At this moment, Shui Binger could not hear any noise from the outside world. She had no idea why she said that when she was riding with Tianrui. Now, she had to pay the price. As soon as she arrived at the hotel arranged by the Spirit Hall, Tianrui came to her. In fact, she could have refused, and she knew that Tianrui would not be angry about such a thing, and thus alienate their relationship. Shui Binger felt confused, as if her brain was not her own. She stepped on the clouds and habitually held Tianrui's hand. The two left the hotel where Tian Shui stayed. At this moment, standing at the door of another hotel, Shui Binger regained her consciousness, but took the initiative to pull Tianrui and strode into the door. Opening a room and finding a room, all in one go. Identity exchange. It seems that Tianrui is the weak chicken who is uneasy and nervous. However, in the end, no negative distance contact was achieved. I don't know how many people have rolled on the bed in this hotel, even if this hotel is very high-end and changed every day. The two stayed in the room for more than an hour. Shui Binger, who was more than 40 levels of cultivation, was so busy that her mouth was sore and her hands were cramped before she helped Tianrui solve the problem for the first time. She suddenly felt a little scared. What should she do after she really got married? It's okay. When my cultivation is stronger, my physical fitness will improve. No need to ask others for help. 240 Chapter 239 The dispute began. 240. Wuhan City. It can be clearly felt that it is very different from Tiandu City. Tiandu City is full of luxury. There is a clear distinction between nobles and civilians. There is a huge difference between the glamorous people and the mud legs, and the atmosphere of life is obvious. And this Wuhan City, first of all, as the base camp of the Wuhan Hall, the holy land in the minds of many soul masters, there are more people walking on the streets with obvious soul power fluctuations than Tiandu City. It is similar in prosperity and magnificence. The difference is also the biggest difference. The civilians on the road are slightly calmer and more free. In Tiandu City, although the people were enthusiastic about the soul masters because of the soul master competition, they were more distant and afraid of the soul masters passing by at ordinary times. No matter what Bibi Dong's purpose was, at least what she was doing now seemed to be a good thing for the civilians who were the largest and lowest in the Douluo continent. Tianrui and Shui Binger ran to the hotel, and the remaining three did not go together. Zhou Suifeng took the three sisters and originally wanted to go to the Douluo Hall to see the titled Douluos from ancient times to the present. But it was not open to the public unless there were new titled Douluos coming to receive the title. Ning Yulan and Duguyan were in a flower shop. Tang Yin arranged for the disciples of the Haoshan sect and went out to wander around. He tried to invite Ye Lingling, but he didn't expect that she would come out this time. Some people from other teams wanted to inquire about the situation of this session of the Wuhan team, but they knew that it was impossible to inquire about the secrets of the Wuhan Hall on the street. They went to the Wuhan Academy and were turned away. Others just wandered around the base and went back to rest. Several people played until late at night and met again in a restaurant. There was nothing much to say about what they had seen and heard, and there was no information worth exchanging. It was not like they were going to break into Wuhan City from the inside, so they simply enjoyed the special cuisine here. Various dishes of soul beast meat. Anlan did not show up from beginning to end. The Xingluo Empire team was 2 days behind Tiandu. After they arrived at Wuhan City, Wuhan Hall gave them another 2 days of rest. Then, the first round of the finals really began. After receiving Tianrui's information and Tang Yin, the master of Haoshan sect, participating in the competition, the prizes naturally could not be the original 3 soul bones. Lan was very strong, and the angel ability of that evil seed was not weak either, but Bibi Dong did not have much confidence that the two could win the finals. To be safe, she directly give the wisdom skull of spiritual concentration to Hulina privately, whether it was more than 50,000 years or more than 60,000 years. You should know that none of the 5 people have a proper head soul bone now. Only Tianrui has the right arm bone of a 100,000-year-old azure bull python, the left arm bone of a 100,000-year-old fire dragon lizard that was ripened by the fire dragon king, and the soul bone attached to the wings of the fire dragon king. Tang Yin has the right arm bone of the titan giant ape, the left arm bone of a 66,000-year-old thunder giant rhino, and the left leg bone of Xiao Wu. Zhou Suifeng has a right leg bone of the blue silver emperor and the soul bone attached to the wings of the water dragon king. The idol 8 spider spear soul bone and the gem soul bone of Shi Nian. There are also the few low-year soul bones that were exploded when making a living. They have been used for several experiments to improve physical fitness and soul power, and to reconnect broken limbs. Later, I planned to sell them for money, but with Ning Yulan around, I didn't need them. I kept them. Tang Yin said that they might be used as forging materials after some research. Bibi Dong gave a speech on the spot. She looked more charming than the model that Tianrui had materialized in the space. The high-heeled boots embellished with gemstones set off the arch of the foot, and the purple-white stockings extended from the boots to the Pope's robes, without any exposure, very long and straight. Zhu Ziyun's body proportions are also good. When wearing high heels, her height can exceed 1.8 meters, but in terms of visual effect, she is far inferior to Bibi Dong. Fortunately, in terms of people's hearts, she is definitely better. Among humans, the only one who can compete with Bibi Dong in terms of beautiful legs is her daughter Qian Rongxiu. In the Spirit Hall team, Qian Rongxiu stood side by side with Lan. She just stood there quietly, the sun shone on her golden hair, a circle of hazy golden light attracted the attention of everyone present, regardless of men or women. Even Lan, who lived with her day and night, could not escape the common customs at this moment. It was the first time for Qian Rongxiu to accept the admiration of everyone in public. But she didn't care about this. She observed Tianrui and Tang Yin from the corner of her eyes. According to the information sent from below, these 2 people were the biggest opponents in the finals. She also broke through the soul Douluo, which was achieved by absorbing the angel inheritance soul bone. The soul power level was only 82nd level. During the speech, the golden-haired figure under the stage was dazzling and could not be ignored at all. Bibi Dong hated it in her heart, but from this condescending angle, she could clearly see her shadow from the corners of Qian Rongxiu's eyes and eyebrows. There was also a strange sense of relief and pride. She convinced herself that it was because of Hulina. The finals of the Pan-Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Soul Master Competition will begin now. In the first round of the draw, Blazing Fire Academy had a bye. Then it was basically a clash between the teams of the Xingluo Empire and the Tiandu Empire. Purple Star Academy and Tiandu Team 1 were the first to draw the opponent of Xingluo. The competition venue was the temporary square transformed in front of the Pope's Palace, with high platforms erected around it for the rest of the participating teams to rest and watch the game. When it was Tiandu Team 1's turn to compete, Davis stared at the 3 unique girls. The rare body proportions confirmed that they were the Nether Spirit Cats. Tiandu Empire. Could it be that what happened back then was really done by the Tiandu Empire? But no matter how he thought about it, he still felt it was impossible. The Tiandu Empire was actually able to penetrate into the capital of Xingluo and silently wipe out the Duke's mansion without alarming anyone. Will it be a titled Douluo who took action? The 7 Treasures Glazed Sect, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex and the Haoshan Sect are now all within the territory of the Tiandu Empire, and there is also the Poison Douluo who everyone is extremely afraid of under the title. The lineup of Tiandu Team 1 shocked everyone. Doguyan, 5 rings, 3 sisters of the Zhu family, 5 rings. There are actually 4 Soul King players. Ning Rongrong is not even level 50 yet. She is only close to level 42 now. She has completely relied on her own practice to improve her level. However, the soul ring ratio looks weird, 1 yellow and 3 purple. After Ning Yulan showed her soul rings, she overshadowed them again. All black ratio, 8 soul rings, 9 story pagoda. Audiences with cultivation above Soul Saint can also judge that those soul rings with red and black are several 90,000-year-old soul beasts that are close to 100,000 years old. Others can only open their mouths in surprise. 7 Treasure Glazed Sect, there is a monster. Your sect is so lucky. There are 2 9 treasure glazed pagodas in this generation. Sect Master Ning is really amazing. Bibi Dong said to Ning Fengzi not far away in an inexplicable tone. It's just luck. They are still children and can't take on big responsibilities. We old guys have to work harder for a while. Bibi Dong, old guy? In comparison, Ye Lingling and the Shi brothers are insignificant. There is no need to fight with this lineup. Their opponents will give up directly. Davis originally wanted to observe the abilities of the 3 sisters, but he could only look away and wait for everything to be revealed on the field. 241 Chapter 240 I want to see a river of blood. 241. At the end of the first round on the first day, half of the colleges of the 2 empires were directly eliminated. In order to make the results of the game more reasonable, a revival match for the loser group should be arranged, but unfortunately there was no one. The teams that were eliminated in advance did not have any complaints. They were willing to leave and wait for the final champion to be decided. The teams that were originally eliminated were not eligible to watch the game on site, so Enlan specially found Bibi Dong. She thought that Enlan wanted more people to see Qian Rongxiu's angel glory and publicize the existence of angels. Subconsciously wanted to stop him. But she couldn't stop him at this time. It would not be worth it if it led to the old man Qian Daoliu. So she had to let Enlan do it. The fact was just as she thought. The young soul masters were shocked and fascinated by Qian Rongxiu's appearance and strength. She was beautiful, strong, and an 8-ring soul Douluo. They privately thought that this level of contestant should be the first time in the history of the Soul Master competition. Those who knew about the existence of the Spirit Hall Angels felt that the Spirit Hall had successors. But also because of Qian Rongxiu's age and strength, it felt subverted. Ning Fengzi was not among them. He frowned deeply and was a little worried. The Spirit Hall had such an outstanding successor. Would his own Xiaoliu's plan still work? It was said that they would cooperate with Enlan, but as a member of the Spirit Hall, would he really abandon his own interests and cooperate with outsiders? All kinds of worries. But now that things have come to this, we can only take it one step at a time. The sect has already boarded the boat. If they get off the boat now, although they will not be completely drowned, half of them may be choked to death. Both Enlan and the Golden Generation trio were overshadowed by the light emitted by Qian Rongxiu. The focus of the first round was all on Qian Rongxiu. Even after the game ended that day and the teams went back to rest, they kept discussing. This year's champion is 100% the Spirit Halls again. Should we give up directly? Why give up? We are not for the championship in the first place, just compete with others. With so many good opponents, it would be a waste of time if we don't have a good exchange. That's right. Tiandu Rest Hotel. The first round of battle is over. There was nothing to be nervous about, and everyone was very relaxed. As for the opponents, there was nothing to be noticed except the Spirit Hall team and the Purple Star Academy. Everyone gathered together to discuss the Spirit Hall, and then went to rest. The second round of battle was also uneventful. The third round. There was only one team left in the Tiandu Empire, Shiwo, Tianshui, and Zixing. Lei Ting and Shenfeng were eliminated one after another and became spectators. In the Xingluo Empire, there were only the royal team and 2 other teams, one called Daihuang and the other called Longkui. Including the Spirit Hall team, there were 8 teams left. After another round, the final championship, runner-up and third place will be contested. During the break, the 4 of them got together to discuss who would perform in the final. It was impossible for all 4 of them to stand on the final championship competition field. Each of them had their own needs to appear. From Tang Yun's point of view, if he led the disciples of the Haoshan sect to compete with the Spirit Hall in the final, or even won the championship, it would be smoother for him to lead the Haoshan sect after returning. Tianrui, he will go to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus with a great victory, and do what he wants to do and what he should do. Ning Yuan, no need to explain too much, Tiandu Team 1 won the championship, and his reputation will be blessed. Whether he is in charge of Kaibao or stealing the country of Tiandu, there will be no big problem. As for Zhou Suifeng, he is a substitute for Tiandu Team 1, and there is no special demand. If Team 1 stands in the finals in the end, he can also play. After discussing it over and over, the final result of the appearance was still undecided. Or Zhou Suifeng made a suggestion, let An Lan draw lots. There is controversy about their appearance, and there is no suspense about An Lan's appearance as a representative of the spirit hall. It is reasonable to let him draw lots. Zhou Suifeng sent a mini straw man to find him overnight. An Lan was speechless, but he had to draw, but he drew Tian to Team 1. The remaining 2 people are not without opportunities to perform. In the last round of the game, in addition to the team battle, there is also a need for alternating individual battles. The 2 defeated teams still need to play in the loser group before they can compete with the winner team for the championship. With a little arrangement, it is not impossible to put Shuo and Zixing together. Alright, leave it to me, you go back and sit down. The 4th round of the game started. Team Tiandu played against Team Xingluo, Zixing played against Tian Shui College, Shuo played against Daihuang, and Wuhandian played against Longkui. As soon as she came on the court, Zhu Ziyun instantly locked Davis' position. She felt some strange throbbing in her Wuhan, which made her feel uncomfortable. She hurriedly turned back to look for Zhou Suifeng. Zhou Suifeng was still in the spectator seat, so he didn't need to play this time. Compared with Zhu Ziyu and Zhu Zuqing, her nether spirit cat had the smallest variation and was closest to the original form. Zhou Suifeng had long anticipated the problems she might encounter and had done some psychological preparation with her in advance. It was a bit strange to meet her gaze. The eyes asked, "What's wrong?" Zhu Ziyun breathed a sigh of relief after retracting her gaze. Just now, she had an inexplicable feeling of cheating, which made her very nervous. She slightly mobilized her soul power to suppress the throbbing of her martial soul. She glanced at her 2 sisters next to her, and they seemed to be unaware. Both sides release their martial souls. The battle begins. The deacon, who seemed to be Brother Tao, announced loudly. Before the battle began, the team members asked Davis for his opinion on whether to give up directly. As we all know, the auxiliary ability of the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect is extremely terrifying. Now the opponent's team has 2 glazed towers, and they have broken through the legendary 9-story pagoda with the number of floors. Not to mention, there are 4 Soul Kings. However, others can give up, but they can't. As the representative team of the Xingluo Empire Royal Academy, they can be defeated and must not give up. At the moment, they are doomed to lose, but at least they have to further confirm the identities of the 3 girls. The martial soul sensing time just now was very short, and he couldn't be 100% sure whether it was. We probably have a chance to attack, you try to help me delay time. Before the battle, Davis gave instructions. The Xingluo Royal team has 3 special players. Li Yang, the spirit of the reflection mirror, can conceal the position of teammates through reflection and mirror image. 2 auxiliary systems, the spirit of Shang Shan Ruo Shui, has excellent defensive capabilities. Although the amplification effect is not very prominent, it is the best match with the reflection mirror. If there is no Ning Yuan, Davis is also confident to fight against the 4 Soul Kings with this combination. Be careful of Duguyan's poison. She is the granddaughter of Poison Douluo and should have inherited some of his housekeeping skills. When the battle started, Ning Yuan held the pagoda and pretended to be next to Ning Rongrong, not intending to attack. Ning Rongrong happily released her soul power, and it was finally her time to appear. Diversion control, different amplification soul skills, fell on Duguyan, the 3 sisters, and the Shi brothers. Zhou Suifeng and Ye Lingling were off the stage. After all, there were only 7 positions. If it is a normal 7-layer 4-ring glazed tower, the amplification effect at this moment should be 50%, and each soul ring increases the amplification ratio by 10%, and the basic increase is 10%. But now Ning Rongrong is born with the 9th layer. Her amplification effect is 20% higher than Ning Fengzi of the same level. This is so terrifying, this is the world's #1 assistant. 242 Chapter 241 I got up, but I was defeated in seconds, what can I say? 242. Originally, Davis thought that Duguyan should be a good poisoner, but he never expected that at the beginning. He raised his hand and a watercolored dragon rushed came over. Teammate Yingwei stood up. His martial soul is the swelling water buffalo, a strong attacking soul sect, with some water elemental abilities, as well as the strong endurance and strength of the bull martial soul, and wanted to resist the water dragon. 2 assistants put an amplification on him, and he controlled the martial soul to possess him, and his body expanded twice. He raised his foot and stomped on the ground, lowered his head slightly, and the horns pointed outward. However, he was killed in one move. The watercolored dragon looked very solid and should have considerable strength, but when Ying Wei hit it, he felt like he had broken through a layer of water curtain and turned his head in confusion. Duguyan curled her lips, "I'm not a fool, I have to fight hard." She had long practiced superb control skills, turning the virtual into the real, and the real into the virtual. Gather when needed, and disperse when not needed. The dragon passed through him and whipped his tail on the back of his head. The huge impact plus Duguyan's mutated water poison made people faint on the spot and lose their strength in the battle sequence. The three sisters rushed into the center of the team, and their speed was unmatched. But Davis was well prepared. Through Li Yang's ability, the remaining teammates quickly left their original positions when Duguyan took action. The three rushed in but were surrounded. Zhu Zuyu and Zhu Zuqing had similar figures. They crouched at the same time, and the two assistants of Shang Shan Ruo Shui were cut out. The two then besieged the remaining agile attack system of Xingluo. Li Yang, the reflector, was just a small waste if there were no teammates. Davis found the right opportunity and blocked Zhu Zuyun's position, but in fact Zhu Zuyun was waiting for him in front. "Are you from Xingluo Empire? You are Zhu, you are the pig, and I am the cat. Sexy, cute and charming cat demon." She didn't talk to Davis. She just wanted to dig a few transparent holes in this guy. The previous martial soul induction made her very panic. She couldn't imagine what Zhou Suifeng would do to her if the guy in front of her used the martial soul fusion technique, and what would happen to her two sisters. The memories of her life as the eldest daughter of the Zhu family had long been blurred. She didn't know what her life would have been like without Zhou Suifeng. Maybe she would really become the crown princess of Xingluo and then the queen, but she might die at the hands of Zhu Yu or Zhu Qing, or be imprisoned in an unknown corner of the palace after failure and become a plaything. She was still very satisfied with her current life. Apart from anything else, at least she was sure that if it weren't for Zhou Suifeng, she would definitely not have the same strength as now at the same age. Without saying anything, the third, fourth and fifth soul rings lit up directly. External soul bone shadow cat pupil. The long hair was stirred by the soul power and fluttered behind her. The cat pupil locked Davis's flaw and hit his most critical soul power node with a ghost stab. In a moment of attack, Davis was completely unable to catch her trace. Zhu Zuyun's soul power penetrated into her body, triggering double damage. Detonating his soul power, causing the soul power to go out of control. Furthermore, his joints were removed. If the traces of murder were not so obvious, she would have wanted to cut the guy's throat with one claw. Standing aside with a charming figure, watching Davis lying on the ground weak and boneless, Zhu Zuyun hesitated with a faint color on her fingertips, still wanting to kill this guy directly to eliminate future troubles, but unfortunately she couldn't. The restrictions of the competition rules are mainly to not disrupt Zhou Suifeng's plan. Team Tiandu wins. Team Xingluo can't get up again, the referee of the Spirit Hall immediately announced loudly. The arranged healing soul master stepped forward to dispel the state on Davis. Davis watched Zhu Zuyun's back as he left the field until he disappeared. He was searching, not only for the ancestral nether white tiger, but also for the other party's figure. It doesn't make sense that the previous predecessors can have women like Ling Mao, but when it comes to him, he can only watch the other party get away. He made an excuse to go back and rest, and let others continue to watch the game. Arrange someone to leave and report the news to the Emperor. After the finals, when they go home, it will be a good opportunity to take action. Otherwise, with the talents they have shown, if they don't act quickly, who knows what level they will be at the next time they meet. After writing the secret letter, Davis thought of a strange scene again. I have a sense of the martial soul fusion skill of Zhu Zuyun, but why don't the other two have it at all? Looking at their martial souls, they should also be nether spirit cats. It is impossible that the matching degree is not even 1%. There is a saying about matching degree and fusion degree between martial soul fusion skills. The higher the degree of fit, the higher the strength of the fusion skill, and the stronger the power. Like the Golden Holy Dragon, the degree of fit between the three of them seems to be more than 90%. The next game is Zixing vs Tian Shui. Shui Binger knows that Tang Yin is at the same level as her man. Although she doesn't know much about his true strength, it should not be much different. It is estimated that the Tian Shui team will stop here in this Soul Master competition. But it is not bad, one of the top 8 teams in the finals. After entering the venue, Shui Binger turned around at the passage and looked at the sisters. The opponent is not a mediocre player, we don't have many chances. No need to test, just go all out. I still want to fight with my brother-in-law and the others. Shui Yu'er sighed. What's so difficult about this, Yu'er? When he goes to your house in the future, can't you fight him however you want behind closed doors? That's right, I want to hit wherever you want. Hee. You slut, what nonsense are you talking about? Shui Yu'er was a little angry. Okay, stop it. After calling a few people to stop, Shui Bing'er turned around and walked out of the passage, followed by several people behind her. Tang Yin had been waiting for a long time, and turned back to the disciples of Haoshan sect. You don't have to mess around, just leave it to me. Yes, sect master. The referee stood at the edge and gave a signal, and the battle began. Tang Yin did not take the initiative to attack. They were all her own people, so of course she had to give her enough time to show off. Showing her soul ring, Tang Yin naturally caused another exclamation, which was even more excessive than Ning Yulan before. The latter's soul ring was still black with red, while the former had 5 black, 2 red and 1 black and red. 200,000-year soul rings, 80% of them also have 200,000-year soul bones. Is this the foundation of Haoshan sect, which was once the world's #1 sect? It's really terrifying. I wonder who will be better between this clear sky hammer and the angel of the spirit hall. On the high platform, Bibi Dong behind the curtain clenched her scepter, somewhat excited. With 200,000-year spirit rings and 200,000-year spirit bones, as long as the spirit skill effects were not too weird, Qian Rongxiu would definitely not be a match. If the angel lost to the clear sky hammer in public, it would be a huge blow to the angels, and her chance would come. Unfortunately, there was also An Lan. In that battle, Yu Guan did not allow him to show his full strength, so it was doubtful whether he could fight against Tang Yin. 243 Chapter 242 243. The audience was very surprised to see this match, and no one understood what Tang Yin was doing. They watched the people of Tian Shui do whatever they want. But some people said that if they were at Tang Yin's level, it would be natural for them to be so confident. Under Tang Yin's deliberate release, the Tian Shui team used the martial soul fusion technique. The temperature in the entire Pope's Palace dropped sharply, not only in the competition venue, but also in the front hall steps, the back hall garden, etc. It was just the most serious in the competition venue. Shui Bing'er trained many times, trying to make Bing Shui Piaoling's ability was concentrated, but it was completely different from the ice and snow Valkyrie that Shrek used. She tried her best, but she could only make smaller snowflakes gather into larger ones, instead of concentrating all the power into one point for single attack. Tang Yin paid enough attention to this. First soul skill, Giant Strength. Second soul skill, Destroying the Army. Third soul skill, Tyrannical Body. Fifth soul skill, Unyielding. Full amplification buff is enabled. The soul power is completely controlled within the martial soul, and the noise from leaking out is not as good as that of a 100-year soul skill. Chen Xin was surprised and expressed admiration. This boy's strength is already extraordinary. It has only been a few years since the previous Titan giant ape hunting. It has already improved to this level, it can't be underestimated. However, Ning Yulan, that kid, has quietly improved to that level, and the 7 treasures glazed tile sect is not bad. Facing the snowflakes flying all over the sky, Tang Yinzi threw a hammer. The air wave that broke the mountains and broke the ice phoenix hovering in the air smashed. Shui Bing'er supported her teammates, staggered to the ground, and raised her hand to indicate that Tian Shui surrendered. Tang Yin shuddered. The top beast martial spirit of extreme ice is not as simple as it looks on the surface. That hammer seemed to win easily, but it was almost equivalent to 30% of his strength. At the exit of the exit passage, Tian Rui had been waiting for a long time, raising his hand to release a gentle flame to help them recover their physical strength and soul power. The first soul skill of the Golden Feather Red Phoenix, the Sacred Fire, can change the nature and form of the flame, and it is completely fine to use it as an auxiliary soul skill. How is it? Do you feel okay? With Tang Yin's control, there is no need to worry about accidental injuries. But Tian Rui was still very anxious. What if? What if he got some undetectable, invisible injuries or something like that? It's okay, don't worry. Shui Bing'er was relieved, looking a little tired. Although her physical strength and soul power have recovered, the fusion technique consumes a lot of mental energy, which cannot be recovered in a short time. Wait for me, I'll send you back after I deal with them. Pass the baton. The next match is between Shuo and Xingluo Daihuang Academy. Instant kill, No explanation needed. Tian Shui and others just walked to the exit, looking at the Shuo team that came back. Shui Yuer smacked her lips, suddenly remembered the dirty joke her sisters made not long ago. If she glanced at Shui Binger and shook her head violently. Not right, not right. Those three women with exaggerated figures, aren't they just sisters sharing a husband? In the later match between Wuhan Hall and Long Kui, Anlin and Qian Rongxiu were just decorations in the back, letting Hu Lina and the other two teammates take action. Although it was not an instant kill, it also made the opponent's army defeated. The fourth round ended. The remaining teams, Wuhan Hall, Tiandu, Shuo, Zixing. At night, after dinner. Don't let anyone disturb me within an hour. Yes, Your Holiness. After giving the order, Bibi Dong walked into the bedroom. The bath was already prepared. Petals, incense, curling hot steam. The Pope's scepter and heavy and gorgeous crown were thrown on the ground casually. The rope was pulled off, and the long hair fell like silk. The slender fingers knocked open the belt, and the long skirt was lifted by the soul power and hung on the hanger beside. Then she bent down and slowly took off the silky stockings. The round curve behind her was raised, but unfortunately no one could see it. Walked into the bath, raised her hand, and the underwear fell next to the bath towel. The slightly high temperature of the bath water, Bibi Dongxi uttered a soft moan unconsciously. She closed her eyes and her brows slowly relaxed. Her mind was full of thoughts, but after a quarter of an hour, she suddenly stood up from the bathtub. The water column hung on her hair and slid down her back. It fell on the hills, then fell down her long legs, and finally returned to the bathtub. She pulled the towel to dry the water. She raised her hand to take the nightgown, put on another clean papal robe, and suddenly left the bedroom. Purple Star Academy Rest Hotel. In the room, Tang Yin was meditating and doing his daily homework. The other four guys were so warm and soft, and he could only temporarily relieve his loneliness by practicing. Suddenly, an intoxicating fragrance appeared at the tip of his nose. Although he was not very good at identifying women by scent. But this smell, at first impression, was top-notch. He opened his eyes, but his heart was shocked. What is the purpose of His Holiness the Pope's visit late at night? Just bathed? Her long hair was not combed, and the Pope's robe was simply draped over her. Her pajamas could not cover her long legs at all, and the lace hem was clearly distinguished from the Pope's skirt. Tang Yin did not dare to linger over the thin shoulder straps at first glance. If she goes crazy, it will be difficult to deal with. Something seems wrong with her. Could it be that she is lonely and unbearable in the middle of the night and comes to me to relieve her loneliness? Good things are just thoughts. No matter how crazy Bibi Dong is, she can't find a young man who is about the same age as Qian Rongxiu to vent. The probability of using toys is higher. At the beginning, you said that you wanted to help me? You shouldn't have forgotten it, right? Of course, Pope, please tell me. You have 200,000-year spirit rings, spirit bones, do you have them too? Tang Yin frowned. Is this woman going to rob my spirit bones on the spot? He is not worried whether he can win or not. With Bibi Dong's current state, the combat strength of the two is ambiguous. But once the fight starts, the Elder Hall will definitely not sit idly by. Tang Hao killed Jian Sunji, and there was a grudge before. The Haoshan sect has a precedent. If they are besieged at that time, it will not end well. Seeing him thinking, Bibi Dong knew that Tang Yin must have misunderstood, but she was too lazy to explain. If there is really a chance for 100,000-year soul bone, she will definitely take action. It is naturally not appropriate now. Tomorrow, I will let the Wuhan Hall team match you. Since you said you want to help me, then use all your abilities to defeat the angel spirit. If you seriously injure it or even destroy its spirit, it will be better. Ah! Although this is not impossible, if he really does this, can he still leave Wuhan City? Even if he ignores Enlan's existence, Jian Daoliu is not easy to mess with. She looks like this. Does she really still love Jian Rongxiu? Why don't I believe it? Help Jian Rongxiu block the fatal blow of the Shura sword, and die as a mother. Looking at her current appearance, can she really do it? Your Majesty, are you looking for someone to have fun in the middle of the night? Let's not talk about whether you can do it or not. Even if you can do it, can these people from my Haoshan sect leave Wuhan City alive? Of course, it would be best to kill them all, and die together. Then let her lose in public. You can't do this. 244 Chapter 243 What do you want me to do? 244. I really can't guarantee whether I can do it or not. Although I am stronger than her in terms of spirit rings, the six-winged angel spirit is very different from other spirits. What's more, your Wuhan Hall team is not just her. I can only do my best. Spreading his hands, Tang Yin lowered his eyes. He clearly sensed that Bibi Dong's mental fluctuations were not stable, and he dared not pay attention to her intentional or unintentional benefits. If he was not careful, they would definitely fight. The next moment, he felt that she had entered a stable mood. What's the matter with your soul ring? So that's it, Tang Yin smiled, raised his head and said casually. It's just a personal opportunity. With a cold snort, Bibi Dong disappeared quietly. The curtains rolled up a fragrant breeze and disappeared. Tang Yin sighed. In the middle of the night, come like this. Give up meditation, practice electric current push, empty some complicated thoughts, and quickly calm down. After flashing out of Tang Yin's room, Bibi Dong did not fly back to the bedroom directly. Instead, in the dark, where no one passed by, she walked slowly all the way back to the bedroom. Throwing away the Pope's skirt, she gently lay down on the brocade bed. Closed her eyes silently. The embarrassed appearance of Jian Rongxiu's dusty face seemed to have emerged in front of her. As long as she becomes a useless person, she won't have to bear the inheritance of the angel spirit. Then she won't have to die. No, what am I thinking? Xiao Gang. Damn Kyung Sunji. The next day. The fifth round. I don't know if Bibi Dong really did some behind-the-scenes manipulation, but the Spirit Hall team met the Purple Star Academy, and the heaven fight was naturally blazing fire. The original referee had left the field, and Bibi Dong made the final decision herself. The two sides stood opposite each other, and Tang Yin suddenly said. Today's wind is a bit noisy. Without the sun, the sky was a bit gloomy. The wind howled, and the flags of the Spirit Hall on both sides fluttered. After succeeding the Pope, Bibi Dong tried to downplay the influence of the angels, but there was still an obvious angel mark on the flag. Tang Yin had already told Lan about Bibi Dong's actions last night through space. Lan's reply was, fight if you want, just control it. Jian Rongxiu is probably not an opponent, and the two of them cooperate openly and secretly, so nothing serious will happen. Adapt to circumstances. Looking at Tang Yin, Jian Rongxiu's face was solemn. At this time, she didn't know the grievances between her parents, and didn't know the truth about Jian Sunji's death. She still had some hatred for the Haoshan sect. Of course, the main target of hatred was Tang Hao. The rest of the Haoshan sect were more of opponents who were more important than others, and could barely be regarded as enemies. She must not fail in this battle. There was another person present who was distracted, Hu Lina. After returning from the Xingda Great Forest, she reported Tang Yin's matter to Bibi Dong. And Bibi Dong's reply at that time was to let Hu Lina make the decision herself. If she could pull Tang Yin into the Spirit Hall, it was her ability. And if she followed Tang Yin to leave the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong would not pursue it. At that time, Hu Lina just said in fear that she had not yet repaid the teacher's cultivation, so how could she abandon the Spirit Hall? Facing Tang Yin at this moment, she couldn't help but think of what she said at that time. It seems that at that time, the teacher's expression was a little bit wrong. Hu Lina was distracted and she vaguely remembered that after she finished speaking, the teacher's expression was very strange for a moment, ferocious? Killing intent? She couldn't describe it. But thinking back specifically, it seemed like an illusion. Without waiting for Bibi Dong to send out a signal, Jian Rongxiu showed her fifth soul skill, the Sacred Sword, which can also be called Angel Judgment. Condensing soul power into a one-handed sword weapon, releasing a judgment attack with a bright breath. Come on, let me experience the famous Clear Sky Hammer. Tisk. This is so fierce and murderous, this game is not going to end well. You guys go down. Tang Yin threw out a sentence, and the disciples of Haoshan sect and two assistants of Zixing Academy behind him hurriedly jumped out of the venue. The latter in particular breathed a sigh of relief as if they had been pardoned. The pressure of two soul Douluos that could not be discussed by common sense was not something that the two little soul lords could resist. Glancing at Lan, he also asked Hu Lina and others to retreat. Red Hair looked a little unwilling, but Xiaoyu was already protecting his sister near the edge of the venue. They could not leave the field directly like the disciples of Haoshan sect. Even if everyone knew that they would not play any role in this game, they could not jump down directly, which would be embarrassing. Qian Rongxiu tried first, and her martial soul light wings flapped like a substance, floating in the air. The sword pointed at Tang Yin, releasing a golden soul power impact. The first soul skill, Angel Assault. The physical damage brought by the high-intensity soul power impact, as well as the purification of some sacred attributes, can weaken the opponent's defense. It can be released with fists or swords. It can be used for long-range attacks or quick assaults at close range. The effect is good, but it is only a soul skill of 100 years' strength. For Tang Yin, it has no effect at all. He can even not use the clear sky hammer. But that is too exaggerated. Bibi Dong and An Lan obviously need to give face to the latter. Raise the hammer and smash out a shadow of the soul power clear sky hammer, which is mixed with the soul power impact. Qian Rongxiu has a rough idea. Pointing the sword to the sky, the gloomy sky without the sun originally shot down a golden light to cover Tang Yin. At the same time, around Tang Yin, the void on the left and right of his head shot out golden chains of unknown origin, and feathers were scattered. Third soul skill Angel Free Will. Control soul skill, the golden light chain has the effect of mental suppression and physical restraint, and it is particularly focused on the former. Used with the angel field, the effect is outstanding. This move is very powerful, because soul skills with direct mental suppression effect are rare, most of them are physical control. But strong as it is, it has not deviated from the soul skills of mortals and reached the scope of divine skills. For Tang Yin, it didn't have much effect. The third soul skill, Tyrant Body, can ignore 70% of the control effects by standing on the ground, increase defense by 70%, and double the body's endurance. This effect will slowly increase with the passive charging effect of the earth. Tang Yin's face was also very simple. He slammed the hammer into the ground, released his soul power, and blocked the attacking golden chain. The chain was tightened, trying to bind Tang Yin's body, but it could only entangle with his released soul power. Qian Rongxiu frowned and gritted her teeth secretly. The third round. The sixth soul skill, Angel Roar, Mental Attack. The second soul skill, Angel Light Blade. Still trying to weaken Tang Yin's defense mentally, and then attack with light blades to force him to reveal his flaws. However, Tang Yin still slammed the hammer into the air in front of him, making a low hum. The next moment, the air exploded, and the attacking light blades flew in all directions. Chen Xin attacked and shot down all the light blades that flew out of the arena. Inside the arena, Hu Lina and others behind Qian Rongxiu were caught off the stage by the surging wind. Only Tianrui was left standing in his original position. Alas! In the dark, Qian Daoliu's side. Qian Rongxiu's battle, the angel against the clear sky hammer, the scene reappeared, and the entire worship hall was watching the battle in secret. From this, it can be judged that with the granddaughter's current strength, it is very likely that she is not the opponent's opponent. In the 3 rounds, Qian Rongxiu was the active attacker, while Tang Yin was passively defending, and the defense was extremely easy. 245 Chapter 244 A bit embarrassing 245. What's more, being recognized by Tang Chen, Qian Daoliu didn't think that this little guy didn't know the 2 powerful skills of Ring Explosion and Big Samurai Hammer. Boss Xiaoxiu is not without a chance to win. The always silent Lion Douluo spoke, not thinking that the outcome was already decided. It seems that the kid from Haoshan sect must stand on the ground to exert sufficient strength. As long as Xiaoxiu can exert his aerial advantage, even if his 200,000-year soul bones have limited and flying abilities, there is no need to worry. Xiaoxiu has also absorbed 3 inherited soul bones. Qian Daoliu shook his head and didn't explain any more. In the field, Qian Rongxiu temporarily suspended the attack. This guy, is he immune to mental control and attack? Soul skill or soul bone? Let me test it again. Stretching his hand across the sword, a faint golden flame ignited on the sword. This time, there was no spiritual ability input, but the flame of the burning angel soul power. Holy, purification, judgment. He swooped down suddenly, intending to further test it with swordsmanship. The 2 sides fought hand to hand. For a moment, everyone was amazed. Qian Rongxiu's dancing sword blade, coupled with her peerless face and slender figure, was like art. And Tang Yin, swinging the heavy hammer as light as a feather, was also admirable. After a while, the contestants could not see the battle in the field clearly. They could only see 2 entangled soul power vortexes. The golden flame representing the angel, the blue-black vortex representing the clear sky hammer. Ding ding dang dang. After dozens of hits, the golden light flew backwards and crashed into a standing knight statue outside the venue. An Lan subconsciously took a step forward, ready to go. Although Douluo knew that it should not be a big deal, he still felt a sudden shock in his heart. Bibi Dong, as if unaware, moved slightly forward. Swish, swish. Everyone shifted their gazes. Rongxiu slowly flew up from the statue, seemingly fine. The basic test ends here, Tang Yin, watch out, this is the will of the angel. He suddenly rushed to the sky. Xian Tian raised the holy sword, released the domain, and covered the entire field. The light wings flapped slowly, and the golden feathers fluttered. Tang Yin tentatively raised his hand to take a piece, and there was an obvious burning sensation. But this feather was obviously not Rongxiu's main attack. In the sky, the earth and the domain, strands of light flow rose, gathered at the tip of the sword, and gradually formed a small sun. I remember that she seemed to have a self-created soul skill with a powerful attack effect. Could it be this? Tang Yin glanced at Lan, and Lan shrugged. In that case, I have to be a little more serious. Muttering, Tang Yin slightly bent his knees, retreated one leg, and assumed a better posture for exerting force. The fluctuation of soul power on the Haoshan hammer gradually became obvious. Is this guy going to take off? Ning Yulin looked empty-eyed and complained. The posture looked similar, but it shouldn't be so stupid. Of course not. The battle with Rongxiu had not yet reached the point where Tang Yin lost his mind, gave up the solid foundation, and played to his weaknesses and avoided his strengths. Such actions are just some techniques of the Haoshan 9 Absolutes, which are not quite the same as the 9 Absolutes currently circulating in the Haoshan sect. It is a further modification and deepening of Tang Chen in the later period, which is more concise and focused. Taught by Tang Chen on the way to the beach before. The little sun on Rongxiu's sword blade is completely solid. The corona, chromosphere, photosphere, etc., except for the volume and temperature, look no different from the real sun. Angel judgment. The sword blade fell, and the little sun shot out golden red flames, which were fast and explosive, as if piercing the air, and obvious white waves broke on both sides. Tang Yin's counterattack surprised everyone. In a moment, the clear sky hammer in Tang Yin's hand expanded dozens of times, and the hammer handle extended to the height of Rongxiu, and the hammer head completely covered Rongxiu. Is this the martial soul body? Ning Fengzi asked curiously, but it didn't feel very similar. No, this is just the most basic input of soul power to expand the size of the martial soul. However, with the blessing of his soul rings, the weight of his clear sky hammer should be very terrifying. In this way, even if it is slightly weaker than the martial soul body, it will not be much weaker. Chen Xin saw the door. Not to mention Douluo and others. Douluo shuddered and shook his head. The elders' hall farther away saw the huge clear sky hammer and had different reactions. Damn clear sky sect! The carefully prepared little sun was like a firefly in front of the huge clear sky hammer. Behind the clear sky hammer, there was a cloudy sky, which looked more like darkness overwhelmed the light. Rongxiu would certainly not take such a slow attack head-on, and dodging was her first choice. As her wings flapped, she felt the surrounding air pressure firmly squeezed her in place, as if she was stuck in a quagmire and could not get out. It was once part of the effect of the dung beetle soul ring, releasing a circular air pressure field to bind the target and assist the attack to hit. In this way, Tang Yin was just showing off, and this move could not completely control Rongxiu. If he really wanted to kill Rongxiu, he would release his current 8th soul skill at the beginning, and Rongxiu would definitely have no way to escape. Rongxiu burned her soul power and released the sacred flame, hoping to get rid of the bondage. But Tang Yin's seemingly huge clear sky hammer was obviously very slowly, but in the blink of an eye it was in front of him. The little sun was like a candle, blown out by the powerful aura, scattered into flames, and wrapped around the hammer head, increasing the hammer head's attack. The spirit body. The compassionate giant angel wrapped Rongxiu in it, but the next moment, it followed Rongxiu's will, with a solemn face, and the giant sword held the huge Haoshan hammer. In the spirit body state, the power of the angel field doubled. But it seemed that there was still no obvious effect on Tang Yin. Rongxiu was puzzled and felt very solemn. At the moment, the opponent only released a few soul skills with unknown effects. Judging from the combat performance, it should be an amplification effect. Haoshan sect's unique skills, 100,000 year soul bones and soul rings, none of them were seen. And the soul skills have been released more than half, and she was forced to use the spirit body in advance. The 8th soul skill and 3 angel soul bones, can she really fight? She looked down at Lan, and her anxious mood slowly subsided. I can't admit defeat. We should do our best. With him here, I won't have any worries. Qian Rongxiu decided to burn her boats and make the final blow. Since Tang Yin chose to hide those things, she would take this opportunity to strike with a hammer, no, a sword. The scope of the domain was narrowed to cover only a few meters around her. She held the holy sword in her arms and naturally drooped them. Suddenly, another her appeared beside her. The soul ring is missing. Is this a soul bone skill? One of the angel inheritance soul bones can actually be a clone? However, the skull can have a camouflage effect, so the clone is not too exaggerated. I just don't know how much strength the clone has of the original body. 90%. If Qian Rongxiu knew the question in Tang Yin's mind, she would answer like this. Of course, if she really knew, she would not explain it so directly. Angel inheritance soul bone set right arm bone, angel clone. The strength of a single clone is 90% of the original body. The more clones there are, the lower the strength is, with a minimum of 1%. The clones cannot use the angel domain. 246 Chapter 245 Come on! 246. 2 Qian Rongxiu, one on the left and one on the right, raised their holy swords to Tang Yin at different angles. Tang Yin noticed that the patterns on the angel holy sword had changed from the beginning. The hilt was the most obvious. The size of the sword body also increased slightly, and it was slightly wider than an ordinary one-handed sword. The 8th soul skill, enlightenment. Blooming holy light, purifying all evil, dispelling all negative states, and increasing attack power. If the target is not evil or dark, it also has a strong purification effect, like a concentrated angel domain. At the same time, the head of the angel's true body released a golden halo. The head soul bone skill, angel light wave, disguises only a small part of the effect, and the main ability is the blessing of mental power. Under the blessing of the angel domain, coupled with the 8th soul skill at this moment, it is an incomparable and terrifying purification effect. The angel's true body slowly dissipated, and the 2 angel holy swords were covered with a layer of materialized sacred light that could not be ignored. The slightly depressing sky was filled with sunshine. The sunshine fell on Qian Rongxiu, making her look even more sacred. The next moment, 2 Qian Rongxius, one in front and one behind, shifted in space and instantly appeared around Tang Yin. Angel suit left leg skill angel shift. The 2 holy swords penetrated Tang Yin. There was no joy on Qian Rongxiu's face, because her clone followed the holy sword and directly passed through Tang Yin's entire body. The red soul ring quietly returned to calm. One of the 6th soul skills of the clear sky hammer nothingness. Itself, with the blessing of Qian Rongxiu's 3 layers of power, the purification of the angel field, the spiritual blessing of the angel light wave, and the amplification of the 8th soul skill, nothingness could not avoid it 100%. After all, nothingness is only immune to physical attacks and weakens energy attacks by 50%. How long has Tang Yin been standing on the ground? The moment Qian Rongxiu passed through the void, she had revealed a fatal flaw. But Tang Yin did not take advantage of her and let her pass through. Qian Rongxiu naturally knew that, and seeing him so open and aboveboard, she also had a good impression of him. However, she did not want to give up yet. Now it seems that I am not your opponent yet, but I still have the strength to strike. The voice was not loud, only Tang Yin and Lan could hear it, Qian Daoliu and Bibi Dong might also be able to catch it. Please. Carrying the hammer in one hand, Tang Yin stretched out the other hand. Please dance to your heart's content. This last blow was completely beyond Tang Yin's expectations. She released the little sun she had created before again, and used the 8th soul skill again, but she used the sword herself to blow up the little sun. The surging golden light did not flee everywhere, but was actively absorbed into Qian Rongxiu's body. The golden red flame seemed to cover her with a flame bathrobe. A simple sword, a frontal attack, went straight to the center. This move was faster than the teleport just now. Before it happened, Tang Yin felt as if he had been hit by the holy sword. That was the will of God manifested by the resonance of the 3 soul bones of the angel heritage set. Originally, this was nothing. The short-term mental impact would not affect Tang Yin. However, the Shura blood sword seemed to be stimulated. Automatically manifested. Double mental impact. Killing God domain. When Tang Yun came to his senses, he held a sword in one hand and a blazing hammer in the other, while Qian Rongxiu, spitting blood, had been knocked out. Time went back to when Qian Rongxiu made the move. Seeing that Tang Yun was affected, she showed confidence in her eyes and thrust her sword straight. However, the next moment, the clear sky hammer smashed her holy sword with lightning speed, and then hit her chest. Broke breastbone. After such a long time of charging, plus the weight of the hammer, Qian Rongxiu was in a window of time where the old power had gone and the new power had not yet been generated. How could she defend with only her own soul power? This hammer even triggered the effects of ignoring defense and shield penetration, as well as the paralysis of the thunder attribute beast martial spirit ring. Qian Rongxiu went directly into critical condition. Before she fainted, she saw a strange blood-colored one-handed broadsword in Tang Yun's hand, and it seemed that he wanted to end her, but for some reason, he stopped and stood still. Lan and Qian Daoliu moved at the same time, subconsciously trying to catch Qian Rongxiu. However, they stopped at the same time. Because Bibi Dong suddenly appeared and caught Qian Rongxiu steadily. Zhou Suifeng, Ning Yuan, Tian Rui, all looked at her sideways. Looking at Bibi Dong's expression, she herself didn't seem to react. What am I doing? I am the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Under the watchful eyes of the public, I cannot watch her, who represents the Spirit Hall, being so badly injured without any reaction. Yes, that's it. Self-explanation. At the same time, he also reacted. The next moment, he threw Qian Rongxiu to Lan. Lan quickly caught it. Thousand Dao Chuan spread the message that Qian Rongxiu should be taken back to the worship hall. Grandpa, don't worry. I can cure Shuet. He glanced at Zhou Suifeng. In the spirit hall, no one can be stronger than him in terms of healing ability. Zhou Suifeng released the blue-silver domain, and the abundant life breath eased everyone's nervous emotions. Qian Rongxiu's breath was visibly restored. Lan raised his hand and stroked her chest to control the position of the sternum to prevent the recovery process from being in the wrong position and causing secondary damage due to deformity. The treatment was over, but Qian Rongxiu was not awake. Why is this? Lan frowned. He looked up at Tang Yin, who had already put away the blood sword of Azura, and replied with his lips, Azura will. Exhaling lightly, Lan summoned his martial spirit, but did not possess it. The golden and red feathers, like a real living fire phoenix, made a crisp cry. Bibi Dong's face changed slightly, and she retreated behind the curtain. Qian Rongxiu coughed twice and slowly opened her eyes. She broke free from Lan's arms and sighed. I am not as skilled as others. The implication was that this was a competition, so don't go too far. She was full of confidence in Lan and didn't think he would lose. The two confronted each other. The atmosphere was solemn. Speaking of which, it seemed that the five of them had never seriously competed with each other. Now might be a good opportunity. The square in front of the Pope's palace collapsed. And neither of them had yet exerted their full strength. They only opened the amplification soul skills and then attacked each other with flat attacks, but it seemed that the accumulated power was too much, causing a chemical reaction. Fortunately, there were several title Douluo present, and except for some damage to the venue, there were no casualties. Tang Yun wanted to continue fighting, but due to the original plan, Lan could not be eliminated here, so he could only admit defeat. Anyway, the comeback of the Haoshan sect, here, with the strength he showed, is enough. Next, find some places to serve as the contact station of the Haoshan sect, and find some things for them to do, and then you can go to the Sea God Island with peace of mind. Bibi Dong was very happy to see it, but she was very unhappy to see Tang Yun raise his hand to admit defeat. That's it. What is this? However, the main purpose of letting Qian Rongxiu lose has been achieved, interfering with the angel's reappearance to twist the Wuhan Hall into a rope, and the rest doesn't matter. The Haoshan hammer is indeed extraordinary. Maybe. 247 Chapter 246 Ning Yuan Zhou Suifeng vs Tian Rui. 247. Tang Yun's strong performance made Hulina's eyebrows and eyes look like a painting, and her heart was moved. Of course, she didn't fall in love with him directly. She just thought that if she could help Bibi Dong to pull Tang Yun into the spirit hall, with such a powerful helper, maybe the teacher would be able to relax a lot. But she didn't have any thoughts of offering herself to him. Bibi Dong hadn't taught her to be so cheap. She was thinking about whether there was any way to have the best of both worlds. Red Hair didn't dare to get angry anymore. Thinking back to the previous incident in the Stardew Great Forest, she was really lucky that she didn't die. Xiaoyu, a real man should be like this. Everyone watched the two of them leave the stage. They all sighed, how could there be such a pervert, how can they, the old guys, survive? Next game, Shiwo vs Tiandu. The competition venue is damaged, and the competition is temporarily suspended. We will notify you after the venue is repaired. Douluo received Bibi Dong's eyes and announced loudly. Your Majesty the Pope. Ning Yulan suddenly raised his hand. Junior has a suggestion. Glancing at Ning Fengzi, he saw that he was also a little surprised. It seemed that this little guy acted on his own. Bibi Dong was a little curious. Speak. It's just a competition venue. We are not delicate people. We can practice anywhere. I heard that Wuhan Academy has a square for students to practice soul skills. Why not move the venue to Wuhan Academy? What do you think, Your Majesty the Pope? Ning Yulan didn't want to waste time anymore. He wanted to finish the game as soon as possible. Whether it was going to Poseidon Island or looking for the dragon soul bones in the dragon tomb, it would take a long time. After the finals, arrange to go out quickly. Send it. He even wanted to say that everyone should just go outside the city to find a small forest for a field battle, but it was a bit inappropriate. Just like the two empires made a name for themselves in the promotion match, the Spirit City was designated as the venue for the finals, which was also the Spirit Hall showing its authority. Okay. The semi-finals in the afternoon will be held at the Spirit Academy Square. This is the semi-finals. After Tiandu and Shiwo decide the winner will compete directly with the Spirit Hall team for the championship. There are exactly 4 teams left, so there is no need to waste time on individual alternating battles. Everyone dispersed first and waited for notification. Lunch break. In the small restaurant, Jian Rongxiu stared at Lan. Her eyes were very strange. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you hiding something from me? You too, it feels like you are playing a fake game. Is it so obvious? Lan was shocked. Jian Rongxiu. Just kidding. Lan stood up, took a napkin and wiped his lips. Don't worry, you will know after the finals. Your hair is a little messy, come on, I will tidy it up for you. The afternoon game is the exciting part, we can't miss it. On the other side, the Shiwo team is ready to fight, feeling very confident. It's the semi-finals, a rare excellent result in the history of the Shiwo team. Shui Binger knows the relationship between them and is a little curious. How are you going to play? Fake match? Or serious play? Tian Rui stretched and said seriously. This will be an unparalleled visual feast. As he said that, he suddenly lowered his head and leaned towards Shui Binger, but I feel a little lack of energy now, I need help to replenish it. Shui Binger, oh, / Q. So many people are watching. On the way to Wuhan Academy, Xiaoyu found that his sister was a little bit off. Nana? What are you thinking about? Nothing, I'm just thinking that the teacher trained us, but it seems that we have nothing to do in the competition. Alas! Xiaoyu looked at the two people in front of him who were whispering to each other and were a perfect match, and sighed, it is both lucky and sad to be born in the same era as them. Lucky to be able to see the amazing people who create the best scenery. Sad that under the cover of these people, I and others are completely lost in the crowd. It took less than 2 hours to transform into this. The execution of the Spirit Hall is extraordinary. Zhou Suifeng looked at the new competition venue and admired the execution of the Spirit Hall. Ning Yulan felt sympathetic. In comparison, the Seven Treasures glazed sect was more free and brisk. Although it would not delay the action or miss the order, it felt a lot worse than the scene in front of him. After returning, I have to transform it. The game was about to start. The trees on the building not far away were full of people, ready to see the excitement of the game. Bibi Dong did not emphasize that the students were not allowed to watch the game, and let them go. Just be careful not to be killed by flying sand and rocks. Let them experience in advance the style of the strong standing on the pyramid of the Soul Master world, and they will be more motivated. Although there may be characters who are depressed and unable to recover from their inferiority, there is nothing worth caring about such people. Enter the venue. Zhou Suifeng also joined the battle, and Tian Rui wanted to fight too. The two looked at the lavender lipstick on his lips with strange eyes. When did you develop this hobby? She male. Ning Yulan had a gloomy face and avoided him like a snake. Tianrui sneered. This is a super strong signal of 100% fighting spirit. Let Duguyan do it to you, and you will have it. Duguyan, if you want to fight, just fight, so much nonsense. Her face was slightly red. She rarely wore lipstick, and it was completely her original color. Ning Rongrong's eyes were sparkling. It turned out that the brothers were playing so excitingly. Shi Mo and his brothers left the court. The lineup of this Tiando match was Ning Yulan, Zhou Suifeng, Duguyan, the three sisters of the Zhu family, and Ning Rongrong. Shiwo naturally did not change much. Although Bibi Dong replaced the role of referee, it was Zhu Douluo who gave the signal to start the game, and it was still Niu Ma. At the beginning, the three did not make any moves, allowing teammates from both sides to rush over from both sides. It was not easy to make it to the semi-finals, let them play by themselves first. The students watching the game from a distance were puzzled and discussed. What are they doing? I have read some stories, which said that top soul masters can fight in the spiritual world through fighting spirit. Could it be that they are like this? Are you dreaming? What the hell is fighting spirit? Shouldn't it be soul power? Then what do you think they are doing? They are. After fighting for several minutes, Duguyan and others naturally won. It was a level crushing, and Ning Rongrong's 9 treasures assisted. Huo Wu's face was very satisfied. It was a very satisfying battle. Before knowing Tianrui's strength, she expected the final 16, which was almost enough. Now she has entered the semi-finals. Although she wanted to participate, it was obvious that the next battle had nothing to do with her. It is important to know yourself. She left the stage consciously, but she was still a little unwilling before leaving the stage. She turned back and waved to Tianrui. Come on, brother Rui. Let us see your full strength. Full strength? I'm afraid I can't do that. Today, I can only play 80% at most. He turned his back to a few people and waved his hand count as a response. 248 Chapter 247 Dragon, Tower, Grass. 248. On the Tiandu side, Duguyan and others naturally did not stay on the stage. However, before leaving the stage, Duguyan grabbed Ning Yulan's collar and pulled him down. 1 minute later, he wiped his lips generously. I, Duguyan, will not lose to other women. I'll give you the mark, beat him up for me. Zhu Zuking's eyes lit up, and just as she raised her foot, she was pulled back by Zhu Zuyun and turned around. Don't mess around. Looking back, Zhu Zuyun felt a little sour in her heart, and walked down with her 2 sisters. After all, the relationship between them and Zhou Suifeng is different from that between Ning Yulan, Duguyan, Tianrui and Shui Bing'er. Outside the field, Dugu Bo gritted his teeth, and finally sighed. Appeared beside Ning Fengzi. Your Majesty Dugu. With a cold snort, Dugu Bo's face was still unhappy, but he said. I think it's time to discuss the children's wedding. Of course, Your Majesty has any requirements, please tell me. As long as Fengzi can do it, there will be no objection. Requirements? He has no requirements. As long as Duguyan is happy, he has no requirements at all. But this kind of thing can only be decided by Ning Yulan, and it can't be like an exam, just write down the answers on the test paper. It depends on what Ning Yulan does. I don't have any requirements, as long as Yunyan is happy. Your Majesty can rest assured, Xiaolin will never let Miss Duguyan down. In Ning Fengzi's view, Ning Yulan, who is warm on the outside and cold on the inside, has become accustomed to Duguyan and is too lazy to look for other girls. Although he doesn't know what Ning Yulan wants to do next, it should be no problem for Duguyan. Xiaoliu is about to hold a wedding. Wrong. What will happen to Ning Rongrong's future life? Ning Fengzi has a headache when he thinks of this. Inside the field. Quick battle and quick decision. Zhou Suifeng mentioned it. Everyone knows each other well. It is meaningless to waste time to test. The two nodded. Martial Soul True Body X3. The sky suddenly dimmed, thunderclouds gathered and the sound resounded through the world. The dazzling 9-story pagoda was suspended in the air. The light was dazzling under the gloomy sky. Blue-gold patterns, warm and fresh blue-silver grass, swaying slightly. Dispel the depression brought by thunder. The blue lightning dragon with amazing dragon power soared in the sky. Complete dragonization plus martial soul true body. 3 super perverts. XN. The captain of Blazing Academy is actually a twin martial soul, or a blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. XN. Bibi Dong, and Lan and this guy definitely have a connection that others can't imagine. Yu Tianxin, who had been eliminated long ago, wanted to watch the whole game for Yu Tianheng, who missed the finals, and did not leave. He held the railing in front of him tightly. Sure enough, it was not my illusion at that time. He has the spirit of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. This feeling is far superior to that of Tianheng and me. It even feels like he is facing the master. Ning Fengzi felt that something was wrong, but for a moment he could not catch the fleeting flash of inspiration in his mind. Thunder raged like a domain, clashing with the other two major spirit domains. Ning Yulin's body was surrounded by colorful lights flashing evenly, and the thunder could not advance an inch. The illusory blue-silver grass in front of Zhou Suifeng fluttered in the wind, and the thunder disappeared silently. Suddenly, the dazzling divine light and the roaring thunder disappeared. From the noise to the audible sound of a pin drop, everyone thought they were deaf, and someone picked their ears. "Are you okay?" The next moment, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 soul rings of the 9 treasure-glazed tower all lit up. The water, wood, life, earth, fire, and gold elements were all added. Waters returned to the storage. Moisture rising, descending, cold, and closed. Wood's growth, rise, smooth, and comfortable. Earth's acceptance. Biochemistry, bearing and receiving. Fire's rise. Warmth, rise, and brightness. Gold's austerity. Settling, convergence, austerity, and transformation. The 6th soul skill, integrating the 5 elements, turning into yin and yang, the unity of the 5 elements, the first day of Taiyuan. 5-color divine light fusion. The divine light that cannot be accurately described fell into Zhou Suifeng's body. Zhou Suifeng habitually raised his sword finger as a seal to activate the domain. The same first 6 soul rings. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, let the energy of the blue-silver grass become active. The 6th soul skill life weaving. Reach a deeper resonance with the blue-silver grass, all the blue-silver grass in the domain change their forms as they wish, and their vitality is amplified and strengthened. Then, create your own soul skills. Blue-silver domain blue-silver god descent green emperor. Originally, the huge statue formed by the vast amount of blue-silver grass only had physical attacks and was only in shape. But at this moment, under the attribute amplification of Ning Yulin, it seemed to have a divine will, just like the real body of the Green Emperor. Ha ha ha! I haven't tried this trick on you two yet. Come on! The size of the blue lightning dragon in the air suddenly shrank and turned into a human form, retaining only the dragon claws and dragon horns on the limbs, and there were some blue lightning dragon scales on the surface. It seems to give up the size advantage, but it is more concentrated. Tianrui also released the amplification soul skill of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul. Summoning thunder from the air, it fell into the palm of the hand and turned into a thick, hard, long and straight blue-purple spear with dragon head, dragon tail, and dragon scales. 9 heavens dragon roar, gathering for thunder. The mighty power of heaven, breaking the dawn of all hidden things. And Lan and Tang Yin, who did not enter the venue, looked at each other, so pretentious? However, the others did not seem to think so. In their ears, these 16 words were just like divine sounds. It aroused the energy of heaven and earth far beyond its own realm, like the real power of heaven. Feng Zhi. Pay attention to protection, this move is not simple. Chen Xin released his martial soul, and many sword shadows blocked in front of several people. On the other side, Bibi Dong and others sensed the real raging storm in the dark, and also protected themselves. The students watching the battle farther away were driven away by the teacher who hurried over. This attack! Penetrate the stars! Tianrui shouted loudly, and poured all his strength into the dragon-shaped lightning spear, and threw it down. He also drove the electric current he now mastered, 500,000 volts. The dragon shadow, including the lightning spear, dragged the brilliant lightning. It arrived in the blink of an eye. Ding! A crisp sound of metal and iron intersecting, which could not be more ordinary. The dragon spear hit a green long sword. When Tianrui condensed the dragon spear, Zhou Suifeng naturally did not sit and wait for death. But his response was also beyond the expectations of the 4 people. He eliminated the existence of the Green Emperor statue, but through the blue-silver domain, he completely guided the statue's energy into his body. The whole person floated off the ground, full of energy, on its surface, formed a set of divine equipment that no one had ever seen. Ning Yulin's eyes flashed, can it be like this? Now, Zhou Suifeng is equivalent to turning himself into the statue of the Green Emperor. Just like Tianrui's choice, he abandoned the huge body and replaced it with more excellent functions. Under the same function, the smaller the size, the more advantages it has. Instinctively, Zhou Suifeng in the state of divine equipment opened his palm, and the spiritual energy of plants and trees gathered, turning into a long sword with unknown runes and surrounded by the breeze and light. With the induction of heaven and man, Zhou Suifeng also uttered a digital divine sound. All spirits are the blade, yin and yang are the pivot. The sky is blue, and the sword leads its way. The dragon spear and the green sword intersected. Before the real power was released, only the aftermath made everyone change color. Old poison! Chen Xin! Come and help! Zhu Douluo shouted to the two from a distance, and there was also a ghost Douluo, and the four title Douluos joined forces to build a soul barrier. Crack, crack! 249 Chapter 248 Shock 249. The soul barrier released by the four title Douluos together did not last long. The cracks became bigger and bigger, and Ghost Douluo spoke hoarsely. Why do the soul powers of these three little ghosts seem to be merging? And the degree of fit is so high. As an old expert in martial soul fusion skills, he felt the energy storm in the soul barrier, full of strange movement trajectories, and it was like a martial soul fusion skill, echoing each other and automatically merging into a more powerful attack. If you don't want to let these little ghosts around you get into trouble, you too better increase your strength. You dead face, do you think I don't want it? Douluo looked unhappy. Of course, he wanted to increase his strength. After all, his granddaughter was still in the audience. But in fact, even if he was a titled Douluo, the non-attribute soul power he could mobilize without using soul skills or martial souls was limited. Right now, the maintenance of this soul barrier has reached the upper limit of his output. If the output power is increased, he will automatically release martial soul poison. At that time, it will not be as simple as just maintaining the barrier. The barrier is about to break. Bibi Dong frowned. As the Pope, she could not sit idly by and watch the people around her get hurt by the aftermath of the game. Just as she was about to take action, two golden armored figures appeared beside Zhuigui. They had short hair and similar faces, but one had blue hair. The other one had a reddish hairstyle. He was a master of demons. He didn't say anything, just snorted. But the meaning was very clear, he couldn't do such a small thing well, he was a waste. Zhu Gui and the other two were the ones who were closest to the qualifications of worshippers among the elders. As long as they broke through again, they could be worshippers. However, they have been standing still for so many years. In addition, Zhu Douluo's weird personality made the two of them very unhappy with him. The two of them joined the soul power barrier. However, inside the barrier, a piece of blue-silver grass suddenly grew, along the edge of the venue, connecting to each other into a circle. All the energy aftermath that spread out of the competition venue was absorbed and calmed by them, and then transformed into pure energy and sent back to Zhou Suifeng. Can it be like this? The titled people who watched the battle openly or secretly were in a solemn mood. It was troublesome to fight with the kid of blue-silver grass. If the battle was not resolved in the shortest time, looking at the current situation, once a tug-of-war of attrition was formed, the opponent would be invincible. In the field, the three of them only exchanged one move, and they did not intend to end the battle just like that. Most of the people around were at the top or the forefront of the Soul Master world. They had to take a good look at their strength, and then they would launch a comprehensive plan and there would be fewer obstacles. Besides, after such a long time, it was rare to have such a hearty battle. Ha ha ha, come again. Tianrui's laughter resonated with thunder, and the lightning moved around, turning into parts on his body, and finally forming a set of thunder armor, which was full of dragon symbols everywhere. The Fire Dragon King spoke in the reverse scales on his chest, seeming to be a little regretful. Why don't you join my power? Even if the thunder attribute cannot be exerted 100%, it is no problem to completely destroy the surroundings with one move. Tianrui replied in his mind. Your Majesty, you are exaggerating. We are not fighting, we are just competing with each other. If we show too much, it will attract the attention of those people. Fear, something no one wants to see will happen. High in the sky, the dragon claw covered with armor pressed down on the two. Sixth soul skill, Thunder Prison of all things. Release the lightning field to restrain the enemy, and form various thunder creations that seem to be real according to Tianrui's will, with dragon power contained in the thunder. With the control, the target will be paralyzed, lose perception, and lose vitality, and finally turn into ashes. The raging and violent thunder was tamed by Tianrui's will, turning into 9 solid light pillars that penetrated the sky and the earth, rotating from the edge of the field to approach the two. Once the remaining space is completely blocked, the two will be completely decomposed by the constantly strengthening lightning field and become the most basic material unit of the main biological world. Naturally, the two could not sit and wait for death. Zhou Suifeng drew a circle with his sword. Under the thunder pillar, 9 the blue-silver grass instantly became a towering tree, entangled with the lightning pillar, and refused to give in. Blue-silver-green Emperor mode, thousands of flowers bloom in the night of the east wind. The giant tree has extremely strong vitality and terrifying toughness. The energy of the lightning pillar is constantly weakened under its absorption. Suddenly, Ning Yulan moved. Just standing there, it seemed that he had become a foil for these two guys. He also had to perform for Ning Fengzi to see so that he could be more assured to hand over the sect to him. The 6 soul skills he released just now not only increased Zhou Suifeng's power, but also added a layer to himself. The colorful light, lingering with black and white expressions, gathered around Ning Yulan into a colorful phoenix and a colorful unicorn. The unicorn stepped on the auspicious clouds, and the divine phoenix danced in the sky. Each of them rushed towards Tianrui. Tisk! These two elemental beasts are not easy to deal with. The terrifying melting power of the 5-color divine light will not work if you touch them. You can only dodge or weaken them through continuous attacks. Sure enough, I am at a disadvantage when fighting two alone. It is not so easy to weaken them through attacks. The speed of the attack is very fast. The time that Tianrui spent thinking was already in front of him. He could only choose group attack skills to find a chance to fight. The second soul skill, Azure Dragon Swim. One of the soul ring skills of Azure Bull Python. Transform the power of thunder into a dragon, hovering around, both it can defend, or it can transform into a physical entity, and attack the target group at close range. When the damage reaches the limit, it will explode to form a thunderstorm that covers a wide range. The dragon head and tail are connected to each other and explode. For a moment, all people's vision is only the endless lightning. The blue-silver grass at the edge of the field is still standing, conscientiously controlling the continuous aftermath. The lightning dissipated. The phoenix and the unicorn are just a little smaller, and there are no more changes. Tianrui moved his position and landed behind Ning Yulan. Start assisting in a group fight, common sense in the Soul Master world. Sorry. The dragon claws reached Ning Yulan's shoulder, grabbed it, and Ning Yulan's whole body was scattered into a ball of mist. Tianrui? Fuck, can it be like this? This Ning Yulan is also an elemental creation. The light mist quickly climbed up Tianrui's arm and turned into a colorful halo, encircling him. Tianrui only felt that the soul power in his body quickly calmed down and melted, and the thunder armor and dragon transformation all disappeared. Zhou Suifeng landed, raised his sword, and gently pressed on Tianrui's shoulder. It was a bit anticlimactic. The people watching the fight felt choked, but there was nothing to say. The fight was so intense just now, with thunder, grass, and all kinds of biu, and it ended in an instant? Isn't it a bit too fake? Seeing the dust settle in the arena, Bibi Dong immediately announced that the game was over. Tomorrow, the championship battle. As she turned to leave, Bibi Dong smiled. With the strength and cooperation of these two people, Lan would definitely not get away with it. The championship fell to someone else, which might have some impact on the reputation of the Spirit Hall, but it was not serious. The original Soul Bone rewards had long been replaced with some flashy things, just some titles, with no substantial benefits at all. In the end, no matter who won the championship, it made no difference to her. That evil seed needs the inheritance angel, and there is not much spare energy. Lan is in trouble. Even if he loses the championship, his talent and strength are there. As long as he gets the 9th soul ring, the impact of the Soul Master competition is not a big deal. 250 Chapter 249 I Like You. 250. The more I think about it, the more troubled I feel. I didn't get rid of Lan right away at the beginning, and now it has become unstoppable. If I can swallow him, like I did with Kyungsunji, turn all his existence into nutrients. Looking back at Qian Rongxiu, Bibi Dong inexplicably rejected this idea of cannibalism. Thinking of her previous inexplicable action of running out to catch her, she became even more upset and quickened her pace to leave the Wuhan Academy Square. Today's battle, whether it was the title or the eliminated players, was a feast for the eyes. They left with satisfaction and went back to rest. Douluo called someone to renovate the square. The ground was covered with blue-silver grass and traces of lightning strikes. There is another game tomorrow. On the way back. You can't do it. Shui Bing'er suddenly said playfully, didn't you say that if you have a 100% fighting spirit, you will definitely win? Tian Rui looked at her in surprise, and then Xizi held her heart. You have changed. You don't even care if I am injured, but only care that I lost the game. The feelings have faded, alas. Shui Bing'er. Brother-in-law, you are a twin martial spirit, this is too cool. But how could it be the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus? Do you have any relationship with the Thunder Academy? No, with the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex sect? You can't be. Okay. Tian Rui held the curious little girl's shoulder and turned her in another direction. Save your curiosity, go back and pack your things, we will leave the Wuhan city immediately after the game tomorrow. After a while, you will know what you want to know. The expression was doting, but Tian Rui's heart was filled with murderous intent. After the game, it was time to go to the Blue Lightning sect. He remembered every single one of them very clearly. Shui Yuer was a little dissatisfied. What was wrong with this expression? Did he treat her like a little girl? She was only 2 years younger than Shui Bing'er. She wanted to say something, but when she met her sister's stern eyes, she turned around angrily and trotted to catch up with the sisters in front. It's time to discipline Yuer properly. Shui Bing'er muttered. At dusk, everyone had rested and had their own things to do. Ning Yulan and Dugayan were called over by Ning Fengzi, who asked Dugayan if she had any special requirements for the wedding. Zhou Suifeng didn't run around outside. During the daytime competition, he was aware of Zhu Zuyun's emotions, but he was too lazy to deal with it. Now that he had time, he comforted her fiercely in the room. Zhu Zuyu liked to fight, and had already settled it in advance. Zhu Zuqing was in some trouble. Zhu Zuyun wanted to pull her over because she was not strong enough, but was still rejected by Zhou Suifeng. It was not the right time yet, so be careful of the river crabs. It will take another 3 years before she turns 18. Tian Rui originally planned to find Shui Bing'er and take a walk during the night's relaxation time. But he was stopped by Huo Wu. He was full of question marks. What are you doing? Huo Wu was hesitant to speak, and was timid. Tian Rui turned around and looked around, but Huo Wushuan and others were inexplicably gone. Seeing her rare little girl's attitude, people couldn't help but guess some possibilities. Taking a deep breath, Huo Wu looked determined. Brother Rui, IUMM. But Tian Rui covered her mouth with a hand. No matter what you want to say, the time and place are not suitable. When we return to the academy, we will find a chance to have a good chat. The courage that was finally mustered disappeared, and Huo Wu followed Tian Rui's eyes and nodded. That's good. Tian Rui nodded, turned around and walked out. His palms were a little wet, and the driving soul power was cleansed. When he walked to the door, he was stopped again. I want to talk to you. Yu Tianxin. We have nothing to talk about. Tian Rui still had some appreciation for him. But he was too lazy to say more. I will go to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect in a while. Patting Yu Tianxin on the shoulder, Tian Rui was afraid that someone else would run out, so he quickened his pace and walked away. Watching him run away, Yu Tianxin had a bad feeling for some reason. Tang Yin sighed. Sect Master, someone is looking for you. While meditating, Tang Yin opened his eyes and saw the strange expression on the face of the disciple in front of him. He knew that the person looking for him should be a little special. He stood up and floated down. Seeing the figure in the lobby, Tang Yin had a subtle look on his face. Miss Hulina, I wonder what's the matter with you visiting at this time. Facing Tang Yin's eyes, Hulina's eyes were unconsciously dodging, pretending to be calm. Nothing important. It's just that the time is right. I wonder if I have the honor to invite Master Tang for a night tour. Of course. Miss Hulina invited me so kindly, how could I refuse? Please. The two walked side by side and walked out of the hotel. At the corner of the street, a red-haired man gnashed his teeth and his little girl bit her handkerchief with a sad face. The two walked aimlessly along the avenue, chatting about meaningless topics. Tang Yin thought it was interesting that Hulina was obviously very nervous, but she forced herself to show a sophisticated and relaxed attitude. And Hulina, of course, did not really like the rising star of the Haoshan sect. She wanted to get a strong supporter for her teacher. Although she didn't know what grievances Enlan and Qian Rongxiu had with her teacher, she still remembered clearly that Enlan had not given face to her teacher several times since she was a child. She didn't understand it when she was a child, but now, she understood the waves surging in the dark. Enlan, it seems that he is not very satisfied with his teacher as the Pope. She doesn't understand why Enlan, as the teacher's junior brother, repeatedly confronts the teacher when the teacher is so outstanding as the Pope and all the branches in various places admire him. She herself is not Enlan's opponent, so she thinks about looking for external aid who can compete with Enlan. It is obviously an internal matter of the Spirit Hall, and looking for the leader of the Haoshan sect as external aid, and there is still an old hatred between the two sides. This seems ridiculous, exaggerated and unreasonable. But from what the teacher said, the Haoshan sect seems to have reconciled with the Spirit Hall, and all the grievances are only on Tang Hao. Then her actions are not such a big problem? As long as she really becomes the partner of this young leader and obtains the power of the entire Haoshan sect support, I think Enlan should think about it carefully if he wants to target the teacher again. As for the issue of outsiders interfering in the internal affairs of the Spirit Hall, she will grasp the boundaries. Of course, it is too early to say these now. To achieve this goal, the first thing is to grasp Tang Yin's thoughts. To be honest, Hulina is a little strange. With Tang Yin's current strength and vision, he should have seen many outstanding women. How could he directly ask those questions when they first met in the Star Do Great Forest? He can't be an ultimate bachelor who has been practicing hard all day and has never seen any women, right? 251 Chapter 250 There is no suspense, we should start. 251. Tang Yin felt very happy, Hulina was uncomfortable. At the time of breaking up. Miss Hulina, I recommend a few storybooks to you. If you come to me next time, maybe you won't be so nervous. To take the initiative to seduce herself, seduction doesn't seem to be appropriate. Ambiguous. Yes, ambiguous. But she didn't even move her hand. She was too businesslike. She just walked and talked stupidly. It doesn't matter if she speaks nicely and stirs up the atmosphere. But where is her usual charm? It's like a different person. However, it's not that Hulina doesn't want to seduce, but she is worried about losing control. With Tang Yin's strength, if he kidnaps people and executes them on the spot, wouldn't she be in vain? See you tomorrow, Miss Hulina. Raised her hand and kissed the back of her hand. Tang Yin said goodbye. Hulina looked at her left hand inexplicably, as if she could see the lip print on the back of her hand. Sighed, and walked towards her residence with drooped shoulders. I don't know how long the people from Haoshan sect will stay after the finals. No matter what, I must help the teacher. Red Hair, biting a small handkerchief behind him, watched Hulina walk into the gate and let out a sigh. After returning to the hotel where Tang Yin stayed, he hesitated at the door for several times, but finally turned and left. The gap in strength made him despair. For Hulina, he believed that he had the courage to challenge Tang Yin, but the result was obvious. What was the point of challenging? The next day. The championship battle. Yesterday's battle was a feast for the eyes and excited people. They were looking forward to what kind of scenery this final battle would be. The title holders present were also well prepared and ready to fight at any time, so as not to be caught off guard like yesterday. The three of them also performed their best. Zhou Suifeng and Enlan first had a physical contest. While it was very artistic, every move was full of murderous intent. Ning Yulan was paddling behind with the pagoda. The rest of the supporting actors showed their strength and the fight was almost over. The real battle sounded the horn. Only 4 people were left on the field, Ning Yulan, Zhou Suifeng, Enlan, and Qian Rongxiu. The spirit body greeted. The ground was covered with blue-silver grass and the magnified 9-color glazed pagoda. Enlan and Qian Rongxiu were pretending to be cool, no, they were full of temperament. The wings behind them were similar in color but contrasting, one with a golden halo and the other with a golden red flame, driving the two to slowly rise into the air. Qian Rongxiu didn't know why Enlan suddenly did this slow motion, but she subconsciously followed suit. Feeling okay? Angel's true body. Phoenix's true body. The angel stayed to attract firepower. But the phoenix, inexplicably, rushed directly into the sky. Angel's domain. Qianrongxiu silently chanted and spread the domain all over the competition field. Zhou Suifeng used the blue-silver domain to resist and cover up the movement of Ning Yulin's 5 elements domain or the 9-color glazed domain. Countless blue-silver grasses entangled Qianrongxiu. And she started with the 8th soul skill directly. Kaiming. Raising the sacred sword high, the sword body shone with a light more dazzling than the sun. Swinging the sword. The blue-silver grass was swept away, and all the abilities added by Zhou Suifeng were melted and purified, leaving only its own strength and basic physical entanglement ability. With 6 wings diving, Qianrongxiu bypassed the entanglement of the blue-silver grass and rushed to the 2 people on the ground, flashing light. Another Qianrongxiu appeared from it, the angel suit right arm skill angel clone. Then, the left leg bone skill angel move. 2 Qianrongxiu teleport in front of the 2. Release at super close range, the first soul skill angel assault. The palm flashing with colorful light, just so easily, without any fancy moves, pressed down her sword arm. The clone Qianrongxiu. The main body, however, was blocked by the sword blade condensed by the blue-silver grass by Zhou Suifeng. It was not the blue-silver grass that extended the soul skill, but the martial soul itself. The many attributes of the main body, but Qianrongxiu could not dispel it now. She was already very clear about the difficulty of this blue-silver grass soul master, and a long close combat was extremely disadvantageous. Seeing that such a rapid displacement attack did not succeed, she could only retreat quickly. What made her feel more troublesome was that the assistant actually caught the attack of the clone with his bare hands. This was too unreasonable. Using the force to turn around and rotate. Angel Light Blade. In 2 directions, the main body and the clone swung out dense light blades, wings of light. Angel Free Will. The void launched a golden light chain. Zhou Suifeng looked up and saw that the clouds above his head had been completely rendered into a fire cloud. Some huge monster was approaching rapidly. Lan is almost done with his plan. He turned back and continued to look at Qianrongxiu. Although it is a bit disrespectful, I am sorry, you are not the protagonist in this scene, so I can only ask you to leave first. Countless blue-silver grass suddenly rose from the ground, covering the sky and the sun, and surrounded the venue. The audience lost their vision for a short time. When the blue-silver grass was untied, everyone only saw Qianrongxiu staring at the 2 people with a frustrated and angry face, and then flew out of the venue unwillingly. Zioxiu, what is this? In the dark, a group of worshippers were confused. What happened in that short time inside? Qianrongxiu came over after hearing the voice of Qiandao. However, Qianrongxiu evaded the question and didn't want to explain it clearly. She was killed instantly, what else could she say? All the way to now, except for Lan, she rarely won, but she didn't expect to be defeated so badly today. Looking at her expression, it shouldn't be a big deal, and the old men pretended to ignore it and didn't plan to ask again. Buzz. The temperature suddenly rose. Wow! What is that? In the distance, the residents in the city suddenly saw a divine bird breaking through the sky above the Wuhan Academy, and the clouds rolled. Half of the sky was completely covered with flames, and the huge phoenix was burning the sky. Dive down! In order to match the aura of this attack, the 2 also responded with a behemoth. The giant blue-silver statue rose from the ground, and the huge palm grabbed the falling phoenix. However, the speed of this phoenix was much faster than what the naked eye could see. As soon as the statue stretched out its hand, it had already hit the statue's chest. On the sidelines, the title holders had already laid down a solid soul barrier, but the scene from yesterday was repeated and it was easily broken. They had to increase the output power of soul power to keep the barrier regenerating continuously. The statue was assisted by the 5 elements by Ning Yulin. Zhou Suifeng's own vitality was controlled. However, this time, it was Lan's fire-baptized phoenix that had the upper hand. Although the blue-silver grass was not directly burned, the part hit by the phoenix was dismembered. This was not the burning of flames, but the effect of Lan's 8th soul skill. The blazing flames burned the world. Summoned a firestorm with unmatched fire damage. All attack targets in the storm were branded with souls. The target would not only be damaged by the burning of mental power, but also be forcibly controlled by Lan as the burning of flames continued. Of course, there is a limit to the control at present, depending on the difference in mental power levels between the 2 sides. At this moment, the control of that part of the blue-silver grass creation was seized. The next moment, the blue-silver grass stained by the flames fell off, and new parts regenerated. 252.